Shifter Diaries, Lies Tamed. Sweet Paranormal Wolf and Fae Fantasy Romance Series Book 2. By E. A. Hall. Copyright 2019 E. Hall, all rights reserved. Dear Diary. Is it possible to hear silence? I know. Deep thought over here. But I'm still getting used to life in Concordia. This far north, the silence can be so profound, it's like when astronauts have to get used to hearing the sound of their bodily functions while in space. It's a kind of quiet so full, it has a sound all its own. Speaking of getting used to things, have I mentioned I now live at a wolf pack headquarters in Concordia? Right. Only about 1,000 times. Never mind me not knowing Concordia was a country until a few months ago, but I had no idea that wolf shifters, vampires, fae, or magic were a thing. So the sound of silence is rare here, but it's real. As real as the shimmer of fae power that comes from my fingers, the wolf that exists somewhere in my bones and presses through, and the weird reaction I have to blood. I'm not ready to talk about that. You know what else is real? Homesickness. I'd never experienced it until now. And it's not for the apartment my mom and I lived in or any one thing about New Hampshire. Sure, I miss her and the donut shop where I worked, can't go wrong with free donuts every shift, and my friends. But I guess part of me misses me. Does that even make sense? Diary, if not, deal with it because that's what you're here for. I miss knowing myself. This is a whole new world, exploring the frontiers of Kenna the magical. Also, magical's most wanted, apparently, my parents broke some laws and my existence is illegal. But back to homesickness. I don't hear lawnmowers or leaf blowers, no kids laughing in the streets, or moms hollering for them to come home for dinner. There's no music cranked or cars cruising by with loud mufflers. It's like there's a curtain pulled around this little corner of the country, leaving nothing but silence. Well, except the wolf pack. They can be noisy, especially about their uncertainty when it comes to my presence on their land. With my very presence being against the law, I get it, guys. I'm uncertain about myself too. Still, they don't have to be mean. Then again, they're wolves. Don't get me wrong, not all of them are jerks. Just a few. Turns out there's mean girl shifters too. The only thing I'm not unsure about are my feelings for Corbin, the alpha leader. Right now, I feel the pull when in his presence, the tug that rises from behind my belly button to my chest and fills my head like thousands of little love hearts. What I couldn't deal with would be silence from him. Thankfully, we're bonded by wolf magic as fated mates. I'll be back soon, diary, because this new life is a lot for one hybrid magical to figure out. Love. Kenna. Chapter 1. Kenna. When life gives you blueberries, make blueberry muffins. I found a huge bush off one of the trails on the packland, so I'm baking them for the pack with the hope that fresh-baked yumminess will make them think I'm less of a troll. Wait, are trolls real? I'm not a troll. No, I'm a magical mutt, according to the whispers I hear. Warm blueberry and buttery goodness fill the lodge's custom kitchen. The array of professional chef-quality equipment is quite the upgrade from the various apartment kitchens I've lived in back in the United States. It took me a minute to find my way around in here, but the pantry is stocked with almost everything I could need to cook or bake anything. I could probably even make donuts, considering the variety of kitchen gadgets lining the upper shelves of the pantry. What I haven't figured out how to navigate is Pack Jalmer. The betas, Baker, Camilla, Claude, Inga, and Trig, are great, but they know my story. I'm not including Avril in that list because she despises me. However, the subordinates, so basically everyone else, witnessed me lose it during the mate call-out with Amanda. They whisper and cast furtive glances in my direction, or go quiet whenever I enter a room. The oven dings. As I take the muffins out to cool, Heather, Harper, and Hannah enter the kitchen. Heather says, "Smells like a wet dog in here." My stomach clenches. The others chuckle as they sit down at the long farm table that could seat a few dozen people. Their eyes track my every movement. I don't think they realize how uncomfortable this makes me feel. Or maybe they do, and that's the point. I glance at my reflection in the stainless steel refrigerator. Do I have blueberry stuck between my teeth? I check my sneaker for a square of toilet paper stuck to the sole. Nope. I set the muffins in a basket and bring them over to the table. The three shifters hurriedly get up and leave the room. Maybe they're allergic to blueberries. Or me. I plop down at the end of the table. Sitting here, alone and without distractions, only highlights how strange my life has become and how there's a certain loneliness that comes with being Magical's most wanted. My inner terrain continues to shift, uncertain where to settle. I still don't know where I fit in here, or if I do. I shoulder a nagging feeling that I don't care, but that notion tilts my inner world even further. Ask you, because I do care. Corbin is my home, and this is his home. Of course, I want a place in it. Even at this early morning hour, the lodge is already alive with activity. Now and at other meal times, I've observed the typical groups like from high school. Some like drama and pop culture. There are nerdy geeks, athletic types, and the cliquey girly posse that just vacated the table. Maybe there is a crossover group that I'm not aware of, a collect-all for people like me. Or maybe I'm just me. Kenna Slade, the one and only. Ding, ding, ding. That's the right answer. I tear a page from my diary and jot a note for Corbin. I walk to where he lives in a small, private residence just behind the main lodge. I leave a note, telling him I'm going for a run, along with a muffin on his doorstep. He was on patrol last night, so he's probably exhausted. Then again, wolves don't get tired like regular people. As I synthesize with my magic, I'm able to draw on new levels of energy. I do so now, urging my wolf toward the surface. I could go for a regular run with sneakers, shorts, and a tank top, but shifting into a wolf is way cooler. I gaze ahead at the place where the horizon meets the sky in gradients of blue I didn't know were possible this far north. The trees are well into turning autumn colors, washing the landscape in reds and golds. I close my eyes as my wolf comes to life. Heat and cold slide from my fingertips and toes all the way into my center as my bones and organs and inner composition changes along with the outer into a wolf with reddish fur and eyes that match my own. I'm still Kenna and can access my thoughts, but their emotional meanings slip away. It's just sensation without worry or concern or labels like left out, excluded, or lonely. The dirt path under my feet becomes a streak of color as I bound along the trails that stretch toward the mountains. My mind goes quiet, and I am wild and free. Of course, my senses are still on alert. I pick up the increasingly familiar sense of other wolves, animals, and traces of magic. I'm on a steep learning curve, but my wolf processes it differently than I would. Life seems simpler as a wolf, and I like it this way. I streak past rush grass and spear thistles. A stand of pine trees line the base of the Montmartre's mountains, and the bold green of the birch trees' leaves are fading toward yellow. I spent the summer at headquarters, while Corbin hunted a rogue werewolf. Unfortunately, it's still out there. A picnic table seems oddly out of place, but I imagine the wolves enjoy picnicking out here. I catch the scent of a few members of the pack who must have been out this way last night. Then a strong scent practically drowns my senses with its wolfiness. I almost stop, but will let Corbin catch me. He's a careful, quiet runner, but my senses are attuned to him no matter if we're in physical or wolf form. He's behind me, coming up fast on my right flank. I brace myself in case I misjudged his speed, but then stop abruptly as Corbin tackles me. His copper eyes sparkle. He wears a playful smile as our pelts and bones and paws crash together. If I could laugh, I would. I'm not sure what to call the gleeful sound I make other than a yip. It's kind of like a cross between a purr, a giggle, and a sound unique to wolves. As our connection grows, our line of communicating in the wolf way is improving. It's not like we can read each other's thoughts, but it's an energetic and species-unique language all its own. I understand the wolf way of communicating like high-tech internal walkie-talkies. Sometimes my end has static, but I'm working on it. You thought you'd get away with going on a run without me this morning? Corbin asks. I figured since you were on patrol all night, you'd be exhausted, I reply. Ate that blueberry muffin and now I'm like new. You didn't have steak for breakfast? The wolves love their meat. That too. Scarfed it down before tracking you down. Corbin has me pinned to the ground and then nuzzles me with his snout. I want to shift back to human form. As though sensing this, he lets out a sharp bark, jumps to his feet, and then takes off. The idea is for me to chase him. But soon, I'm not sure who's chasing who as we race on the trails. Suddenly, I catch the scent of a human. Distracted and slightly panicked, I lose my footing, shift, and tumble down an incline. Fortunately, at the bottom is one of many stashes of clothing. Every day, it's someone's duty to replenish the supply. I've gotten used to wearing random t-shirts, shorts, and leggings that don't belong to me. Corbin must have caught the scent too because he strides toward me wearing a pair of black work pants and a blue t-shirt. Taking my hand, a thrill at his touch shoots through me. My cheeks tint pink. We walk along the trail, both keeping alert. From a bend in the path, a man with a thick beard and gentle eyes appears. He carries a rifle. Nice day, Corbin. Corbin eyes the rifle. Good weather. I'll say. The two go on, discussing the most boring thing ever. The weather. I mean, yeah, it's almost autumn, and that's great and all, but who thought it could be discussed for nearly 5 minutes? When we go our separate ways, I give Corbin a look. I didn't know you took such a keen interest in meteorology. He chuckles. More like hunting activity. Some of the locals know about us and report on things in code. After Richard Du Bois was killed, they've been wary. Sorry, I didn't introduce you. The less they know about you, the better. That was John Stafford. He's a good guy. But in so many words, I warned him to be careful. The rifle wouldn't quite do the trick if he came across the werewolf. It's not a full moon. No, but curses can lift or shift. A chill creeps over me. But Corbin squeezes my hand, warming me all over again. I don't think the toe-tingling, cheek-eating, butterfly-fluttering sensation of him touching me will ever get old. We reach the ridge that runs along the upper part of the property, giving us a wide view of the borders, the lake, and the activity below. Several pack members work in one of the gardens and someone else paints a fence. You should be proud of what you created here, I say, admiring how everyone contributes. It's like a family. I try not to allow the left-out feeling sneak into my voice. When I'm with Corbin, I feel completely included and cared for. It's the subordinates, plus Avril, that have me feeling like an outsider. Any chores that need doing? I ask as we near the lodge. You already baked muffins this morning. At least 5 dozen by the looks of the pile in the kitchen. I'm surprised there were any left when you got there. Am I such a pariah the pack won't eat my muffins? Oh, they lasted less than 60 seconds as everyone arrived for breakfast. Relief washes through me. Maybe I'll win them over by baking. Baker intercepts Corbin, calling him to the den, a private meeting room for the alpha and beta wolves. As the head of the pack, Corbin has a lot of responsibilities and I hate to see him go but understand. He kisses my temple. See you in a bit. A lightning strike feeling flushes my cheeks when his lips meet my skin. It's like a bolt from the blue. We're keeping our fated mate status on the down low, but I can safely call Corbin my boyfriend even if I can't call many of the other wolves friends. I wander into the lodge and back to the kitchen. I have to see for myself if the muffins are gone. All I've ever wanted was a big family. I love my mom and all, but she worked a lot, and it was just the two of us. Andy, my best friend through high school, was one of 8 kids. They had me over for dinner and sleepovers loads of times, chasing away the loneliness, but it's come back full force even though I'm in a house full. The platter is empty. I check the trash to be sure. My stomach sinks. Someone threw them out. Or by the sound of chatter from the common room, 3 someones. Why would Corbin lie? The ceilings in the lodge are high with exposed rough-sawn lumber beams. The windows practically fill the wall, letting in sunlight. A large fieldstone fireplace stands cold in the great room. Various seating areas fill with members of the pack. Avril sits with Heather, Harper, and Hannah. I'm surprised she's not at the den meeting. As she trails me with her sharp, dark-eyed gaze, I feel like I'm wading into shark-infested waters. I force myself not to shiver. There should be a guide with user reports, hazards, and anything that might offer me instruction on how to deal with female wolf shifters. I suddenly find a painting on the wall of a lighthouse fascinating. I imagine summer afternoons in its shadow, lounging on the beach, and gazing out to sea. At that relaxing vision, my breathing comes easier. My extra sensitive wolf hearing attunes to the vibe of the room. There are guys playing chess, others taking about chores that need to be done, and then the girls gossiping about me. I moved around a few times as a kid, and when I got to high school, my mother told me something that stuck with me. She said, when you enter a room, take the temperature, but be the thermostat. In other words, don't let other people's moods dictate my own. I force my shoulders to relax, releasing the tension and frustration I feel about being in what feels like no man's land, thousands of miles from home. I make my cheeks lift into a smile. Nodding at the girls, I call, "Hi, can I sit with you?" It's admittedly weak, but better than talking about the weather like Corbin and John Stafford. In turn, they measure me up, Avril with her facial piercings, Heather who's pale and wiry, and Harper who is tan and sturdy. Hannah stares at her hands. I don't think we've all officially met. I'm Kenna Slade. A beat passes. I have the urge to rush from the water. Slade, huh? Heather asks. As in Grayson Slade. Yeah, I guess so. I answer honestly at the reference to my absentee and controversial father. I guess you took his place as Magical's most wanted, Harper says. I didn't know that was a thing, and I'm certainly not competing for the position. Unless there's a prize of some sort. Like a lifetime supply of donuts, or, my joke falls flat. As far as we're concerned, he may as well be dead so you can take his place, Avril says. The words cut the air from the room. Lucky for you, you have Corbin on your side, otherwise I have no doubt the council would already have sent you to the Iron Tower, Heather adds. I hadn't thought much about my father's legacy simply because I know so little about him, but I never thought I would be the target of so much venom. Avril snickers. Up close, the others look a little younger than her. Wolves can be old, but fully synthesize with their magic at 18 and stop aging. I also hadn't thought about how Corbin managed to keep the council off my tail all summer. He's the alpha wolf, so maybe he had some leverage. Whatever the case, I'd like to find out, and why my father is such a problem. What did Grayson Slade ever do to you? I ask. Avril's expression darkens. She leans closer, so she's inches from my face. Pulling her hair from her neck, she reveals scars like she once wore a collar. He's a monster, and so are you. Anger starts to boil inside. If these were shark-infested waters, the temperature would be going up a few degrees. My wolf edges closer to the surface. I can't take responsibility for what Grayson did. But I'm sorry, whatever it was that happened to you. I get to my feet. I don't know what I am, but I know I am not a monster. I wouldn't do anything like that to hurt you or the rest of the pack. I leave the room, trying to shake off the anger and ache. but also not quite believing what I said. I don't know what I am, and depending on what happens, I'm afraid I won't be able to hang on to who I am.
Chapter 2. Corbin. Kenna can only use the wolf way of communication with me, but I'm tuned into my pack. I don't like the way the others are behaving toward her. I didn't have the heart to tell her Avril tossed the muffins. I have to focus on the meeting in the den right now and not that or the way the starlight illuminates her pearly skin when we meet at night and before we shift. Not the way her smoky gray eyes are as full and as alluring as the sky, or how her hair cascades around her bare shoulders after we shift, her smooth curves, or the way she tastes when we kiss. I tell my wolf to shut it down, at least for now. Baker briefs me that the Alpha Guardians and Warriors Council called a summit. Of course, it's about Kenna. Since her identity was exposed at the mate call-out, the council has been on my back about putting her on trial. The thing is, she hasn't committed any crimes. According to what we've been taught, her existence as a tri-magical is unlawful. Having gotten to know her, I'm certain she wouldn't harm anyone intentionally. However, she must train and learn how to use her power. The trouble is, whoever volunteers to do that might exploit her or she could fall into the hands of the Clave. I've been able to stave off the council because we've been busy trying to track down the renegade werewolf. If anything, she's of greater concern. Months have passed without any sign of her presence, but John Stafford hiking with a rifle suggests she's afoot. Human senses pale in comparison to wolves, but they do have gut instincts. I can't ignore that John thought it was a good idea to take a hike with a gun in hand. Baker urges me to gain a few more weeks before I meet with the council so he can continue his database analysis to determine the identity of the rogue wolf. However, the conversation earlier that Avril, Heather, Harper, and Hannah had about Kenna gets loud in my ears. If this were any other pack, a fight would have already broken out if anyone stupidly threw words around as Avril did. There's a reason she's not at the den meeting. My fists flexed the same as they did when I gathered how poorly she treated Kenna and threw the muffins away. When I won the alpha role, I put unnecessary violence behind me. The key to the success of Pack Jalmer is that we're family first. Warriors second. That's how it works. Corbin, you seem distracted, Trigg says. Tell your girlfriend to back off, I grind out. He startles. What do you mean? She's not even here. Of course, he's not tuned into pack communication like I am. I overheard her and some of the other girls being nasty. I don't dig how cliché that is. We're better than that. He exhales long as if he knows all too well about Avril's attitude. I'm questioning her role as Beta, I tell him. She thinks you're entranced by Kenna and vying to get her into position among the Betas. I bark a laugh. If they only knew Kenna is an alpha. Nope, I say shortly. The reason Avril isn't here is that she's not upholding the values of the Betas or, quite frankly, Pack Jalmer. But that's not why we're having this meeting. I turn my attention back to Baker. An uncomfortable beat passes before he speaks again. There's no mistaking the shift in energy among us. Before Kenna came here, things were relatively peaceful and harmonious. Her arrival has thrown things off, but if I hadn't reached her first, things could be much worse. No one knows the entirety of the story. Not even me. Right now, my priority is to keep Kenna away from the Clave, and the council for now. I let the simmering just beneath my skin roll away. Focus. Remain civil. My fists unclench, and I tell myself to let it go, for now. So, where was the werewolf last seen? I ask. Baker sucks in his cheeks and raises an eyebrow. Armenia. However, of greater interest is her identity. As I said, I'm scraping the magical ancestry archives. Why? We know she's a wolf, Claude says. My wolf sense prickles. No. She's not. Baker clicks his tongue in confirmation. We assumed she's a wolf because of the werewolf curse, commonly known as a night howl. But no. She was not originally a wolf. What was she? Camilla asks with a twinge of nervousness in her tone. Not sure. But not a wolf. Keep at it. When is this summit? I ask. This time, Baker's expression falls. It's tonight. I grunt. The others are quiet. We all know this means I'll have to turn Kenna over or buy more time. The latter is unlikely. My mind carves out possibilities while my body wants nothing more than a chainsaw in hand and a few logs to cut up to blow off some steam. But I have responsibilities to my wolves and my future mate. I'll figure something out. Rather, my wolf will. I stride toward the door as the shift starts to take place within. The creature's dense bones and powerful muscles angle into position. My skin disappears into a mass of gray fur. My heart and lungs and everything that makes me look human pops and snaps and takes a new shape. I drop into that particular place of open concentration, syncing up with the animal inside and letting my mind flow into the current of otherworldly energy. Once more, I take to the trails, eager to get to one of Montmartre's peaks. There, I'll be able to think. As the trees fall away and the air cools, the crashing thoughts disappear. I bask in this openness within and around me, knowing that everything will be waiting for me when I shift again. Hopefully, that includes answers. When I return to HQ, my breathing is easier. There's no hitch or hiccup. My wolf calmed me. The answer I needed was in that open space. I realize that I need to put space between myself and Kenna. It pains me to even think that, but we haven't sealed our mate bond, so I can make the council think that I have no care for her other than using her to lure the werewolf out of hiding. It's flimsy, but I have a feeling we're close to answers if only we can buy a little more time. I can't bear to think about my life without Kenna. But as Alpha, I will do what I need to do. Right now, that means pretending she doesn't exist. My wolf growls. I ignore him. I get in the Jeep and reverse out of the garage. Kenna strides toward me as I shift into drive. Without so much as a goodbye, I pull away. Her pretty face falls. She reaches out to wave and calls my name. Guilt slithers through me, but this is for the best. The council cannot know my true feelings. At least not yet. I drive to the airport hangar in the private jet. Having been around for almost a couple hundred years has its benefits. I turned coins into dollars and dollars into millions, bordering on billions. I bought land at the right time, invested well, and we live off the dividends. It's not a bad gig. On top of that, the headquarters in Polaris is essentially self-sufficient. As the plane takes off, I should use this time to prepare what I will say and how to appeal to the other council members, but my wolf tells me to empty my mind. Stubbornly, he leaves me with Kenna's image. I growl at him again. For once, I'm going to wing it. The summit site isn't majestic or lofty, given the name. Rather, we meet in an abandoned hotel outside Denmark with broken and boarded windows, peeling wallpaper, and stains on the ceiling. The others are already here and the wards of secrecy are in place. I pass through easily, feeling the chill of magic in my bones. I shift from the neck up so they know it's me. We're the 3 representatives in this region and act on behalf of the magicals here. You selected an interesting neutral location this time, Ivan, I say to the vampire representative on the council. He chuckles. I had some business in Copenhagen. Figured, I'd check this out. Investment property perhaps? Melchior, the king of the Fae, sneers. His distaste for everything human has always been apparent, despite the power of the Articles of Accord. Let's begin. The guy doesn't waste any time. He's probably 10 times my age, and I'd think that at this point, he wouldn't be in any big rush. Melchior taps the scepter on the floor, calling us to order. It makes a hollow sound. I worry about the sturdiness of the moldering wood beneath our feet. The scepter is the symbol of Fae might, and in a strange twist, the iron shows their strength through that which weakens them. Ivan draws his flaming sword, the symbol of vampire strength and the tool that can destroy his kind. I pull out the silver dagger with a bone handle, which can kill a wolf, but raise it high as a testament to our fearlessness. Melchior's obsidian eyes flash at the glinting silver in my hand. I bet he'd like to drive it into my heart. In an ancient response, my hackles lift and my wolf claws to get out. Before the Accords, wolves and fae were mortal enemies. The Fae King, leading the summit, says, the Alpha Guardians and Warriors Council come to order after calling this summit to discuss the fate of Magical's most wanted, the blaspheme, the forbidden, the monster. Kenna slayed. My claws emerge, and I tuck my hands behind my back. It has been several months, more than I would have granted had it been up to me. However, now it's time to call her to trial for her crimes, Melchior says. For existing? I ask. Melchior's lip curls. I'm beginning to think you have a fondness for the wretch. My jaw ticks. Ivan ignores Melchior. Have you learned anything significant about the werewolf? Only how to break the curse, I say. Then you've been in touch with my contacts? Ivan asks. King Callan was amusing and helpful, I say, referring to the Wolf King from Borea. Ivan chuckles. I don't have time for your idle chit-chat, Melchior says. Isn't this how diplomacy is done, or would you prefer a dictatorship, your way or no way? Ivan says measuredly. I sense a mite of tension between the Fae King and vampire. By the Articles of Accord, when we discovered the offspring of Grayson Slade and the vampire, we agreed to destroy it, Melchior says. My fists curl. My claws dig into my skin. By the way you said the word vampire, for a moment, I thought you placed blame with us. Let me remind you that Grayson is Fae too, Ivan hisses at Melchior. Despite my repeated attempts to end Grayson, yes, he's Fae and wolf. Melchior tightens his grip around the scepter and glares at both of us. It might be interesting to note that the werewolf wasn't originally a shifter, I say, getting back to the subject I'm most concerned about. Are you suggesting she was Fae? Melchior asks, affronted. I neither implied the werewolf was Fae nor female, I reply. Once more my wolf senses prick. How did Melchior know the werewolf was female? But she could be, Ivan says. He rolls his shoulders. The tension in the shabby room tightens. I sense the faintest tug of the vampire mesmer to influence moods and emotions. My attention flashes to Ivan, who warded the room with runes. Then I gaze at Melchior, who shows no recognition that the vampire was trying to ply us with his power. My brow furrows as I try to figure out why Ivan would have done that. Whatever the reason, it works and Melchior mellows. After years of strife, fighting among magicals and endangering humans, we banded together. We fought against our base instincts toward violence and murder. Now, an enemy threatens to reverse the spell, causing us to be the beasts we once were. What we have fought to leave is a dark part of history. The only way to protect ourselves and humankind are by upholding the laws we put forth. Ironic that it involves violence and murder, I mutter. Ivan lifts an eyebrow sharply. I continue. My intention in keeping Kenna Slade among my pack is for the protection of others. She's aligned with her wolf and doesn't show overt signs of using her other forms of magic. It was my hope she'd lure the werewolf to us. Then, on the spot, I have an idea influenced by how I used Kenna to expose the Clave. Instead, we learn there's a werewolf on the loose and a member of my pack betrayed us. Ivan gives me an almost imperceptible nod, urging me to go on. I will make Kenna find her father and bring him to us. Then we can do with them as we see fit. I don't think about what this deceit will mean. All I want is time to figure things out, to let her magic manifest, and hopefully bring her fully into my pack and my heart. But doing that means lies and bloodshed. I don't see any other way. Maybe using my fated mate as bait for the third time will be the charm. Are we in agreement? Ivan asks. How much more time? Melchior asks. Until Hallows Eve. No, the autumn equinox, Melchior says. Fine, I say. A month isn't much time, but it's better than nothing. Are we done here? Melchior asks. I extend my silver dagger. The others do the same as the metal and our magic fuses, binding the agreement. I exhale with relief as Melchior exits with a disgusted sniff at the shoddy surroundings. Moments later, Ivan traces a rune of power on the wall and the rune transforms into a place of palatial proportions with crystal chandeliers, inlaid with trim, and a fresco on the wall that's undoubtedly from the Renaissance. Ivan smirks. I like to mess with him. I noticed. The mesmer? Ivan asks, brushing his hand in the air like it was no big deal. I knew you needed more time. Hope it helps. Find Grayson. Then he disappears with the whoosh of another rune.
Chapter 3. Kenna. I wake from my usual dream with a startle. In physical form, my vision isn't as keen as my wolf's, but I plainly see that Corbin isn't here. Some might argue that Corbin sitting in my room at night, watching over and protecting me, is Edward and Bella level weird. It's comforting even though I was a teen Jacob girl. Go figure. I've had dreams about the wolf and me in the meadow on full moon nights for as long as I can remember. When I arrived in Polaris, they came to me every time I fell asleep, but I was also a wolf. As strange as the dreams were, I usually wake with a content feeling as my inner wolf has grown in prominence. However, the dream I just had left me feeling the opposite, confused and deserted. Instead of frolicking and playing among the wildflowers, the wolf walked away. The image of Corbin pulling away in the jeep earlier lands in my mind with a thud. The dream feelings and my waking life ones merge, tightening my chest. My breath comes short and sweat dapples my hairline. I open the window, desperate for a breath of the brisk air. The full moon wanes as low-hanging clouds back up against the jagged silhouettes of the mountains in the distance. A putrid smell assaults my nose. I peer into the bleak night. Despite how lately I've had what I call premature hot flashes, I shiver. I snug on Corbin's hoodie that lays discarded on the chair. As it drops over my face, I inhale the wolfy, woodsy scent. For the 10th time, I wonder where he rushed off to and why he didn't say goodbye. I have a lot to learn about the wolf world and his alpha role. If I accept a position in the pack, if they accept me, I'll have to get a crash course in what being alpha means. The tall grass shushes in the light breeze. A figure appears, ambling toward me. I stiffen and draw my wolf close. Amanda comes into focus. Her stringy, purple hair hangs lank around her thick eyebrows. Dark smudges fill in the space beneath her narrowed eyes, suggesting he hasn't slept. Kenna, funny to find you still here, considering the Alpha Guardians and Warriors Council had a summit tonight. I thought for sure you'd be run through with a flaming sword of iron and silver. But I see your head is still on your shoulders. Likely, not for much longer, she says in a monotone. I push against the goosebumps that pebble across my skin. Is that where Corbin went? Why didn't he tell me? Her attempt at making me uncomfortable works, but I won't let her know she got under my skin. Funny? No, I'd say this situation is problematic, considering you were the one banished from Pac lands. I don't even want to think about why she was approaching my window. She shakes her head. No, this was my home first. You're the problem, the invader. Are you upset you didn't win the mate call-out? I ask. I would have won if you didn't run off and, dare I say, cry wolf. Oh, boo-hoo, poor Kenna can't handle a little blood. She extends her bare arm and without hesitating slices a gash across her skin. She angles the wound at me. My stomach flops the way it always has when I see blood. The longing and thirst disgusts me. I close off my senses and gaze at the top of Amanda's head, anywhere but at the blood. I force myself not to breathe, not to entertain the way it summons the vampire within. A menacing laugh escapes Amanda's lips. She steps closer. Her hair, her eyes, everything about her is wild, unhinged. It's probably better I rid myself of this place when I did. Soon, it will be crawling with the police. I cross my arms in front of my chest. Why is that? They'll want to question the witnesses, of course. They'll wonder if the victims hit their heads while hiking or if a tree fell. But they'll figure out the truth. I disguise my shudder by leaning against the windowsill. When they find the bodies, there will be bruises, cuts, abrasions. On some, there will be bites. On others, none. Some will go missing entirely. They'll wonder if it's a rogue wolf. Corbin won't like that. But then the vamps and fae will get involved. You should have gone quietly when you could, Kenna. From where I stand, it'll all be over soon. You will just be a memory. A bad dream. Have any of those lately? She laughs and then, in a blink, she disappears. I should call for the betas. The static of my wolf shifter magic fills my ears. My wolf wants to handle this herself. The other elements of magic within me fight for freedom. The shift begins as my bedroom door flies open. Inga and Claude stand there, also mid-shift. What's going on? We heard. I glance at the window. Amanda. Their eyes widen. We all return to our physical forms. 1 minute she was there. Then poof. Gone. I explain what else she said. The betas exchange a rumpled look of concern. I should have called for you right away. I'm sorry. That was stupid. No, you should have called for Corbin, Inga says. He's not here, I start. Then my senses are on alert. They melt with relief. Corbin's massive and muscled frame fills the doorway. In a few quick strides, I fall into his arms. However, instead of a warm hug, his embrace is stiff. He brushes past me and to the window, before tucking through and shifting, then disappearing into the night. Fog sweeps in. I lose track of him. I'm about to shift, but Inga's hand rests on my arm. He was at the summit and probably has a lot on his mind. Get some rest. We'll find out more in the morning. I want to argue, but don't yet dare assert my alpha. Not until it's official, which begs the question, why isn't it? Why haven't I committed to the pack? Sealed with my true mate? Claude and Inga say goodnight. When I hear them disappear into their rooms, I dig in my backpack. I need a midnight snack. I'm searching for a Hershey's chocolate kiss that I stashed ages ago when I hear a peculiar sound that's almost like a humming. It's not a heater or fan or anything mechanical. I close the window and drop onto the bed. The shadowed light casts fluid, geometric shapes on the wood floor. I watch out the window, half expecting Corbin to return, but once more, I'm alone. Again, I hear a sound, not a rustling or the patter of footsteps. Rather, it's like someone is singing. The wolves like their music loud and aren't bashful about singing along. But this tune is different, softer, otherworldly. A sense of familiarity flushes through me, stirring my stomach with uncertainty. I pull out my diary. The one left to me at my parents' house is underneath. I should write an entry about how peculiar Corbin has been and about Amanda's warnings when the song comes again. I flip the stack of diaries and open the old, leather one. As I part the cover, I hear my name in the song carrying across the pages. I slam it shut, unnerved. Yet, I'm certain it was a woman's lyrical singing. Or maybe I'm losing my mind. I blink in the darkness, trying to convince myself it was from somewhere in the lodge. There's no shaft of light coming from under the door, telling me others are awake. I lean back on my pillow and open the diary again. The song is like a soothing lullaby. When the dawn light spills gray through the slit in the curtain, the buttery pancakes from the lodge's kitchen tells me it's time to get up. The diary lay closed by my side, and the night before catches up with me. When I visited Lonsdale, the manor in Cardington, Corbin warned me about magical objects. I stashed the diary at the bottom of my backpack, promising myself I'll find out more about it, while also warning myself not to open it again until I do. Yet, I can't help but want to park the pages again now. A light knock on the door startles me. Sleepily, I open it to find Inga looking as exhausted as I feel. She skips pleasantries. They found a young man that washed up along the river that cuts across our land. I guess Amanda wasn't wasting any time. My hand slaps across my mouth. Instant regret fills me. That's awful. Do you really think she did it? Inga places her hand on my arm. It could be a coincidence, but not likely. Corbin called a meeting in the den. I figured you ought to hear about it first considering last night's events. But how could Amanda have done so with the accord spell preventing her? I get dressed and hasten to the kitchen even though I left my appetite somewhere in the vicinity of Inga's bad news. When I enter, everyone falls silent and dozens of pairs of eyes land on me. I suddenly realize they think I was the one who killed the guy by the river. I'm the monster. I want to back away slowly while at the same time convince them it wasn't me. I glance around, looking for backup, but the betas are in the meeting. A newspaper crinkles in the hands of a wolf shifter with a plate of half-eaten blueberry pancakes in front of him. Nothing like this has happened for decades. Then you show up and a girl with a mop of ashy brown hair steps closer. How many more will there be until someone stops you? You're lucky our alpha trusts you. A guy with wire-rimmed glasses sneers. I flinch. It wasn't me, but my voice drowns in the cacophony of speculation. Backing away until I'm in the long hallway that leads to the garage, my entire body is spasming, my nerves electric with anger and frustration, confusion and hurt. I have to get out of here. The wolves have a welcome habit of leaving the keys in the ignition of their vehicles. Many are communal cars, so they're fair game. I've taken liberties with the Jeep before, and I'll do it again if only to get space between myself and the accusations. My vision slides out of focus for a moment. A fading sensation overwhelms me. I grip the cold metal of a sleek, black pickup truck. I blink a few times. Must be low blood sugar. I know just where to go to fix that. As I get behind the wheel, the truck was closest, everything becomes hypervivid. It's even more so than when my wolf senses became activated. It's like going from watching a black and white television screen to color. Maybe it's the fae or vampire seizing hold? Well, whatever. I need a donut.
Chapter 6. Corbin. Lost in thought, I pile up wood for the bonfire and declaration ceremony. Soon, Kenna will choose us as her pack, and she'll reveal her alpha wolf. I've never told anyone about Logan. Recalling the memories is painful, but I shove them away. I have to focus on protecting Kenna and my pack. I don't know when or who, but as soon as her wolf status is revealed and we bond, there will be an alpha call out. The idea of anything happening to Kenna crushes me. There was one thing I didn't include. Typically, the rival alpha goes after the mate to make her his own as a sign of superiority and possession. I didn't want to hurt either Logan or his mate, but couldn't claim her, despite my wolfy ways. It felt wrong. As everyone comes down to the clearing, I release the trepidation that comes with how complicated this is. Not only will there be the call out, but I will be fully responsible for Kenna in the magical world, and as the Wolf Shifter Council rep, Melchior will not be pleased. My wolf groans. He's not interested in politics, just the wolf heart which beats faster now that Kenna nears. I throw fuel on the fire. Soon, it roars as everyone gathers in physical form. Sparks reach toward the glittering sky as Kenna steps into the clearing. I gesture that she stands beside me. For a moment, I fear she's a sheep among wolves. However, in truth, as a tri-magical, she's the strongest among us, though likely doesn't realize it yet. Pack Jalmer, tonight Kenna is making her pledge to the pack. Many of you may remember the day you declared your allegiance and took your position among us. I ask that you welcome her as a sister. Except for the 5 betas, excluding Avril who is still on probation, the scattering of applause is light. It occurs to me then that she may be the one spreading the dissent about Kenna. Do any among you object to Kenna Slade joining us? I Avril, allowing her to speak up. None of them question my alpha. Thank you for trusting me. I make the effort to balance my dominance with gratitude and honesty at all times. Kenna, you'll declare your allegiance to Pac Jalmer. Using this silver blade, I'm going to pierce your palm. You'll let several drops of blood fall into the fire as everyone else forms a ring in wolf hierarchy. Starting with our Omega Wolf, you'll walk in a circle past each of your new pack mates. We will see the flames leap, like a finger pointing when you've arrived at your position. Do you understand? Kenna's eyes widen at the silver blade in my hand. I do. Remember, wolves heal quickly. You'll hardly feel a thing, I whisper. She nods slightly and bites her lip as if bracing herself. Kenna, do you willingly declare your undying allegiance to Pac Jalmer and each of its members without exception? I do. She nods. Kenna, do you deny all ties to previous packs or other entities, if any, and pledge your loyalty, friendship, and love to Pac Jalmer? I do. Kenna, do you recognize me as Alpha of Pac Jalmer and promise to abide by all my orders and requests? I have to ask this even though I'm certain she's also Alpha. She swallows and tips her eyes to meet mine. I do. I extend my hand to take hers, feeling the softness of the surface and the power that surges beneath. Rubbing my thumb over her palm, I then slide the dagger over her skin, making a fine cut. She tips her hand over the fire. 3 drops of blood drip into the flames. I sense her pulse increase at the sight of blood. She swallows thickly and looks away. The core of the fire flashes gold, then red, and then electric blue. The elements sense her various forms of magic. I nod to the Omega and Kenna walks over to him. The fire blazes as she makes her way around the circle. As she nears the betas, Avril watches closely. I know what's coming. Kenna walks slowly past the last of the subordinates, then Trig, Camilla, Claude, Avril, Baker, and Inga. My highest beta gives her a warm smile. As she nears me, the fire crackles and a flame leaps, like a finger pointing to where she belongs. By my side. The Alpha's mate. There is no mistaking the meaning, which I already knew. Now the others do too. There can't be 2 Alphas unless she's my mate. The wolves, still in physical form, gasp in shock. Some clap lightly, a few cheer, and Avril storms away. I take Kenna's hand in mine. In the past, when we've performed this ceremony, the newbie often trembles or has clammy skin from nerves. It's no small thing to face dozens of wolf shifters. Then they're met with relief to know their places. Once they and the other wolves are secure in their positions, the mood shifts towards celebration. Kenna is already confident, but also humble and merely smiles at the others as some of them welcome her and congratulate her. There is no questioning her role, perhaps other than Avril, and even her wolf will eventually recognize and accept Kenna's position as my alpha mate. Pac Jalmer, Kenna will be the first to shift and in turn, circling her this time, your wolf will recognize her position. Then we'll run, followed by a feast in the lodge, I announce. It's easily a 50-50 split between how much everyone loves running together and then the party after inducting a new wolf into the pack. Kenna closes her eyes, summoning her wolf. In the amber glow of the blaze, I admire her slender neck and full lips before her skin gives way to a ripple of fur. The fire highlights the red tint. Her eyes are smoky gray. They meet mine, and I give her a warm nod. My wolf claws its way to the surface, begging for release. First, the other wolves, starting with the Omega, must greet her wolf. Toby is a white-fringed wolf with a goofy smile. The rest circle her before waiting on the edge of the trail. When it's my turn to shift, my thoughts dissolve, leaving me feeling momentarily free. I open up the wolf way of communicating, giving the others the go-ahead before closing it again. As Kenna and I bond and then seal, our private wolf way of communicating will improve. With Kenna beside me, I exhale. Part of me must have worried she wasn't going to go through with it or her 3 forms of magic would prevent her. As we run together, my shoulders relax. My neck unkinks. Nearing the bluff, I close my eyes, casting around for my connection to Kenna. I feel her proximity like undulating waves. I smell her wolfy cherry scent, and her blood, pumping through her veins, is as true as my own. Having her part of the pack fills a hollowness I didn't realize existed inside, an emptiness that's existed since I killed Logan. She is meant to be in this pack, meant to be my mate. It goes beyond mere desire and attraction. It's part of the fabric of our existence. My thoughts flit to my former best friend, the time we tried to grow beards, the sound of his laughter, and the way we'd tease each other. But the distinct sound of his voice, the details of his expressions, and other aspects of his personality have faded. He's gone forever, and it's my fault. Now that Kenna is alpha, our wolves will want to make our true mate status public. Then what? What if I hurt her too? What if I can't protect her? These and other thoughts chase me as I try to outrun them in the darkness. The thunder of paws on the trail gets louder. No one is holding back as they race across the fields and toward the hills. I glance over my shoulder. Kenna remains beside me. As much as I want her beside me at all times, I give her a cheerful bark, encouraging her to run with the others. The more her wolf is among them, the more they'll accept her when in physical form. My thoughts threaten to drift back to Logan and what I've lost. I gaze at the sky, a smooth canopy of stars surrounding the moon, guiding us as it always has. The dry beige grass disappears as we climb. We scramble over boulders worn smooth by many paws and feet alike, tramping through the area. Kenna knocks me gently with her shoulder and rushes past. I yip. She gives me a teasing smile and takes off as though daring me to chase her. With pleasure. I crest the bluff and run after her as the cool night air pumps through my lungs. Finally, I remember to forget my regrets. This freedom is what I live for. We race around each other, nuzzling and tumbling. The others do much the same, playful, joyful, and free. The moon washes the conifers in dim white light, but it's more than enough to see by. We skirt familiar landmarks, postings to guide us while hiking during the day. Soon, Kenna will memorize this land just as we have, but by scents and textures. She runs ahead of me, a reddish streak through the canvas of silver-white birch trees, gleaming in the half-moon light. When we get to a vista on the side of the mountain, Kenna pads over. She taps her muzzle against my chin. Our eyes meet. A silent understanding passes between us. The windswept landscape puts us both in grateful moods. There aren't sufficient words, but we don't need them. The wolf heart is enough. It's moments like this, out here in the wild, that renews my drive to do right by my pack. My wolf mate and co-alpha's eyes go fuzzy. The wolf static grows stronger, pulling on her. There was no mistake, she belongs in our pack despite the other forms of magic existing within her. I know what's coming almost before Kenna does. An almost purple haze surrounds her as she knocks her head back and lifts her gaze toward the moon, before releasing one long, pealing howl. My wolf joins Kenna and then the others take up. The sound echoes off the mountains, fills the valley, and my wolf heart with joy and pride. When we fall silent, everyone descends the mountain, ready to feast. As we near the bluff again, the air holds itself steady without a whisper or gust. My hackles lift. Something is wrong. Like the ripples from skipping stones, my pack senses the same disturbance. A chill runs across the tops of my shoulders. Tension tugs on my bones. A wave of energy douses me, thrusting me to the ground. I scramble for Kenna as a familiar and former member of my pack pounces, taking her down. Deep snarling, menacing rage bellows out of me, but I'm somehow frozen. Locked in place.
Chapter 7. Kenna. Just when I was finally having fun and feeling like I belonged, Amanda appears out of nowhere, literally, shifts, and then pounces on me. I'm familiar with her rotten scent and desire to destroy me, so it should come as no shock. But the electricity that surges through my wolf, burning, struggling, and straining for release, but trapped beneath my fur, is entirely foreign as Amanda clamps down on my neck with her wolf teeth. This strange magic threatens to explode inside of me, blowing me to bits. My wolf cannot withstand it. I shift back to physical form as a rush of magic pounds through me and out my fingertips. It lights up the woods. The wolf pack looks on with menacing eyes and paw the earth. They're ready to fight to kill. By the charred trees, I am too, only I don't know what I am right now. I'm no longer a wolf and have no thirst for blood. Did my fae burst free? I've lost sight of my inner knowing. I'm untethered. Lost. I glance around for Corbin, who guided me through the ceremony, leading me to my inner alpha. Amanda growls, bringing my attention back to her. She lunges with her teeth bared. She nips me. My skin sears with pain. Almost against my will, magic surges from me. The wolf spins in the air and then slams against a tree trunk. The Kenna part of me wants to shout apologies. Seeing the wolf throne pains me, but my wolf reminds me it was defense. Still another voice tells me to destroy her. To batter her. To relish her bruises before ending her very breath. Amanda shifts back to human form and gets to her feet. She shambles toward me, pointing her finger. I worry she's going to blast me back, then remember she probably doesn't possess fae magic. I promise I will kill you, mutt. She bypasses me and scrambles around on the ground as if looking for something. Then pounces on me aggressively. Stars that are brighter than the ones in the sky fill my vision. Then I realize it's magic coming from my hands as I blast Amanda. Her body vibrates, glows, and then stiffens. She falls backward, her eyes empty. She's gone. My wolf lets out an internal and lamenting keen. That second voice inside me simpers a laugh. The fae? Suddenly, I drop to the ground beside Amanda, landing on something soft and velvety. As I pull it close, like a blanket, the stars go dark. I dream of the meadow with the wolf. He stands loyally by my side. His beautiful copper eyes blink with relief when mine land on his. The gray in his fur reminds me of the stars, and the streaks of black are like a backdrop of the night sky. His chest rises and falls with a long sigh. Mine does the same. That must mean that I'm breathing. That I'm still alive. The ground is solid beneath me when I open my eyes. The moon hangs in the sky, surrounded by stars the same as it did before I passed out. Several familiar faces look down on me with concern. Kenna, Corbin breathes. You're okay. You're wound healed already. Beads of sweat dot his forehead as he brushes my neck. That was close. What happened? My pulse doubles. We're wondering the same thing, Inga says gently. I slowly press to sitting and look around. The ceremony and bonfire. The run. Amanda. My stomach plunges. Where is Amanda? Did I? My hand presses to my lips. From the nearby shadows, several subordinates in physical form lift a lifeless Amanda into their arms. I scramble after her. No, no, no. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Strong arms close around me. My eyes widen. Corbin, what did I do? I gasp for breath as tears bust loose. He pulls me into his arms, and I draw a breath of his wolfy woodsy minty scent. Shaking, I press my face against the hard sureness of his chest. He leads me back to his cottage, behind the lodge. The buildings remind me of the ghost towns my mom and I once visited in Texas. For a split second, I feel like something integral inside of me faded and disappeared, leaving me empty. Whereas a short time ago, I felt like I was thriving, full of life, albeit a bit confused, now I feel a void that threatens to consume me. Corbin settles me on a cushy chair in front of the fireplace. He casts his hand toward it and like the bonfire, it blazes. Did being inducted into the pack cause me to be bloodthirsty? As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I realize that term has a specific meaning in the magical world. No, I'm quite sure that was fae magic that you let loose. She attacked. You were defending yourself. It's as simple as that. Because you're trimagical, there's no knowing when your other magic will emerge. Shaken, I draw the blanket that I found beside me when I passed out closer around my shoulders. Loose threads reveal a long tier along the hem. Corbin brings me a massive mug of tea. Steam drifts across the top. He sits on the arm of the chair and passes it to me. I drop the blanket from my fingers. Where did this cloak come from? He asks, absently curling a piece of my hair through his fingers like a strip of silk. You mean this blanket? I shrug. No, I mean cloak. He carefully pulls it from my shoulders and holds it open between us. Faint threads of silver shine from the otherwise red fabric. The hood hangs. Tales of the Fae drift into my mind like the steam from the tea. I think this is a Fae cloak. The other night, when Amanda appeared by my window, I mean just that. She appeared, like out of nowhere. Same thing in the woods earlier. Do you think this was hers? Why would a wolf have a Fae cloak? Corbin's eyebrows pinched together. I shrug. Somehow she got a hold of this. I slide my fingers along the lower hem as a jolt rushes through me. I hold it up. Look, it's torn. Doesn't it look like the ribbon of fabric that was wrapped around the diary? Corbin inspects it carefully. Where would she have gotten this? His brow creases. At the same time that you were attacked, I was suddenly frozen. I thought maybe it was you. Fae magic can lock an enemy in place. I shake my head slowly. I hardly knew what came over me, but no, I didn't consciously stop you from coming to my aid. I did have a bit of awareness of what was going on. The magic was scalding, angry, almost venomous. Like, how dare she attack me? That's the best I can explain it. But why she was after me? I can admit that I have a mild understanding of jealousy, but trying to kill me because we're mates is a bit extreme. Corbin nods. There's no arguing with fated mate status. And yet she challenged me to the mate call out. He gazes toward the window as though trying to parse it out. A loud knock comes from the door. Claude, Inga, and a few subordinates fill the entry. Officials are here. Trig stifles a laugh. And a few young lone wolves. Corbin lifts an eyebrow. They're looking for a certain female alpha, Trig adds. Back in the day they were called suitors. I shift uncomfortably in the chair. The others barely conceal smiles and chuckles. It's common for lesser wolves to pursue a new alpha female. There aren't that many of them, Inga says, as if it's no big deal. I'm not interested, I say, careful not to insult the wolves in case it's some kind of custom. Are the officials here about Amanda? Corbin asks stiffly. No, there's another casualty, Inga says. Claude's attention lands on me. That was intense, Kenna. I won't sneak up on you in a dark forest. I try to laugh at the joke, but can hardly bring a smile to my lips. Are the police here to arrest me? I want to rewind, go back, and find out why Amanda was trying to kill me, I blurt before my throat tightens. Let that sink in, Kenna. She was trying to kill you. Corbin's Scottish accent kicks the words toward me, hitting me hard with reality. My head drops back against the chair. My voice barely rises above a whisper when I speak again. What I did was inexcusable, but it was defense. A supernatural response to someone trying to kill me for the fourth? Fifth time? My wolf didn't want to take it that far. Of all the magic within me, she seems the most humane, the most compassionate. But for some reason, the face shook loose. Tears dampen my eyes. Corbin's thumb brushes across my cheek. I will take care of this. He gets up to leave. In the presence of the other wolves, my alpha leads me to my feet. I'm coming with you. Technically, I can't argue, but don't you want to rest? His eyes are only for me, pleading, tender, understanding. But my inner fire won't be drenched. No, I'm also alpha of this pack. I know I have a lot to learn. I glance at the others. But I have a responsibility to them too. We walk to the lodge and a police cruiser sits in the driveway. The others fill us in. There was Richard Dubois, the young man who washed up along the river, and now a hunter, Claude says. I recall the guys at the bakery. You know, something like this has always been my worst nightmare, Inga adds. We need to stop it, a subordinate says. Some of the wolves are worried. They're talking about leaving the pack so they're not targeted by officials. An uneasy silence plays between us. Corbin flashes me a brief, but withering look. I take it to be the plight of the alpha. It's not our role to keep everyone happy, but it is to keep them safe. Having a powerful pack can't easy, especially when there's trouble. Nonetheless, whatever is happening goes beyond our pack. People with families and lives are gone. It hits me with a kind of sadness I've become too familiar with. Corbin must feel the same way because he scrubs his hand through his brown hair. If they ask you questions, answer. Otherwise, I'll do the talking. I'm not sure how it works alpha to alpha, but I'll definitely let him take the lead since I'm way out of my depth. I came because I want to know what's going on, protect the pack if need be, or turn myself in if that's why the officials are here. Eyes trail me as I enter the building. The light is low in the entryway but bright in the kitchen where everyone gathers. Their eyes trail me as though torn between my pledge to the pack and the strangeness of what they witnessed in the woods. The magic that pulses in my veins almost makes me feel like I do truly belong, or at least not like I don't. It's a fine distinction, but I'll show up now, bake them blueberry muffins later, and prove myself no matter what it takes. The sense of grilled veggies and meat, taco fixings, garlicky hot sauce, melty cheese, and spicy salsa almost, but don't quite, distract me from the smell of the human officials seated at the table, digging into our feast. This isn't what I expected, I say, confused. Corbin winks and hands me a dinner plate. Dish up. He eyes the doorway where several subordinates sternly turn away guys. They're lined up along the path. Suitors? My eyes must bug out of my head. I hardly had so much as an invitation to prom. But my heart beats for none other than my fated mate. Still, it's odd. Corbin cuts them a glare and a growl. For the record, I'm not interested in anyone but you, I tell Corbin. My alpha smiles and drags me against him. Good. I'll make sure they get lost. His eyes narrow and his jaw ticks, and I kind of like it.
Chapter 8. Corbin. It's not uncommon for the officials to pop in, find us feasting, and join the meal. I imagine it's an unexpected sight for Kenna, who was expecting the officers to come down hard, interrogate us, and send us all to jail. For better or worse, they know about the pack and our role. We look after the land, the visitors, and each other. I ignore Kenna's suitors. For now. Hi, Clint, I say as I take a seat beside the chief officer, who has a full head of salt and pepper hair and a very full beard to match. I was hoping for that delicious meatloaf we had last time, but this isn't bad, he says around a mouthful. How is Agnes? She's holding in there. Doctors say the hip replacement can take some time to heal. We've got enough casseroles to feed us for the rest of our days, trust me. Thing is, no one around here believes I can cook. I make a mean chowder to be sure. I'll bring you some next time I'm up this way. From down the table, Officer Brucker hoots and hops around, stuffing tortilla chips in his mouth. Ooh. That's spicy. Everyone laughs. Get him a glass of milk, Juan Pablo says. No, no. He needs honey, Carmen says, bustling to the cupboard. A few others suggest alternatives to cool the heat in his mouth while Brucker's eyes water. I suppose he's not used to chilies, Clint says, finishing his taco in one more bite. I've been meaning to come up here and order a few cords of wood. I have to keep the old stove in the basement going so I don't have another pipe burst this winter. We have plenty. Could probably heat every house in the Polaris and beyond, I say. Typically, splitting wood is my main stress release. I used to get my wood from Richard Du Bois. It's a shame. Clint wipes his mouth with a napkin and shakes his head. Sure is, I reply, surprised he's ready to segue into the purpose of his visit. Kenna makes her way to the empty seat by my side. Blow me over. Who is this? Clint says. Kenna blushes. Clint leans in. Between you and me, I think I'm looking at the future Mrs. Stone. My ears heat. He's not wrong. Kenna's expression is soft at the astute and grandfatherly comment. We chat for a few more minutes. Kenna talks about life back in the States and shares an abbreviated version of what brought her to Concordia. As the wolves clear out, Clint wipes his hands on his napkin and gestures for me to follow him to the other room. It's time to get down to business. I motion to Kenna that we'll be right back. The Bennett family is broken up about their son's sudden death. Their son, Jake, would go fishing up the Weeping River all the time. Never had any trouble. He was a good kid. Well, I knew him since he was a kid. Went to college in London. Came back home to help with the family farm. They grow pears. Horrific how we found him. We've been looking into it, I say. He meets my gaze with concern. No idea what it could be, Corbin. Not one of ours, but whatever it is has our attention. We're working on it. While you've been tracking it, it's been wreaking havoc. It started with Richard and the death toll is rising. A sinking feeling lands in my stomach as the words echo in my head. I'm sorry to do this, but if there's another death, we're going to have to intervene, make our presence known. The higher-ups from the city are getting concerned. Said they would start an investigation. If there aren't any more deaths, I think I can ward them off, but I'd like to promise there won't be, but I finish the same, wondering how much to tell him. Through the window, the wind rustles through the leaves cast silvery by the moonlight. Autumn isn't far off. I already have enough heat from the council because it's my duty to track down the werewolf. I'm also harboring the MMW, have to find Grayson and expose the Clave. The pressure is on. My eyes dip toward the pack in the kitchen and those still seated around the table. A knot forms in my stomach, twisting my insides, and making me regret the spicy meal. Clint's expression turns stony. You've never done us wrong, Corbin. But whatever this is, it has to be stopped. I understand. Can you tell me anything that would be helpful? My alpha rises inside. 5 minutes later, Clint knows all the details about the werewolf on the loose. My palms grow sweatier and sweatier until I remind myself I have nothing to hide. Anything else? I sigh. Isn't that enough? Clint chuckles. I suppose so. A bead of sweat escapes from his hairline. I'll never get used to this world. He sighs. I was out on patrol the other night, and it was probably just a trick of the light, but I thought I saw something. Something? I ask. I saw a woman. She looked vaguely familiar, purple hair. Thought maybe she was one of yours. He blinks. I didn't see her here tonight. Anyway, then she appeared again. She was there, then she wasn't, then she was there again. He shakes his head. Amanda and the cloak. Could have been a trick of the light, but trust your eyes, sir. Could have been someone with the power to go invisible. I shake my head. No. No one can do that, but there are ways people can go unseen. Then seen again. But that person was eliminated. I clear my throat. I take it that's a good thing. She was one of ours. She made some poor decisions. Clint extends his hand for me to shake. Thank you, Corbin, and always a pleasure. He places his hat on his head and tips it. No problem at all. Glad to help. Clint claps Brucker on the back and they say goodbye. Kenna appears in the doorway. The knot in my stomach goes taut. She moves to the window until the police car's taillights disappear. When she turns, a pair of tears track down her cheeks. Are you okay? I don't think alphas are supposed to cry. Part of me hates myself for killing Amanda. Another part hates that I'm broken up about killing the person who tried to kill me multiple times. This power inside scares me, Corbin. She gazes at her hands as though magic is about to leap from her fingers. It'll be okay. I don't know how, but I'll make it so. Kenna steadies herself on the back of a chair and then lowers to sitting. After a few moments, she takes a deep breath, wipes her face, and then says, I'll be fine. I just don't want to bring you or the pack into whatever it is that's going on with me. Too late for that. I'm tangled up with you. We're in this together. I wrap my arm around her and squeeze. I'm just glad I didn't kill you that first day. I chuckle softly to lighten the mood. But that's just it. Had you done so, maybe Amanda would still be alive and... I shake my head. I'd like to think at the core, everyone is good but makes mistakes. That's how it works in the human world, right? Maybe that was the case with Amanda. Or perhaps she was rotten all the way through. In the magical world, some people are just straight up bad, evil. Unseelie Fae, for instance. They tend to be horrible. All of us are monsters at our base nature. You exist outside the spell of the Accords, and the Clave is lifting them, bringing the danger back to us all. And that's it. That's why I'm a danger. More than anything, I want to tell her that she's wrong. But she's not. From what I've seen, you're not evil, Kenna. You have a big heart. Listen to it. My mother used to always say my heart will always tell me the truth. Her eyes plead with me to agree. I nod as I wage an inner battle between my duties and the truth of my heart. I love Kenna, yet in accordance to my agreement with the council, I have to use her to expose her father and bring down the Clave. But it's for her safety, to protect her and keep the Accord spell intact. She sniffles. What else did Clint say? He spotted Amanda, appearing and disappearing. That confirms what we thought about the cloak. I wonder if it requires a spell or... I didn't notice, but Kenna has the red cloak wrapped around her shoulders. She draws the hood over her head and poof. She's gone. However, her voice remains right beside me. I can see you. Can you see me? Nope. I extend my arm. It's as though it moves through cool, somehow thick vapor. I can't feel you either. But I can hear you. She drops the hood. Gives a new meaning to Little Red Riding Hood. I chuckle more heartily this time. When it comes to Fae and wolves, I'm not sure which is the real monster in the woods. She laughs darkly and gazes at her hands, turning them over. Her eyes lift to mine. I think that would be me. Both. All of the above. I stagger a breath. And that's exactly why we need to keep you safe. I think it's the other way around. I need to be kept from others. Kenna's expression puckers. I want to offer comfort, but again, she's not entirely wrong. I'm calling a den meeting. It'll be your first one as an official alpha. Kenna's eyes widen. Don't worry. You'll do great. In less than 5 minutes, my betas, except Avril, gather around the table in the den. Baker has his laptop open. Losing Amanda is upsetting. I'd like to have offered her an honorable funeral, however, her betrayal cut her from the pack. I'd already told them about my encounter with her and the werewolf at Richard Dubois' cabin. Where's Avril? Trig asks. I excused her from beta duties for the time being. She mentioned that she's on probation, but I didn't believe her. What gives? Trig asks. Formally, she's letting her personal opinions cloud her judgment as a beta wolf. Informally, she's having a hard time playing nice. I glance at Kenna. Guys, I feel like I'm causing trouble right from the get-go. I'm sorry. I hold up my hand to stop Kenna from saying more. Being raised in the human world, you may have been taught to be polite and apologetic. However, the wolf hierarchy is different. In this position, we maintain a posture of servant leadership. We're strong but wise. Tough but always have what's best for the majority of the pack in mind. We have the ultimate say but listen to what's wanted. Kenna, as alpha, your job is to listen to your wolf. She nods as though relieved to receive a set of guidelines. Most of this stuff we learn growing up with knowledge of the magical world or its instinct. Don't worry, you'll get it, Camilla says, assuring Kenna. Okay. Down to business. Anything from Brucker? I ask. Inga chuckles. He's not a fan of hot sauce. The others break into comments about his spice attack and desperation to lower the heat flaming in his mouth. He asked a few questions about suspicious activity on our land, Camilla adds when everyone quiets. I told him all of our wolves are accounted for. If Amanda wasn't eliminated tonight, the answer would have been different. Camilla lets out a long breath. Kenna shifts uncomfortably and gazes at the floor. I'm sorry. I don't know. Girl, what did Corbin say about apologizing? Inga says. Camilla, Baker, and Claude chuckle. You have to tune into your inner wolf. She was defending you. Kenna shakes her head. No, it was fey magic. It was like Amanda somehow drew it out of me. The others go still, silent. Kenna rubs the torn stitching on the hem of the cloak between her fingers. I want to keep the existence of the cloak to myself for now, but wonder if it had something to do with it. Then the color reminds me of something and so does my wolf. Trust your betas. I tell them about how Kenna found the cloak in the woods and what Clint said about the person appearing and then disappearing when he was on patrol. I wonder how much the presence of others' magicals draws on her energy. Kenna, at the mate call out, when you saw the blood, were you aware there were vampires present? Her head snaps up. Yes. I mean, I figured they were vampires given the teeth and eyes. When you were around your mother, did you feel any connection with her as it relates to the vampire inside? She offered me blood in case I was thirsty, so, yes. Did you drink it? Camilla practically yelps. Kenna rapidly shakes her head, disgusted. I think we all wonder what would happen if she did. I wonder if because you were first around all of us, your wolf dominated. I was thinking it's because we're the best, Trigg says with a laugh. We all join in. Kenna must pick up on where I'm going with this because she says, do you think my fey magic exploded out of me because there was another fey present in the woods? Possibly. The others start chatting all at once. I pump my hands to quiet them. It's just a theory. Kenna, you're the only one that could answer these kinds of questions. Tatiana might be able to, Inga says. I'm not inclined to use the mage's services if unnecessary. I have someone else in mind I was hoping could provide information, I say. The message she gave me before I went in search of Kenna comes to mind. I want to hold off on sealing our bond for as long as possible, not because I don't want her. I do. Wholly. Fully. Irrevocably. But I also want to protect her at all costs. Did Clint say anything important? Baker asks. He said if anyone else turns up dead, the officials will have to launch an investigation. I told him everything I knew, including about the werewolf. We have to find this thing. Eliminate it. That's on all of you. I point to my betas as I get to my feet. Where are you going? Kenna asks. We are going to find your father. She smiles for the first time since we were in wolf form. That's great, but no one has seen him in nearly 18 years. What makes you think you'll be able to track him down? Trigg asks. Kenna looks to me like I have the answer. I don't want to tell her that once again, she'll be the bait. And to use her effectively, I have to cut off my feelings so Grayson doesn't try to use her as leverage.
Chapter 9. Kenna. Corbin maneuvers the jeep smoothly down the long driveway leading away from the pack headquarters. The dawn sky lightens in pale shades of gray that verges toward purple. Clouds hang low overhead. I'm relieved Corbin wants to help me find my father. I need to understand what I am. My heart tells me he can help. Yet, I'm scared of myself. Despite what he and the beta said to reassure me, I still can't seem to shake the dark pit of guilt and shame inside it killing Amanda. I sense a strain between Corbin and me. Maybe he still had feelings for Amanda despite what he said. Or perhaps he's disgusted by me. There's something there that I can't identify, and it stretches taut like a growing distance between us. My wolf picks up the scent of donuts as we near the sugar, spice, and everything nice bakery. Do you mind if we stop? I could use something to eat, I say. And maybe he and I could use some sweetness too. Corbin parks in front and stays in the Jeep while I run in. Pepper smiles and waves. You're here early and just in time. She points to a tray of freshly made donuts. I point to my nose. I had a feeling. I'll take 3 of those. No, make it 5, please. Pepper laughs. You're a girl after my own heart. 2 for me. And 1 each for Corbin, Clave, and my dad. You're going to meet him? She asks, surprised. I'd mentioned about the house and how we'd never met. We will look for him. Last time I saw Clave, he said he had something I might find interesting, so I guess that's where we'll start. Pepper pops an extra donut in the bag. Good luck and say hi to Clave for me. I wink. Sure will. Back in the Jeep, we get on the road. 1 bite of the donut dulls all the uncertainty I feel. As we continue to drive, my wolf tugs my thoughts toward the broad, open fields. I visualize the shift and can almost feel the wind in my fur. Corbin is quiet and hasn't touched his donut. Anything on your mind, Alpha? I ask when I can't take the silence any longer. When we mate, you'll have access to my thoughts when I allow you. Trust me, you don't want in here. My heart buoys at the idea of us being bonded together in that way. The worries in my mind dissipate because he has a good point. Being an alpha and having that level of responsibility must be hard. Maybe I can help, I offer. Wolves have to listen to their hearts, but we have other senses too. I'm concerned about the possibility of the investigation if we don't eliminate the werewolf. I'm sorry. You don't have to bring me to find my father. I can. Kenna, I am not leaving you on your own to track down the most violent and ruthless criminal the magical world has known in this realm. The pit in my stomach grows. The police like things in black and white, not speculation, not we're working on tracking down the problem. The truth is, we hardly have any leads. We can protect our lands, but the deaths have occurred on the borders. The werewolf's presence also means the accords weaken somehow. That's the Clave's doing. It's all, he breaks off. Complicated. I know. I feel like shifting or slipping under the cloak and becoming invisible. The loneliness I feel when human returns. Once more, like our first time driving out here, the silence between us is heavy. Tension presses down on my shoulders. I almost feel like I'm being held underwater. When the Victorian mansion I inherited comes into view, the sky dims. Shadows loom over the mountains. Thunder sounds in the distance, and the air is moist with coming rain. As we pull into the driveway, a figure stands on the front porch. My stomach lurches when I realize it could be my father. As the Jeep rumbles closer, I recognize Clave's slender figure. I wave. Funny that he's here since I was hoping to find him. Remember he said he had something to show me? Corbin grunts as he gets out of the Jeep. All at once, the rain pounds down. Uneasiness pools in my stomach. The grass is so long, it tangles around my ankles. A crow caws nearby. I follow its silhouette as it flies overhead, then race toward the porch. I squeal at the chilly rain soaking me through. When my feet hit the wooden deck, the scent of tweed from Clave's jacket prompts a memory that doesn't belong to my old math teacher. Like pushing against a rip current, I can't place it. Clave stands there with his arms across his chest and a grim expression aimed at Corbin. I see you brought your watchdog, he says. Corbin prickles. My wolf does too. I try to laugh it off. Maybe Clove is grouchy because he doesn't like the weather. Where's your mother? Clove asks. Hello to you too. Did you get up on the wrong side of the bed? He snorts. Something like that. You need to put your wolves on a shorter leash. One of them killed recently. Corbin balks. My wolves don't kill unless threatened. Half of me has the mind to run back to the jeep and grab the rest of the donuts as a peace offering. It's worked before. But the rain is coming down too thick, however, it's nothing to the tension between the two guys. The gravity of yet another loss weighs heavily. If it weren't for my wolf, the semblance of an anchor, I fear I'd just drift away, succumb, and not find my way back. I might sink through the floorboards of the porch, wind up in the center of the earth, or dissolve in all the tears I keep bottled inside. The weight of what feels like the ocean presses on top of me. My voice is scratchy when I say, there have been attacks, but it's not us. It's AEW. Corbin flashes me a look. If you're talking about Amanda. As a matter of fact, I am. She killed Tatiana, a mage and a good friend. Anger stains Clove's face. Corbin just barely stops himself from staggering backward. What are you talking about? Amanda stole something from her and left her for dead. Disgust laces Clove's voice. Corbin goes still. Quiet. Then his voice enters my mind. The wolf way of communicating opens up, but sounds like a bad cell phone connection. I gather that he asks Baker for intel. The two guys glare at each other. Clove is edgy and isn't the most personable guy, but I can't bring myself to hate him the way Corbin does. Maybe it's because Pepper has a crush on him. Guys, let's go inside and talk. It's wicked out here. The stained glass rendition of a pair of fairies in a glade and surrounded by yellow flowers framed in the front door greets me. Upon entering, the distinct smell of the house, rain mixed with damp wood and mildew fills the space. I pause on the threshold, waiting for the guys. Finished with their standoff, for now, they follow me inside. I envision the space filled with sunlight, beaming through the windows. I picture my mother floating down the stairs and greeting my father. Then there's me, joining them in an embrace. It's a dust motes dancing in the air kind of poetry. Something inside me sparks. I stand there, suddenly homesick again, but not for a place. Rather, for family, belonging. For better or worse, it replaces all the other emotions about Amanda and my magic that pile up. The spark within, my desire for that is louder for all the other noise inside. It's the spark of my heart, solid, true, and gives me purpose. Feeling renewed and not interested in the guy's nonsense, I spin. My house. My rules. Mind your manners. Speak civilly. No fighting. Yes, Alpha, Corbin says, wearing a slight smirk. Clove lifts an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, and I'm so not sharing my donuts. With a flip of my hair, I turn and lead them to an old-fashioned parlor for entertaining guests. I tear the sheets from a set of gilded sofas covered in silk. Fancy, Corbin says. Clove, I am an alpha wolf and the daughter of Jackie and Grayson Slade. That makes me a vamp and fae as well. I'm well aware that my existence is forbidden, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I also don't know if I can trust you. I certainly didn't trust Amanda. Anyway, I didn't know Tatiana, but I'm sorry for your loss. Baker's voice comes through the wolfway, sounding echoey like a walkie-talkie. Tatiana's death was tragic. Evidence suggests she was killed by both a wolf and fae. Corbin and I exchange a glance while Clove says a few things about how tragically Tatiana died. I try the wolf way of communicating with Corbin to cut off the growl I sense growing inside him. In fits and starts, I say, I've only met Clove a few times now and I'm not sure what to make of him. Is he smug? Yeah. Irritable? Yes. Angry? Yep. Can he help? That remains to be seen, but I'm not going to go alpha on him right out of the gate. Corbin gives me a subtle nod. We both turn our attention to the fae in the room. Can you tell us what happened to Tatiana? I ask, picking up on Clint and Brucker's laid-back interrogation style from the night before. Play it cool and it's more likely Clave will cooperate. I went to visit her. Found her dead. Wolf-inflicted wounds. Corbin nods. That's what my beta reported. He opens his mouth to say more, but using the wolf way of communicating, I tell him to wait. How do you know it was Amanda though? I ask. Because she was standing over the body. Then she pulled the hood of a red cloak over her shoulders and disappeared. Clave snaps his fingers. I do everything not to let my mouth fall open in shock. Corbin transmits everything we just heard back to Baker. That must have been horrible. I'm sorry, Clave, I say and mean it while keeping in mind what Baker said about fey magic being involved in Tatiana's death. Was anyone else there? Corbin's lips pinch. No, the word is bitter as though Clave is angry or hurt that we considered it might involve him. I imagine it all happened fast, but did you attempt to stop Amanda? Use any of your magic? No. It was too late. But I think she took the cloak your father was looking for. I remember him mentioning that. Interesting. I wonder why she wanted it. To disappear and reappear. Why did Grayson want it? Clave tosses his hands in the air. I don't know. Same reason? Fey cloaks are incredibly powerful. Melchior only gives them to his maidens. Why were you visiting Tatiana? Corbin asks. He snorts. None of your business. It is. As council member, it's my job to protect all magicals. There have been a series of human deaths around Polaris. This is the first magical. Humans are threatening an investigation. I think I know what is taking out the locals. But if magicals are also being threatened, his tone is grave. Tatiana can see the future, particularly when it comes to love. I wanted to ask her something. Clave shrugs like it's no big deal. The corner of Corbin's lip twitches, his eyes slide to me. The little spark of light inside flares. What was it you wanted to show me, Clave? I ask, prompting what he'd mentioned at the bakery. His eyes flash with intensity as he gets to his feet. Come this way. I get up but wait for Corbin to join me. We follow Clave down several halls until we reach a painting at the end of one lined with thick, scarlet carpet. A gilded frame surrounds the rendition of a man with gray eyes and a broad forehead. I imagine this place in its former glory. A bench with a velvet cushion sits beneath it. Clave pulls the corner of the frame forward and it swings open, revealing an entryway. This time my mouth does drop. What's behind door number 1? I follow Clave inside the secret room, recalling what Corbin said about sub-basements in old houses like this. He was onto something, but we just looked in the wrong place.
Chapter 10. Corbin. Kenna doesn't move. Nor does she seem at all shocked at the sight of a secret passage. However, she staggers back as though doing a double take, staring at the painting, swung open on its hinges rather than at the opening behind it. Is that? She points at the rendition of the man with an abundance of slicked back, brown hair, wolfish eyes, and the fine features of the fae. A red cloak wraps around his neck. He holds a scepter that resembles Melchior's in one hand and a diary in the other. Yes, that's Grayson Slade, Clave says. I didn't notice this the other times I've been here, Kenna says. It's a gigantic house, I say gently. But that's him. My dad. Her voice is breathy with awe. Clave's expression turns stony as he edges toward the shadow of the entryway. Kenna blinks a few more times then she whispers, "Where are you?" Outside, the rain pounds, lightning blazes across the dale, thunder claps, and a gust of wind rattles the thick, wavy window panes. Kenna shivers and rubs her upper arms. I follow her and Clave through the passageway behind the painting. It's tragic about Tatiana, but I've never been overly fond of fey magic, and this place reeks of it. Sloping wood-paneled walls and lanterns paned with colored glass hang overhead. Clave flicks his hand and they blaze to life as he leads us to a room that's part museum, part magical lair. "This place is so spooky," Kenna whispers. In the near dark, I find her hand and grip it tightly. My wolf sighs contentedly at her touch. The light is dim and a set of large windows fill almost an entire wall. Books with brittle pages lay open. A glass globe of the world, but containing water, rests in a wooden cradle. I spin it gently. The liquid sloshes from side to side, making waves. The storm outside surges with another clap of thunder, shaking the house. More lanterns flicker to life. Clave leans toward Kenna. "I could show you how to do that." My wolf wants to growl for the 1,000th time in the last hour. She's my mate. It's fated. Whatever Clave wants from her isn't happening. Still, I have to force myself to remain distant so when we find Grayson, he doesn't try to use her against me. I've played out countless scenarios where the magical world's greatest enemy uses my affection for the MMW against me. The council would have a field day with that. Along one wall are numerous magical objects made of gold and a mercurial metal I've never seen before. Some items are dense, like they have a gravitational pull, while others float. Other things comprised of glass, woven fiber, and stone prompt caution. Maps hang on the walls and an elaborate rendition of the constellations covers the ceiling. Clave pauses in front of a massive wooden box that's about as long as I am tall, which comes in at around the 6.5-foot range. Metal strappings wind around it and what looks like an iron fastener holds it closed. "I found this recently," Clave says, opening the lid. "Is that iron?" I ask. He nods. Interesting that he can touch it. The conversation on the stark day when I met Kenna's mother floats back to me. Jackie had said to Clave, "Different like my daughter." Is he only fey? If not, he's using a strong fig, because I cannot detect his magic. I study him carefully as the hinges on the box creak. After peering inside, Kenna tilts her head. "You wanted to show me an empty box?" I step closer. Silk lines the interior, cut into an indent of a familiar shape. The lower half is like a long pole that leads to a crescent tilted on its side. The middle of the curve attaches to the long handle. If held like a staff, the 2 points of the crescent face upward. 3 more round indents about the size of large cherries fill the upper space just above the crescent. "Or a scepter," I say. "Like a scepter for a king?" Kenna asks, scratching her head. "A fey king," I say, staring at Clave. "Where did you find this box?" "In here." He gestures to the hidden room surrounding us. I want to ask how he found the room, but I'll let Kenna handle that. Her eyes narrow. "Considering this is technically my house, I don't know how much I like you snooping around in secret rooms." "Magical objects can be dangerous," she says, echoing what I told her the first time we were here. "Obviously, but you wouldn't know about this if I hadn't snooped." Clave's tone is surly. Again, I fight to restrain my wolf, but a low growl escapes. "I'd like to teach him to watch his mouth." Clave shuffles back a step. What happened with Amanda shook Kenna up, but since arriving here, she seems more confident. It's as though her alpha has taken the lead. "Clave, forgive me for not being more astute, but I still don't know what this is." He closes the lid and then drops a book on top, flipping the yellowed pages. "It's the box that once contained the scepter. Some believe it can bring life like a fountain of youth or cause death." He points to a page with a sketch of the item. Kenna shrugs. Still doesn't help. I lean closer, accidentally taking a breath of her wolf cherry scent along with a note of a metal electric odor, much like the air during a lightning storm. I need to keep my distance, but it's nearly impossible. Her hair tickles my cheek as I point to the page. King Melchior, the councilman of the Fae, uses his iron-tipped scepter as a totem of his power. Runes of power inscribe the pure gold handle. I slide my hand up the illustration of the handle. Then tap the crescent shape. The wolves respond to the power of the full moon. The vamps, the dark moon. The fae exist in light and shadow. The goal is balance, represented here by the half-moon. I cut a glance at Clave. If anything, he's unseelie fae who lean more toward the shadow side. But doesn't iron harm fae? Kenna asks. Clave grunts. The original scepter wasn't his to wield. I nod as my gaze floats to the 3 jewels at the top of the sketch. One is red, one greenish-blue, and the third a golden yellow, the wolf jewel. Kenna's hand drifts to her pocket where I think she has the ruby, the vampire jewel, hidden. My alpha barks no using the wolf way of communicating. Clave says, it's important to note that the scepter Melchior currently has doesn't contain the gems. Observant. Are you and the Fae King friends? Clave scoffs. Then the feeling is mutual. I only tolerate Melchior because he's on the council. I wonder if my mother knew about this, Kenna says, eyeing the red dot on the page, representing the ruby in her pocket. That's a good question, Clave says. Or my father. We should ask him. Clave's tone suggests he thinks she knows more than she's letting on. I would if I knew where he was. That's why I came here. Well, that's fortunate because as his daughter, there is a way to locate him. How? She starts pacing, practically crackling with restless energy. She pauses in front of a fancy wooden desk with multiple drawers. Wait. The painting. If he's holding the scepter, does that mean the diary in his other hand and the cloak? Again, I cut her off from saying more. I don't trust Clave, I tell her wolf. Before Grayson died, he was searching for that cloak. A witch took it, I picked up where he left off searching. It happened that an elder witch in Tatiana's coven stole it, Clave says. And then Amanda took it, I say. Clave nods. Is that why you were there the day the witch died? I ask. Clave scratches his nose. I learned Amanda sought it. Amanda? What use would she have with the cloak? Kenna asks. Clave rocks back on his heels. Amassing magical objects? I don't know. Good thing she didn't find this room, I mutter. I have to find my dad, Kenna says, pacing again. Clave traces her movements. Then she stops abruptly. The council believe my father leads the Clave, right? And if Amanda was a member, why would they have her collecting magical objects when his old house contains an entire room filled with them? Clave chuckles. Because he can't come here. He's stuck, presumably rendering him and the Clave incapable of communication. What do you mean stuck? Like a ghost? I ask. This time Kenna laughs. You guys are funny. I'm on board with wolves, vampires, fae, and magic. Fine. But now you're messing with me. I lift an eyebrow and meet her midnight gray eyes, like a starry sky. A warm feeling rises inside at her sweetness, her innocence. I want to frown, but all of a sudden, I can't resist a smile that's meant to comfort her amidst all this new and seemingly crazy information. Clave may be telling the truth. If so, I'm here to help you. I don't understand. A slight tremble enters Kenna's voice as though she doesn't want the possibility of her father being a ghost to be true. Clave sits down in a high-backed leather chair. There are 3 forms in the spirit realm. Fixed, where a ghost chooses to remain in one location, haunting it in perpetuity. Kenna swallows. Haunting? The term isn't defined exactly as you'd think, Clave says. Yes, they may haunt and spook, making strange or disastrous things happen if they're out for revenge. Or it can be a place they're fond of among their family or friends. Clave claps his hands. Alistair. Kenna staggers backward. What are you doing? The old butler is a ghost, haunting this house. Don't worry. He's friendly. Most of the time. Clave smirks. A cool gust of air fills the room. Then a fine mist in the outline of a human passes through Kenna. She gasps as though the air whisked from her lungs. Pressing her hand to her chest, she says, "What was that?" He's just identifying you, Clave says as though having a ghost walk through you is commonplace. I erect my alpha shield, which is enough for the ghost to know to stay back. I should have warned you. But I wasn't sure if Clove was fooling around. Kenna grimaces. Alistair was loyal to your parents and will, therefore, be indebted to you. He couldn't bear the idea of leaving them and looks forward to their return, Clove explains. Did he? Hi. Nice to meet you. Did you see my mom a few months ago? Kenna asks the spectral figure. A low moaning voice fills the room like the volume being turned up on an old radio. I was most pleased to see Miss Jacqueline again. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kenna. Kenna's shoulders lower slightly. Why didn't my mom introduce us? Perhaps she knew you'd be alarmed, and understandably so, Alistair replies. She nods as though that makes a certain kind of sense. I wish you'd gotten to know them back then. Alistair exhales a mournful sigh. I can only imagine how grand this house was. In a doleful tone, Alistair goes on to describe, in great detail, the liveliness of the household. After a few minutes, Clove cuts in. As I was saying, there are 3 kinds of ghosts. The second one is liminal, meaning in between, where they're half ghost and half physical being. They can walk among us but are prone to fading. And then there are hollow ghosts. They're separated from their spectral entity and often cast into nothingness. I take it my father is a hollow ghost, Kenna says. Clove nods noncommittally. How did that happen? How can we find him? Her shoulders lift and lower as though speaking the words take a significant effort. A hollow ghost makes a forbidden trade. Often their life for something else, Alistair says, shaking his misty head. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. And you can only find him if he wants you to, Clove says. Her posture relaxes, and she smiles. He's my dad. Of course he'd want me to. Clove frowns, but he quickly flips his expression. Of course. We'll start with my mother. See what she can tell us. I was thinking you ought to start with the diary, Clove says. She shakes her head. It's blank. I can't read Clove's angle or figure out what he's after, but I definitely don't trust him.
Chapter 11. Kenna. Why are you interested in locating Grayson Slade? Corbin asks Clove in a harsh and accusatory tone. The words and their implication come to me slowly as the last hour of discovery and conversation catch up with me. Of course, there are ghosts. Why wouldn't there be? A voice in my mind says. The other one is screaming and repeatedly tells me to run out of this house immediately. I turn my attention to Clove, waiting for his answer. His crystalline eyes land on me and hold. Because I'm your brother, Kenna. It's like the electrons inside of me magnetize to the lightning flashing in the distance, pulling me toward it with a live current under my skin and in my bones. It's a physical pull, and struggling against it, to remain rooted and in possession of my power, is like pushing against a mountain-sized clap of thunder. I clear my throat. Please repeat that. I am your brother. Half-brother, actually. My mother was unseelie fae. Not the most maternal. Left me under a lily pad before I was old enough to walk. Clove slouches back in the chair with a whimper of defeat. I didn't see that coming, Corbin says in his Scottish accent. I want to burrow into it, hide there in a den of his wolfiness, to protect myself from all this new information. Yet, he remains across the room, leaning against a table with his arms crossed in front of his chest. The image of baby Clove being abandoned drops into my mind with a thud. Oh. I release the tenacity of the pull on my exhale as I realize if he hasn't been able to find Grayson, that must mean our father, as a hollow ghost, doesn't want him to. You know, getting out of the house isn't a bad idea. We should see if my mom can help. I run my finger along the spines of leather-bound books on a shelf. It'll be like a quest. Find Grayson Slade. Rescue him from being a hollow ghost. Get some answers. Yeah, I like the sound of that, I say, giving Clove and myself a pep talk. It's a place to start. Or your mother. Have you asked her? I say to Clove. His face crumbles. No. She belongs to Melchior's court of Ken and Clover. I'm forbidden to have contact with her. If you haven't noticed, there aren't many male fae. Melchior, Grayson, and me are it as far as I know. You must be part wolf too then, I say. Clove shakes his head. If I am, it's buried so deep, I hardly feel a growl. Interesting, I say. My wolf is dominant, but I do feel the other forms of magic, just not as strong. I consider this additional information, and my wolf heart surges with warmth. I want to reach out and hug Clove, but he's so closed off, I'm afraid if I touch him, he'll spook like a frightened horse. For the last weeks, I've felt alone, lost in what it means to be different. When my mother asked if he was different, when we were here last, she wasn't far off the mark. My heart lends me understanding and kindness toward Clove. I settle into the chair beside him. It's the closest I dare get. Corbin takes up my position pacing. Listen, I'm happy for you and this little family reunion, but there is something out there killing humans, and now a magical. It's up to me and my pack to find it. End it. Do you think my father, our father, has something to do with it? I ask. He harumphs. There's no way to know until we find him. It seems that the accords are loosening. We can't afford another rift between magicals or humans. I don't know any better than either of you how to find Grayson, but I suggest we take action sooner rather than later. As if there's a deadline, he glances at a large clock that reminds me of the one I saw in a tower when I first arrived in Concordia. Have somewhere to be? Clove asks. New Hampshire, Corbin says, recalling where my mother lives. We go on to discuss possibilities, transportation, finances, and an itinerary until the light in the room fades with dusk. We'll leave tomorrow, Corbin says. Alistair brings us a meal, and then Corbin and I retire to a room on the second floor. I'm so tired, I hardly have the energy to ask him what he knows about ghosts when I fall asleep in the crook of his arm. When I dream my meadow dream, I try to shift, but cannot and am stuck. My copper-eyed wolf remains at a distance. I try to memorize the outline and details of his features, determined that whatever happens, I won't lose him too. The following morning, the weak sun peeks through the bedroom curtain. I consider rejoicing, dancing, or pumping my fist at going home to my mother, learning what I can, and finding my father. But a heavy feeling keeps me in place. It can't be that simple. If my father is a ghost, and lost in the ether, if he wanted her to find him, wouldn't she have? A soft hum comes from somewhere in the house and I quietly get up, following it downstairs and to the kitchen. Alistair, a dull outline of a man wearing formal attire, stands at the counter mixing something in a bowl. I begged Miss Cosworth to remain, but she was stubborn about death. Miss Cosworth was stubborn about death? She was the cook. She took ill and instead of remaining here, she wanted to die in the traditional sense. Go figure. I'm not sure whether to laugh or ask more questions. I settle on the latter. What made you want to stay? I loved your parents. They were a happy couple and treated us well. Your mother was like sunshine. Your father, like a full moon. Alistair sighs as though remembering better days. I've always hoped they'd return. Instead, I've been in this lonely old house, well, until Clove came along. Alistair measures dry ingredients and dumps them in a bowl. My wolf smells muffins in the making. I recall the loneliness I felt at the lodge. I gaze through the window at the dale and the rocks dotting the field. I'm here too now. You know, when I first came here, I thought this place was haunted. Haunting has a bad rap, but I prefer to think of it as residing. I'm a permanent resident here. Forever. If my father is a hollow ghost, does that mean he can never come back? I should hope he can return, otherwise my efforts are for naught. A hollow ghost makes a grim trade, their life, or soul if you prefer, for something else. A second trade can return their life to them, then they can go on their merry way. However, they'll never fully return to the land of the living. Rather, they become liminal or in some cases, stuck, like me. I brought the diary downstairs with me and opened it, smoothing my hand over the blank page. The night when I thought I heard a voice coming from it returns to me as Alistair hums to himself. Have you ever seen this diary? I found it here the first time I visited. He pauses and peers over my shoulder, bringing a gust of cold with him. Consider it a housewarming gift. Did you leave it for me? He doesn't answer but tilts his head and flips the pages. His hand moves through mine, and I shiver. The words that used to fill these pages are worth looking for. He steps back as though afraid he offended me. Miss, I'm sorry. I assure you, I never read it, but I cannot help noticing certain things. Alistair, it's okay. I don't blame you. I should check out the other books while I'm here. The library is wonderful. I've read every book in it. 10 times at least. I could bring you some new ones. He bobs his head. That would be delightful. I sent Wolf, and in less than a minute, Corbin stumbles into the kitchen. He yawns and then smiles at me. Good morning, I say. He pecks me on the cheek. I want him to wrap me in his arms like he did last night, but once more, he maintains space between us. Maybe it's a wolf thing? I'd like to think not. I don't think I can get used to the hot and cold. On and off. Affectionate and distant. I turn my attention back to Alistair. You knew Grayson well. If you were him and became a hollow ghost, why? What was he seeking? Where might he be? Alistair goes over numerous options, including an encounter with an evil monkey named Dodge, a trip to Thailand that landed him in prison, and how much he loved my mother and wanted her back. In other words, my father was an adventurous romantic. Alistair nods. Oh, and he loved the ocean. I think he missed his calling as a pirate or a beach bum. The ghost winks. I think. Can ghosts wink? And he's not here? Sadly, no. Master Clave has turned over every corner of this house. Ironic, since it isn't his, I grumble. Did Grayson have any other residences? Not that I know of, however, he was fond of Mexico, if I recall. They went there on their honeymoon. It's then I know the exact question to ask my mother, which might help me find my father, if he wants to be found. Corbin and I spend the remainder of the morning formulating a plan. Clave appears, looking dismal and exhausted. Alistair offers him a blueberry muffin. He takes a bite. I have to talk to my mom. Then we're heading to Inverness. Want to come? I ask my Fey brother. I'd better not. If Grayson didn't want me to find him, he might not reveal himself to you. The words are clipped. Fair point. In that case, I'll be in touch. Thanks for your help. Maybe when I get back, you can help me with my Fey magic. Sure thing. I hope you find him, Kenna. His tone is low, grave, and not what I'd expect a son to sound like at the prospect of being reunited with his dad. Then again, if his mother's treatment of him is any indication, Fey are different. And if I find him? I ask, wondering if he has a message he'd like me to pass along. Let our father know that I'm going to finish what he started, Clave says. And that is? Corbin asks. Clave's lips peel back in a leer. I'd venture that would be dangerous information to tell a council member. He sweeps from the room without another word. My wolf's hackles lift. Corbin's expression sharpens. Hurrying after Clave, I call, why did you show us the empty scepter box? There are about 10 other questions gridlocked on my tongue, but that was the one that slipped out. But he's gone. I turn back to Corbin with a plea in my expression. Because he wants the missing vampire jewel along with the others, my alpha says, answering the question my brother did not.
Chapter 12. Corbin. Kenna paces, once more clearing a path in the dust on the wooden floor in front of the window in the old Victorian manor in Cardington. I want to invite her into my arms, to settle and comfort her after everything she learned, namely that her father is a ghost and her brother is Clave. However, ghost or not, if we find her father, I can't let him use our relationship as leverage. In the last 24 hours, I've had to remind myself repeatedly of that. Grayson has a reputation for being wicked, cruel, and relentless. I know he'd manipulate this situation to his advantage. I have a plan. I need to talk to my mother, which would be a cinch, but Amanda broke my phone. For all its advancements, mobile phone technology is sorely lacking in Concordia. We'll head back to HQ, make the call, and then go from there. Kenna bites the inside of her cheek and nods. Alistair, she calls. The gust of cool air enters the room ahead of the ghost butler. He appears in a wavy haze of light. I knew ghosts were real, but I've only seen a couple. It's rare for a magical to become one because the sea of dreams is preferable. It's even less common for a magical to trade their life to become a hollow ghost. That makes me wonder about Grayson Slade's diabolical intentions. I wish you could come with us, but we're going to try to find Grayson, Kenna tells the ghost. Alistair wears a sad smile. He always wanted a large family. Too bad the Accords were created. I stiffen. It keeps magicals from destroying the realm and humanity. Alistair merely hums in reply, busily brushing a tabletop with a feather duster that's the same immaterial ghost glimmer as he is. Kenna pauses at the front door. Thanks for your help. But the ghost is gone. During the drive back to Polaris, Kenna asks many questions. Why did Clave share the empty scepter box? What does he want with the vampire jewel? What did he mean he would finish what Grayson started? She grips my arm, practically shaking me as I shift gears. How is it that I have a brother I didn't know about? Let's hope your mom can help. When we return to Jalmer headquarters, I check in with the betas. Still no sign of the werewolf, which is concerning. We have a warrior pack and we can't find one werewolf. She's crafty. Baker tells me he checked in with other packs and they've caught the cursed wolf scent, but there haven't been deaths, yet. While Kenna calls her mom, I give them a quick recap of what went on with Clave. So does that make him the second magical most wanted? Camilla asks. Interesting that the council didn't register his existence. The Accords were created when Kenna was born, right? So why weren't they aware of Clave? I scratch the light layer of scruff growing along my jawline and think about that. I'm not sure. First, ISA and Alden mated, creating Grayson. When he synthesized, they forbid he ever have children. Yet, he had two. The first went into hiding and the Accords came to be. But then, somehow Grayson slid under the radar and had a second offspring. Why didn't we know? Baker flips on his laptop. No doubt, he's going to do some research. I'll have to get back to you on that. Meanwhile, Kenna leaves her mother a voicemail message, filling her in on what's transpired and alternately laughing about an inside joke they must have. A twinge in my chest tells me I miss my father and wonder what it would have been like had I known my mother. The twinge lingers when I think about Clave's fey mother, leaving her under a lily pad and his father's rejection as well. I was just thinking, I say to the betas, Clave presents as fey. He's part wolf, obviously, but there aren't many traces of our kind in him. Perhaps he made the choice to lean into one or the other. Maybe he was born that way. I shrug. But it makes me wonder if Kenna will become more fully wolf and leave the other magic behind. Did she have any power surges while you were gone? Inga asks. Not really, I say. Kenna hangs up the phone, having heard our debate. I felt the fey magic, especially around Clave. If I have to live with it, I'd like to learn how to control it. But don't worry, the wolf in me is stronger. That's because wolves are the best, Camilla sing-songs. Then again, I'm biased. Betas, Kenna and I don't have time to waste. We have to find Grayson. You need to find the werewolf. Apart from the obvious reasons, are we up against a deadline? Trig asks. I don't tell them about the council ultimatum. Instead, I say, Clint said there will be a full investigation if there's another death. That means police, guards, and people snooping around on our land. We have the support of the local authorities. However, the national level is another story. Shall I ready the plane? Baker asks, tapping away on his computer. I'd like to leave as soon as possible. After making arrangements, Kenna and I go to Inverness. She watches the scenery out the window. This is a beautiful country. I'd like to explore sometime when I'm not trying to make sense of a past I didn't know about. I point toward the city. The Christmas markets are my favorite. There's a river that runs through the city that freezes over in the winter. Visitors can ice skate during the day or at night when it's all lit up. If you think the chocolate cake here is delicious, the cocoa is amazing. You can get it served with caramel, marshmallow cream, or double chocolate. Kenna beams a smile. Now, you're speaking my language. I chuckle as I turn into the private airport entrance. I didn't realize I could have flown in. I took a train. It was cool, but took a while. The airport is for private jets only. Her eyes widen. Now, you're not speaking my language. We're taking a private plane? Wolfpack privilege. We also have a helicopter. I wink. Kenna mouths the word wow. We skip lines, security, and all the fuss of regular travel. I slide onto the creamy leather seat aboard the jet. An attendant brings us warm cloths infused with lavender and fizzy water as we prepare for takeoff. Kenna watches out the window as Concordia shrinks to a play-sized city. I watch her expression soften as we move over the water. The matching sky almost makes her smoky eyes look blue. Her lips press gently together. She's so beautiful my breath catches. She turns slowly toward me, and the corner of her mouth lip lifts into a smile. Like what you see, Mr. Stone, she asks. Very much. My voice is rough. I clear my throat and shift back into the matter at hand. We review everything we've learned so far. I recap the various kinds of ghosts and what we may encounter if we find her father. I was joking about the house being haunted, so this kind of blows my mind. Also, that haunting isn't necessarily a bad thing. Alistair is nice enough. I'm afraid his boss doesn't have the same reputation. You mean my father? Mom never talked about him. Couldn't, it turns out. I'm sorry to say that he wasn't a good man. He caused a lot of difficulty for magicals among humans, attempting to wage a war with an army of battle wolves. Inga has told me the stories. Her eyes crimp. Then what did Clave mean about finishing what he started? My concern exactly. The attendant brings us a steak dinner with potatoes and asparagus. Kenna pushes her food around on her plate. I'm looking forward to a donut or two. To change the subject, I say, tell me about where you used to live. After my mom's last breakup with a troll named Matt. An actual troll? I ask. Are they real? I nod. Kenna's big eyes widen. No, just a jerk. Anyway, my mom moved I guess, but stayed in Portsmouth because of her job. She goes on to tell me about the old port city and the ocean. In truth, it reminds me of some areas in Concordia and Scotland but on another continent. After getting a couple of hours rest, we touch down early the next morning. I hire a limo service to bring us north of Boston to New Hampshire. I hold the door open for Kenna. When I get in, she says, I'd like to say my mom will flip about how fancy this all is, but if she didn't bat an eyelash about you being a wolf, I fear this won't impress her a bit. However, I am. It's a far cry from the bus, train, plane, tram, and the second train I took to get to Concordia. I chuckle. Get used to it, babe. We travel north. This time, I take in the new-to-me landscape as Kenna talks about points of interest. The traffic isn't bad, and soon we're in Portsmouth. Kenna gives the driver her mother's new address. She slows as we walk up to the shabby apartment building. It had always been just her and me. Everything is different now, do I knock or? She's still your mom. That hasn't changed. Also, she's a vampire. I have a feeling she sensed your approach the moment the car pulled up. Good point. I was going to text her, but the front door to the apartment flies open. Kenna, Jackie says with wide open arms. She snugs her daughter in a hug. I give a wave and then Jackie dives toward me for a hug. Haven't hugged a wolf shifter in a while, she whispers. You stink. Don't tell your daughter that, I whisper back. I can hear you both, Kenna says. We all laugh. Come on up. I got pizza from Kenna's favorite place. Kenna's shoulders relax pretty much for the first time since we've met. A faint smile plays on her lips. This is home to her. I didn't know how much I could miss someone, Jackie says as we dig into the pizza. I've been homesick, Kenna admits. Glad to be back. But not for long, Jackie says. I got your message. I understand that you want to try to find your father. She doesn't look hopeful. We need to start somewhere. Alistair mentioned he was romantic and adventurous. Anything come to mind? Jackie tilts her head back and laughs. Our relationship was fiery, passionate, unlike anything I'd experienced previously or since. Maybe it was because it was forbidden. Perhaps it was due to our various natures. She shrugs. But yes, plenty comes to mind. Kenna makes a gagging face at the idea of her parents being romantic. I chuckle. We met after I lost my purse, remember, this was a long time ago. I was beside myself. I searched everywhere, reported it to the authorities. The next day the most handsome man I'd ever seen showed up on my doorstep, holding it. Of course, I scented wolf and fae. He recognized I was a vampire. We were both living among humans because back then magicals tended to keep to themselves. How boring. It didn't take much to convince him to take me on a date. Mom, did you mesmer him? She shimmies her shoulders. Didn't need to. Kenna grumbles. Maybe I don't want to hear about this. Oh, come on. It's a love story. I just wish it had a happily ever after. Jackie sighs. Kenna glances at me. I sense the question in her heart. Will we have a happily ever after? I wish I could answer her. But the way her presence, her voice, and her determination connect with my wolf, I'd like to say yes. Our present reality tells me otherwise. It was love at first sight. Jackie glances at me. Fated mates aren't limited to wolf shifters. Or perhaps it was the wolf in him that connected with whatever good exists inside me. But it was hard for us. We had to be secretive. Grayson hated that. He wanted to change the way magicals kept apart. Kenna's eyes slip toward me. Heat builds under my skin. Now that I've met her and our wolves have bonded, I understand. There is nothing, no council member, accord, or power in this world that could keep me from fighting to be with her. Nonetheless, I have to be careful. Anyway, after Grayson and I got married, we wanted to go somewhere private and secluded for our honeymoon so we didn't have to hide our relationship. There's a small town in Mexico that welcomes our kind. Or at least it did. Kind of like a resort for magicals. Jackie laughs genially. It's on the Baja Peninsula and called Bahia Magia. Clever, Kenna says. Is it still there? Kenna, are you planning your wedding? Her eyes flash to me. There is no arguing with fated mates. But remember how much trouble I've had. I just want you to be happy. Jackie squeezes her daughter's hand. No, we're not quite there yet. First, we have to stop that werewolf and bring down the Clave. Jackie sits back in her chair. Well, in that case, I suppose you're on the right track. I imagine Grayson will be of great help. If you can find him. No one has. Though plenty have tried. Including Clove. Is that the young man we met at Lonsdale? Yes, and yesterday, I found out he's my brother. Jackie goes still. I'm certain I only had one child. I'd remember something like that. He's Faye. Jackie's face slackens. I knew something was different about him. But not that he was your brother. Grayson is, she finishes her sentence with a series of expletives. Kenna winces. Does that mean Grayson hooked up with Jana? That bombshell face sure got around. Oh, the stories I could tell about her. Jackie takes a deep breath. Sorry, I got carried away. She never liked me. I thought Vamps and Faye weren't the best of friends anyway. Kenna asks. No, they're not, but way back there were balls and revels and all kinds of festivities. Things were different then. I can't believe he kept that from me. She narrows her eyes. Well, you kept everything about him, and by default the nature of my existence, to yourself, so can you criticize? Kenna's cheeks flame with frustration. I was bound to secrecy. Hidden away to keep us safe. He went off and hooked up with a Fae. Though, knowing Jana, she probably tricked him. I'm sorry. I will keep apologizing to you until you forgive me, but had I not married your father, you wouldn't have come along, and I'm not sorry for that. The council can fine me, arrest me, or sentence me to death, but I will never apologize for your existence, Kenna. I mouth mic drop. Thanks, Mom, Kenna says in a small voice. To me, you're my mother first and a vampire second. But I understand what you needed to do. I will find my father and figure this out. But, according to Clave, Grayson is a hollow ghost. Jackie gasps. He didn't. Oh, Kenna. I am sorry. If he's a hollow ghost, there's even less of a chance you'll be able to find him. Unless he wants me to. Yeah, Jackie says slowly as though she means to say that's unlikely. Corbin and I are going to fly to this resort in Mexico. I have a feeling about it. I'm sorry to say that you won't find him, because you can't fly to Bahia Magia. You can only drive, and even then it's a complicated trip and not something you can make in that sleek Cadillac you rolled up in. We don't have time to drive, I say, cutting in. Then you're out of luck, Jackie says. There are numerous runes of power and protections to stop humans and magicals alike from accessing the resort. The area also has hazards and requires extra care in traveling. The Cadillac would be spotted instantly and your mission thwarted. You want to take something that will allow you to pass through unbothered by anyone who wants to mess with a posh car. Kenna wears a mischievous smile. In other words, we want something rusty with dents. A vehicle with faded, sun-baked paint. We could give the Cadillac a make-under or... I don't understand. What does it matter what kind of car we take? I ask, interrupting Kenna. Jackie presses her lips together as if torn up about mother protection and magical duty. It's like this, that area has a reputation for being just a little dangerous thanks to humans who like shiny things and the magical wards that want to keep our kind from poking around down there at a minimum. Even if Kenna used fey glamour to make the Cadillac look junky, they'd be stripped away. Also, for the record, I don't know how to glamour anything. At least not yet. I love Kenna. My wolf loves her, but I don't love the idea of her magic being split. What if she decided she no longer wants to be a wolf and prefers fey or vamp life? Kenna looks out the window. In that case, can we borrow the Honda? I'll leave the Cadillac for you to use while we're gone, I offer. Jackie crosses her arms in front of her chest. It's dangerous. I don't want you to go, but I also can't stop you. She steps closer to her daughter and brushes her cheek. You've come of age as a magical, and I dare say a lot more powerful than me. Technically, I probably couldn't stop you. And maybe you will find your father. So we can take Rhonda? After going into hiding, I've lived simply, frugally to not draw attention to myself after years of luxury. So I won't say no to driving in style. Jackie eyes the Cadillac through the window. Kenna fist pumps the air and bounces on her toes, gripping my arm. Road trip.
Chapter 13. Kenna. We're going to Mexico. Have you ever been? I ask Corbin. A light breeze wafts the scent of grease and motor oil as we cross the lot toward my mother's Honda Odyssey minivan circa 1994. The car is older than me. I tap the roof of what can only be described as a rust bucket on wheels, complete with a bumper sticker that says my honor student can beat up your honor student. My mom thought it was funny. Turns out, considering I'm part wolf, part vamp, and part fae, she was onto something. Corbin, meet Rhonda the Honda. Rhonda, meet Corbin. I make a grand, sweeping gesture with my arms as though presenting a game show prize. Corbin's eyebrows lift, wrinkling his forehead. It'll never make it. I scoff. She's rough-looking, which is just what we need. The old gal will be just fine. My mom sidles up beside us in what I now realize is her sneaky, vampire way. When Kenna was little, I wanted to blend in with the other moms, so I got a minivan. Never looked back. I recently got a quote for a new alternator, but the brakes are decent, although the defroster is finicky. Corbin lifts an eyebrow with concern. Rhonda has never failed us. Well, there was that one time in the snowstorm, my mom starts. SHH. You'll scare him off, I whisper to my mom. I'll try to ply Corbin with the promise of good food. The other day, we had delicious tacos. In Mexico, I bet there are burritos, salsa, guacamole, flautas, enchiladas, chimichangas, quesadillas. I trail off. I'm not opposed to the trip, but want to make sure we get there, Corbin replies. I wonder how much a bus ticket costs, I say absently. My mother huffs. Rhonda will make it. Corbin doesn't budge. The protection of the Accord spell is lifting. People are dying. We have to find Grayson and hope that he can lead us to the Clave so we can stop them from turning our world into a beast feast. I've seen enough movies that suggest what would happen if our kind is exposed. No matter how powerful we are, scientists will pick us apart, study us, try to use us for weapons of war. Who knows? If stopping that means taking this jalopy, then so be it, I say in one long breath that's threaded with desperation. My mom gives me a reassuring smile. Okay, fine, Corbin says. Let's go. He's been kind of dreary today. Maybe that's because we're far from the pack and heading into uncertain territory. I prefer to think of it as an adventure. Sure, life, death, and the future of the human and magical races may hinge on our success, but still, it's exciting. Maybe that's just my father's influence. I can't deny I have a feeling we'll find him. My mom gives me a new phone. I didn't tell her I killed the girl that broke my old one. Obviously, that wasn't the reason, but it sounds like something I could still get grounded for. Bahia Magia isn't going to show up on the GPS. But I programmed an address in that will get you close. After that, you will have to tap into the magic in the area. You'll know you're on the right track when you spot the rainbow made of stars and surrounded by the moon. That's not much to go on, Corbin says. You'll know it when you see it, my mom says. After packing up the rest of the pizza, hugs, double and triple hugs, and my mom insisting that we take half the contents of the pantry, we step back into the late afternoon sun, destined for the West Coast. I haven't felt this kind of promise and hope since I realized how much I love Corbin. My mom dangles the keys to Rhonda the Honda. Don't worry. I'll give her plenty of go-go juice and wipe her mouth if she drools. My mom laughs. Don't forget to fluff her ruffles too. We hug around my giggle. For a second, I don't want to let go because a tiny part of me knows that when I do, this trip and everything after it will become more real. Corbin reluctantly gets in the passenger side, and I get behind the wheel. My mom closes the door for me and leans on the frame. I'll let you know as soon as we find out anything. She nods, and for possibly the first time in my life, she looks sad. Jackie Slade mostly has only one setting, fierce. Be safe. She waves at us, a lone figure in a dark jacket in the center of the parking lot until I turn onto the main road. I glance one more time over my shoulder, but she's gone. Nervous and excited in equal measure, I wiggle in my seat. I prop the new phone on the center console even though I don't need instructions on how to leave town. It feels good to be back on familiar soil, I say. Even though we're leaving in this. Corbin's expression is grim, like he's still questioning whether the minivan is roadworthy. Don't worry, I have roadside assistance, I say. Should I ask what go-go juice is? Oil. There's a small leak. But listen, I learned how to drive in this thing. We've gone to all the national parks on the East Coast, Canada once, and used it to move house 7 times. I have full confidence that Rhonda will make it for the next 62 hours. I point to the blue highlighted line splitting the country that will take us to Mexico on the GPS. I pat the dashboard. Don't listen to him, you'll do just fine, I whisper to Rhonda. Talking to the car? Corbin asks. Just giving her a pep talk. Anyway, this road trip together is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Bucket list material for sure. Once in a lifetime is right, Corbin says. Let's make a plan. We'll take the wheel in shifts, only stopping for the bathroom and hopefully avoiding traffic and construction. Sounds good, I say as the minivan thunks over a pothole. I won't miss these weather-beaten roads. Rhonda is going to like the sun and sand in Mexico. I'm still wrapping my head around my parents going on a honeymoon to a secret place for magicals. Have you ever heard of it? I've heard of places like it, not quite a resort the way humans think of them. More like a sanctuary. A haven, if you will. I gaze at the city lights and familiar sights as we drive away from Portsmouth. Being back here, where the world as I knew it was, well, normal, with pizza and libraries and movie theaters, when I now know that the fantastic, bizarre, unusual, and otherworldly is real, feels kind of weird, I say as we put miles behind us. Just think, to me this world is fascinating if not a little boring, Corbin says, using our wolf way of communicating to highlight his point. I've always been a daydreamer. I secretly wanted to study creative writing. Maybe pen a novel. I wrote a short story about dragons. If someone had asked me if magic was real, I might have said our imaginations are a magical force in this world. How wrong I was. As I merge onto the highway, a disagreeable ch thunk, followed by a glug issues from somewhere in the guts of the minivan. I know that sound. Rhonda is thirsty. Corbin eyes the fuel gauge. Looks like we have plenty of gas. That's not exactly accurate. Mom and I learned that once when we went Christmas shopping, but halfway to the mall, we ended up spending 2 hours on the side of the road, in the cold. After filling up the tank, I go in the convenience store and fill my arms with road trip snacks, including Chex Mix, red licorice vines, Fun Ions, and tons of candy. I even stock up on cherry chapstick. Outside, Corbin is behind the wheel, looking very much out of place in the minivan. I giggle. Minivan life looks good on you. He grumbles. Okay, now the fun can begin. We can play karaoke, collect license plates from all 50 states, and I pop the glove box and pull out the tattered Trivial Pursuit cards my mom and I would amuse each other with when traveling. Question: a piece of paper can be folded no more than blank number of times? The magic number is 7. His voice doesn't contain the playful note I was hoping for. Ding, ding, ding. You got it right. I ask him a few more as the sun begins to fade. Corbin eventually goes quiet, concentrating in the rush hour traffic, giving me time to wonder about my father's family, the wolf and fae that started this whole thing. What were they like? Brave to be in love with each other when it was forbidden. What happened to them? Where are they now? Wolves and fae can live an extraordinarily long time. I'm not sure what kinds of answers I'm going to get, but only hope we're not like tigers chasing their tails, a thread, or a hope that my father is out there. When we leave the cityscape and traffic behind, opening up to country roads, heading west, I say, Corbin, what are you thinking about? He's been different for the last week or so. More distant. Back in Concordia, I chalked it up to his duties to the pack and the stress of the werewolf killing humans. Now that we're here, I want to think it's because he's out of his comfort zone. But Corbin is an alpha wolf. I can't imagine anything making him feel anything less than his strong, confident self, not even a car that isn't polished to a high shine. If I learned anything from my mother, it's that relationships can be tricky. I will not let whatever is going on, especially if it has to do with me, go unspoken. The silhouette of his shoulders lift and lower. This incredible world you live in. The cars, the lights, pizza, libraries, and the movie theaters, he says, echoing my comment from earlier. It's amazing, huh? I ask, struck by the fresh wonderment as seen through her eyes of what was so ordinary, I took it for granted. Do you think we'll make it? To Mexico, he asks. That's up to Rhonda. No, I mean us. Will we survive this thing? His hand finds mine. Both of our fingers are cold, but pressed together they quickly warm. We will, he says in the tone of an alpha. But I'm kind of having an existential crisis, I say, suddenly overwhelmed. I'm a hybrid magical. Will I live a long and happy life? What if there's something I don't know? What if there are complications? There will be challenges and difficulties. There always are. I've learned that lesson a few times over. But we'll deal with them as they come, together. The trepidation I've felt starts to smooth out. When it comes to magic, whether you're wolf, fae, or vampire, just remember you always have a choice. It may not always be easy, but you are free as you let yourself be. But what if I forget or lose it and do something without thinking? My voice is thin as I recall the power that seemed to flood out of me when I killed Amanda. It almost felt like the power was being summoned from me. Corbin merges into another lane, passing a tractor trailer as the smooth voice on the GPS tells him to take a left exit onto Interstate 90, orienting us west, toward the Pacific. The Atlantic is now at our backs. I wonder if someday I'll be able to put all of this strangeness and uncertainty behind me too.
Chapter 14. Corbin. Kenna and I chat a while longer about the states we're passing through as rain falls and the wipers swish back and forth, clearing a way forward. She tells me about road trips she and her mother took. All of that leads her to the beginning of us. Our pasts were so different, and yet here we are, together. Eventually, the shushing of the car tires over the wet road rocks her to sleep. Unlike the vehicles I have back in Concordia, this one is bare bones. Just a radio that I tuned to a late-night talk show. Night owls debate the solution to a love triangle. I try to imagine the speakers' faces, their lives, but no amount of focus helps me tune out my thoughts. When I first encountered Clave, I feared he was interested in Kenna. I understand her trepidation because even though she says she's claimed her wolf, there's no telling if she'll suddenly activate her other magic and change her mind. I worried Clave might try to edge his way in and we'd end up in a love triangle like on the radio. No thank you. How very wrong I was. This brings to mind the deadline with the council, Grayson, the Clave, and the werewolf. My thoughts follow this loop, digging a rut that doesn't bring me any closer to a solution about how to end this madness when the windshield wipers clearing the damp glass freeze, pointing diagonally toward 2 o'clock. The lights on the dash dim and the steering stiffens. The minivan suddenly moves in slow motion. Thankfully, there aren't any other cars on the road, and I ease to the shoulder. In the dim light, I squint my eyes to read the gauges. The gas display says there's still 3/4 of a tank even though it isn't reliable. My cheeks puff as I exhale. I rub the back of my head. Kenna's voice is scratchy in my ear as she rubs her eyes, fuzzy from sleep. Did you break Rhonda? No, it just... She stopped. Kenna checks the mileage. I don't think we're out of gas. We should have been good for another 100 miles or so. We get out to find a thin layer of snow crunching underfoot and pop the hood. I'll call roadside assistance. Kenna shivers. First, shine the phone light in here, please. Maybe I can figure out what's going on. I comment on it possibly being an issue of the carburetor or fuel injector. The look she gives me suggests I may as well be speaking a foreign language. Remember, I've been around before there were cars. I'm sorry. I thought Rhonda would get us there. Her crestfallen expression causes my heart to squeeze. We will. The van can be fixed. But can we fix our world? I have to believe the answer is yes. I wrap my arms around Kenna, holding her close to keep warm. We gaze up at the stars, chasing away the what-ifs away, at least for now. Kenna calls roadside assistance. She tells them our location in western New York State. After hanging up, she says, roadside assistance can't get here until 7 a.m. That's nearly an hour. They said it has something to do with us being out of New Hampshire, so it's a routine call during business hours. A truck rumbles by. Even though I've been waging a war with myself to keep my distance so our bond doesn't strengthen further and so Grayson can't use my love for his daughter against me, I cannot deny the pull she has on me. I'll do anything to see her smile. I crouch down and ball up some of the snow. I lob it toward her arm. She whirls, shouting, "Hey!" But a smile lights up her face. I duck behind the minivan and scoop up more of the snow, patting it into a ball, ready for her to make the slightest move. The headlights from a car on the opposite side of the highway betray her shadow as she tosses a snowball at me. I try to run for cover, but I'm too late. The snow knocks into my shoulder. I follow her laughter as I make chase, picking up snow as I go, hastily shaping balls, and letting them fly. In a field next to the road, a large boulder provides protection. I arm myself with a load of snowballs before sneaking around the side. Kenna was waiting for me and clobbers me with 3 perfectly aimed snowballs. We laugh and hoot, tossing snow at each other until our fingers lose feeling and stop bending. My wolf wants to let loose and howl. The sky gradually lightens to the downy gray of the early morning. We cease our battle and wander back to the minivan, catching our breath. The start of early morning commute traffic whizzes by. We stand on the edge of the road as the citrus glow of the sun peels itself from the horizon. The dawn warms my face, kindling a deep affection for Kenna as I glimpse her expression, watching in awe as the new day begins. Turning slightly, I position myself so I can meet her eyes, lit up by the dawn. Her gaze lifts to mine, looking at me through her long lashes. A feeling lands in my chest. I cannot deny my potent feelings for her. But I must. At least until all of this is behind us. But what if it isn't? What if I fail and have to turn her over to the council or the Clave captures her? These fears are foreign to my alpha wolf. But there is only one thing he wants. Her. I drop my mouth toward hers, inhaling that cherry chapstick scent that sends me into a tizzy. Her breath whispers across my cheek as her slight smile magnetizes me to her. We hover there for a moment longer before our gazes meet and then our lips. My fingers trail her jawline as her arms circle around me. My hands find their way to the back of her head and then neck, shoulders, and low back. I draw her closer and the kiss deepens. My wolf growls with delight. Kenna draws back. A smirk tugs the corners of her mouth. I heard that. I tip my head back and chuckle. Before long we'll be able to communicate fully in the wolf way when shifted and in physical form. My voice is rough. I want more. More of Kenna, but I'm afraid if I have too much, I'll make a mistake, betray her, hurt her, or have her taken from me. But my wolf won't let me think. Instead, he insists I say what I need to with a kiss. To tell her how I truly feel, deep down. Our lips meet again and it's like reaching past the sun and into infinity. A honking sound startles us apart as a tow truck rumbles up and parks behind the minivan. A burly guy in need of a shave exits and asks a few questions about the roadside assistance membership that only Kenna can answer. "Nice car you got here," he says with a chuckle. "Needs a little work," Kenna says. He fills the tank with gas from a small red can. She sure gets thirsty, Kenna says with apology in her voice and pink in her cheeks. When we get back, I'm buying your mother a new car. She won't let you. She's fond of Rhonda the Honda. Remember what she said about trying to blend in? Do you also remember what she said about living a life of luxury? She can't say no to a gift. The gruff voice of the tow truck guy interrupts. That should get you to the nearest petrol station. The gas tank cover creaks shut. Start her up. I fish the key from my pocket and turn it in the ignition. There's a slight drone punctuated by silence. Kenna scoots me out of the way and gives it a try. The tow truck guy looks under the hood and fiddles with things. Dead battery. She's finicky about the cold, Kenna says with chattering teeth. The tow truck guy doesn't seem amused. The jump start and the bonus gas soon gets us back on the road. Kenna yawns. I could use some freshly ground heaven. Freshly ground what? Awesome in a cup, she clarifies. Is that like go-go juice but for people? Tall, dark, and handsome in the morning, she purrs, leaning in. Ah, so you mean me? Well, that's always true. Right now, I mean brain brew, liquid survival, potion made from magic beans, she adds, laughing. Coffee helps me reality and reality is impossible without caffeine. I pull off at the next travel plaza. Our laughter crowds out a sudden knot in my stomach. My hackles lift. I sense a disturbance, but not nearby. I get Kenna coffee, and while waiting, the TV behind the sales counter blares with an international news report. An American tourist went missing while hiking in a remote country called Concordia. It's the 5th death in as many weeks. There aren't any leads, but investigations are pending. Visitors to that area, be wary, something is killing these men, and it isn't frostbite. I quickly pay and rush to find Kenna. She gets behind the wheel, and I call Baker. You heard? More like felt a disturbance, and then I heard a news report. I see that you're in New York. I fill him in on where we're going. The Cadillac is still in New Hampshire. Nice to know you're tracking me. It's in a wolf's nature. Also, can't have our alpha go missing. I have a feeling I'll fall off the grid when we reach Bahia Magia. I tell him about the news report. It wasn't just one. 3 more hikers were discovered. Their names haven't been released, but none of them were locals. Natural causes were ruled out. Foul play is suspected. I have a feeling Clint will be by any moment to launch the investigation. We have to find the werewolf, I say. Corbin, Amanda was our only lead. She's dead. If you can track me using technology, you can track the night howl using your wolf's nature. Baker harumphs. Yeah. We are Pack Jalmer. Our job is to serve and protect our territory. We cannot let this happen again. After getting off the phone, I heave a sigh. Silence chills the car for the next minutes as the ribbon of highway fades behind us. I rake my hand across my face. Cars and trucks whip by, causing Rhonda to shiver in the slipstream. I should be with my pack. If I were able to dedicate my full attention to tracking the werewolf, I'd be able to eliminate her. But I'm also up against the wall with the council. Kenna breaks the long silence as we head southwest. I heard what Baker said about Amanda. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. My jaw ticks. It's not your fault. I have 6 of the best betas in the entire wolf shifter world. They will find the night howl. She shifts uneasily in her seat. Why do you sometimes call the werewolf a night howl? The Accords made it so we can't do what werewolves do, feast on human flesh under the full moon with one exception. A grim mage created a curse that can take possession of wolf shifters, causing them to succumb to their base nature. If I'm not subject to the Accords, why aren't you wolf shifter lunch? She asks. My brow forms an inverted V, good question. Among many questions I'm afraid to know the answer to if what happened to Amanda is any indication. That was an accident. We need to find someone to train you in your various powers. Clove. No. He's different. Yeah, I know. But he helped us out. We wouldn't be on this trip if he didn't tell us my father is a ghost. She pauses and her voice lowers, and I suppose all of those hikers would still be alive. Kenna tears her eyes from the road. Corbin, you should go back. I'll find my father. You need to help the pack. No, I'm with you. My tone is flat, resolved. Why do I get the feeling that's less because you want to be with me and more because of me? What's the difference? I ask, already knowing the answer. Of course, she sensed my distance. Our kiss was pure sunshine, but we're fated mates, connected. She knows something is up. I don't want to lie, but cannot bring myself to tell the truth. Nor can I let myself think about what could happen if this goes wrong. The problem is, my wolf sense tells me it will.
Chapter 15. Kenna. Growing up, I always envisioned a glitzy portrait of Las Vegas, with its lights and shows. As we near the city, billboards advertise the chance to win big and resorts, with multi-level swimming pools. One says, "What happens in Vegas, stays in Vegas." Another advertises a wedding chapel. Want to get married? Corbin asks. I laugh darkly, especially considering the gravity of our conversation about 900 miles ago. I don't think I'm dressed for the occasion. Corbin's lips quirk. We've taken the driving in shifts. I'm bedraggled, road-weary, and am in desperate need of a shower. I stink like cheese curls, potato chips, and sticky, soda, candy, sweat. I pull a face. My wolf doesn't seem to mind. I wrinkle my nose. Corbin pulls off the freeway, and we roll past casinos featuring celebrity shows and concerts. He stops the car under the valet at a swanky casino. The valet takes the keys to the minivan with a pucker of his lips. Take good care of Rhonda, I holler. Corbin takes me by the hand, leading us to the entrance. The glass double overhead doors whoosh open with invitingly cool air. We walk through the lobby and then directly to an elevator. I know well enough this is a moment to play it cool. An attendant pushes the button for the penthouse. I repeatedly have to rehinge my jaw as it drops in awe. I'm awaiting an explanation, I whisper when we step into the suite. The design is modern with sleek lines and clean angles. A sectional leather couch faces an expansive view of the strip and the desert beyond. I spin in a slow circle. Food to the left. Shower to the right. The view, nearly 360 degrees, Corbin says. When did you arrange this? I poke my head in several of the rooms, each with a bathroom. Last night when you were sleeping. As delightful as those beds look, we won't be staying the night. I figured we needed to refresh for a couple of hours. Plus, Pac Sandstorm owed me a favor, and I figured we needed a break from the road before we head to Mexico. Corbin steps closer to me, draping his arms around mine and planting his hands on my low back. I shiver with delight. I know well enough that most women like a wedding with a gown and flowers. But a wolf wedding is different. The ritual for sealing our lives and wolves together as fated mates is very primal. You might say, earthy with lots of howling and running. You'd have to ask me to marry you first. Corbin's lips quirk. I already did. Properly, I say, casting him a look. Go shower, he says. I can't help but feel like that was an alpha order, but don't argue because the prospect of water and soap sounds divine. When I emerge from the steam, Corbin whistles to himself from the other room. I'm about to pull out my freshest pair of jeans and a tank top when I spot a dress on the bed. It's off-white and silky with an overlay of lace. The bodice comes to a slight V and is fitted with thin straps. The flared, knee-length skirt meets the top with a delicate ribbon circling the waistline. I glance around and then slip it on, spinning in front of a mirror. A pair of shoes sit in a box on a nearby chair. I dry my hair and pull it off my neck, leaving a few wisps loose to frame my face. With a swipe of mascara and my favorite cherry chapstick, the look is complete. When I see myself in the mirror, my breath catches. Compared to how I looked when I arrived, this is a complete makeover. As I step into the main room of the penthouse, I know what's coming and anticipation makes my stomach flutter with butterflies. Looking dapper in a tuxedo and dress shoes, Corbin leans against the wet bar and looks up when I step into the room. His wolf let out a low growl. My wolf replies with something like a purr. In several strides, he crosses the room and palms my elbows with his hands. His smile ignites sparks inside of me. Kenna, the second I saw you, smelled you, felt our connection, I couldn't deny my feelings for you. You mean your wolf couldn't, I say shrewdly. He tilts his head, resigning himself to that truth. But I quickly caught up. Yes, my wolf loves your wolf, but I love you, Kenna. Whether we're wolves or not, I want to marry you. Will you be my wife? He drops to one knee and opens a velvet box. My eyes widen as I blink back unexpected tears. My breath catches and my heart feels so full it might burst. Yes, Corbin. I'll marry you. I beam a smile. I cannot believe this is happening. He slides the ring on my finger and then gets to his feet. Cupping my jaw, he draws my lips to his. Our mouths press together in a kiss that feels broader than the vista at our feet and brighter than the desert sunshine. His fingers graze my neck, making me tingly and warm. He's freshly shaved and his skin is soft against my cheek as we continue to kiss. The word forever comes to mind. We could be doing this forever, or at least a very, very long time by human standards. Corbin's hand schemes my back as he draws me closer, deepening the kiss. Our breathing falls into synchronicity. His heart hammers with mine. I feel an intense pulse between us that can only be due to our wolves. Before things go further, we part. Breathless, I gaze at the ring on my finger. The band is platinum and the diamond sparkling in the center has a yellow hue. Small irregular diamonds surround it. Do you like it? I love it. I don't tell him that it feels slightly weird at the same time. A few months ago, I wasn't sure what direction my life would go, and I'm now engaged and wearing what is sure to be an extremely expensive rock on my hand. Corbin places his hand in mine and draws me toward the door. His voice is husky when he says, "There's a chapel here in the hotel, or we could go to one elsewhere on the strip. I hear there's an Elvis Presley-inspired place with old cars and an impersonator who sounds exactly like the real king of rock and roll." He chuckles. Wait. Now? I pause, gripping his hand tighter. Corbin, I want to marry you, but not here. And I'm not so sure I want our honeymoon to be the same as my parents'. His face falls. There is no question that my future is with you, but don't you want the pact to be there? He nods his head slowly. I understand how you feel, but this is just for us. Believe me, the pack will be there when our wolves seal. I eye the strip below. What about in a church? A proper service? Gripping my arms, he says, whatever you want. Let's be engaged for a little while. I want to show off this rock. I wink. It's beautiful. A beautiful diamond for a beautiful wolf. Where did you get it? He shifts from foot to foot. I've had it for a while. I playfully whack him. You're sneaky. Patient. Years ago, I won it in a bet. Here is a matter of fact. Back when men dressed for the occasion and weren't just after free drinks and a chance to win at the slots. Sounds romantic. I try. Anyway, I won it and then some in a card game with the alpha of Pack Sandstorm. So was this favor a prize from the game you won? Corbin nods. He was surprised I remembered after almost 60 years. Thank you for understanding how I feel. But I promise I won't make you wait 60 years. I peck him on the cheek. He holds out his elbow. We have reservations. I doubt they'll mind if we're early. You really are romantic. I am one lucky gal. I laugh. Luck has nothing to do with it. Remember, we're fated to be together. After steak and dessert, caramel and chocolate mousse cakes, we return to the penthouse suite to find our clothing freshly laundered and a bag of toiletries to take with us. I carefully pack away the dress, saving it for our wedding. We get back on the road in the late afternoon. Corbin drives again. Towers of red rock and blooming prickly pear shooting up from the sand eventually gives way to rough cobbled mountains separating the desert from the rugged coast. We cross the state line from Arizona and into California. We're getting so close. I smile with anticipation and my leg jitters. Before I can stop myself, I ask, are we there yet?
Chapter 16. Corbin. I laugh. Are we there yet? Since I don't know where there is, I'm not sure. Good point. My mother said we'd see the rainbow made of stars and surrounded by the moon. Sounds vague and kind of hippie-ish if you ask me. I wonder what kind of resort this is. Seeing Kenna smiling, laughing, and joking is a lot better than trying to wipe the looks of confusion and consternation from her face that she wore most of the way here. Granted, it was likely my fault because I'm trying to be the strong, silent type when in reality, she makes me melt inside. My alpha isn't quite putty in her hands because that goes against my nature, but I want to give her every other aspect of myself, especially my hand in marriage. I'm not so old or so fully a wolf shifter that I'm not a gentleman. I also want to lavish her with all the good things this life has to offer, pretty dresses, flowers, cherry chapstick, and whatever it is she wants and likes. The other thing is I'm afraid to lose her. When we've made pit stops, I've seen guys checking her out. I'd feared Clave was interested, though now realize that was foolish. She's declared herself an alpha. Yes, she's allied to my pack, our pack. But that won't stop other alphas from sniffing around. Per archaic custom, she's fair game until we seal our wolves together. Granted, we're fated mates, but just like Amanda challenged her, it could happen again, but the other way. Another wolf could challenge me for her. As strong as I am, my greatest fear is losing her. I risk that by being distant, and if her father perceives that as a weakness in me, so be it. I cannot imagine anything worse than having Kenna torn from my life. Even thinking about it carves me out, fills me with dread unlike anything I've ever known, worse than losing Logan. I'll do whatever necessary to keep us together. But I have to be careful because as important as she is, there's a lot more at stake than our relationship. The stark desert landscape gives way to palm trees and an ocean breeze as we near the California coast. I sense tacos are in our immediate future. Wouldn't it be fun to drive up and down the coast, checking out beaches and all the food trucks with the best tacos? She asks. That sounds fun. Right? If I live hundreds of years, maybe we can plan an annual vacation and do things like that. A tug in my stomach pulls me back into her comment. If you live hundreds of years? I ask. More like you will live hundreds of years. She shrugs. I'm tri-magical, remember? Who knows, I could live 3 times fewer years than the average magical. Or 3 times as long. Or there could be a mate call out or stray silver bullet, she answers quietly, gazing out the window. If I contain all 3 primary forms of magic, couldn't I be killed as a vampire, fae, or wolf? I don't know, I answer honestly. All the more reason I have to talk to my father. Maybe he knows. How are we going to pull this off? She asks, changing the subject. Do you mean finding Grayson? The question pulls me from my cluttered thoughts, reminding me that she has her reasons for this trip, in addition to the more global aims of putting an end to the Clave. And I suppose, so do I. I just hope he's out there somewhere, you know? I mean, I think he is, otherwise I wouldn't have felt so strongly about coming. It's more than just a hunch, if that makes sense. But then these moments of doubt enter my mind. Maybe that's the human in me. You are every bit magical. As such, you have extra senses. It's not something you can understand using human-based logic. I just have to find my father, then maybe everything else will click and make sense. Maybe I'll start to make sense. For the last month, a thick feeling of uncertainty presses against the place between my chest and throat. The more time passes, the more lost I feel. I'm here, Kenna. I reach for her hand across the console. Since graduation, there have been so many last times. There have also been some firsts, I say, waggling my eyebrows. She hardly suppresses a smile. But who am I? I'm afraid I'll never know unless I find my dad. I'm afraid that won't answer her question, but keep it to myself. I like the girl I see. I love her. I want to marry her. Her fingers squeeze mine. Trust your instincts. What do humans say? Go with your butt. I force myself not to chuckle at how ridiculous that sounds. A smile lifts her lips and a laugh escapes despite her mood. It's go with your gut. Oh, right. I knew that, I say, knowing full well the proper expression, but wanting to hear her laugh again. She stretches over the console and kisses me on the cheek. What else do you know? She asks as we head south along the coast of California. I know that your mother insisted we take Rhonda to remain inconspicuous, so you should probably stash your ring someplace safe. She admires it for a moment. I can hardly believe I got a hold of the diamond after all these years. While I trust Lance, Alpha of Pack Sandstorm, I wouldn't have been entirely surprised to find out he'd wagered it in another card game. It would have been my fault for having left it with him, but the vault at his casino seemed the safest at the time. When I learned we were coming out this way, I had him get it for me. I wasn't expecting to ask Kenna to marry me right then, but worry got the better of me. She takes one more look at it and then slips it back into the box. If you say so. Corbin, I trust you, your gut, and your butt. I laugh. We pull off the freeway and stock the minivan with food, water, and extra gasoline. I've done my share of adventure travel, hiked the 7 summits, whitewater rafting, and explored rainforests. It's best to be prepared. And we're off, rumbling down the freeway with the ocean to our right, bright and crystalline. The sun shines overhead as we get closer and closer to answers, closure, or both. In contrast, as we go south, my stomach flips and flops with a sludgy feeling. Maybe it's the ruddy roads. Kenna studies the map on the GPS. No rainbow star moon symbol here. Your mom said we'd know. Perhaps that's the cause of the uneasy feeling I have. It's not long before we turn westerly, off the main route, and toward the ocean. My hands grip the wheel tightly as I accelerate, sending up a wake of dust behind the van. It's beautiful here, Kenna says, wearing a smile that's the exact opposite of the queasiness on my face. With each passing mile, it's like I have a growing certainty that we're going in the right direction. I wish I could say the same. Something about this place is warning my wolf to halt, go back. Look, there, Kenna calls, pointing at a sign that says Punta San Jacinto. I saw the symbol. I put the van in reverse. Thankfully, no one is behind us. Sure enough, the symbol of the rainbow made of stars and inside a moon glows faintly from the corner of the sign. I detect mage magic. I was expecting we'd have to pass through booby traps and guards. Some kind of ordeal at least. I take the turn and pull up to a kiosk like at a national park. A balding mage wearing a green robe stands inside. Welcome to Bahia Magia. Password please. Kenna and I look at each other. My mom didn't mention this part. Open sesame, she whispers so low the mage wouldn't be able to hear. I glance toward the sea in the distance. The tide is mid and dropping, exposing the masts and bellies of boats likely the result of old ships running up against the rocks. I blurt, shipwreck. I almost instantly regret it because something about this place makes me uneasy. The mage inclines his head and the space in front of us shimmers as though an invisible barrier blocked the way. You'll be at site number 4. Enjoy your stay. I drive forward. How did you know that was the password? Kenna all but cheers when we're a distance from the kiosk. I shrug. I saw old boats peeking up from the water. You're a genius. That remains to be seen. I have a feeling I might regret this visit. Signs posted at 30-foot intervals denote the campsites. Kenna points to number 4. It's just a dirt pad with a cement fire ring. I park, and we get out. Interesting, Kenna says, rubbing her upper arms. This feels like the right place in a spooky kind of way. We gaze out to sea. Kind of like when we first arrived at Lonsdale? I ask. She whirls in my direction. Exactly. I nod. Me too. There aren't any other guests at the resort, at least that we can see. Maybe that's part of the magic. I light a campfire, and we feast on the provisions we brought. Stricken with sudden and strange exhaustion, I lean next to Kenna, who gazes fixedly at the horizon. I lace my fingers through hers. As the fire crackles, she starts to hum a mournful tune. I don't understand Kenna's words so much as feel the melodious lyrics in the center of my chest. It's almost as though each of the words is a small arrow, piercing something inside me. Not in a painful way, but injecting me with warmth and passion. My eyes grow heavy. I could sleep for a day or 10, preferably in a hammock or that cushy bed back at the casino. With a startle, I wake to a murky dawn. Kenna's song must have lulled me to sleep. My hand is empty. She isn't beside me. She's not in the van either. I hustle down to the shoreline, my shoulders braced against the wind. Low tide exposes the rusted hull of a boat, tilted on its side. A little farther out, there's another, deck side down as though a giant had picked it up and then tossed it away like an abandoned toy. Still farther out, the ocean churns restlessly. I creep closer, the water cloudy with sand as it erodes the metal of the ship. I wonder just how many vessels the ocean has claimed, not to mention lives. The sun and salt faded the ship's name, the passengers and crew likely nothing more than a sad memory, and the tragedy a mere blip in history. I sense Kenna before I see her. Relief sweeps through me. She sits on a piece of driftwood and with her feet in the water. Her eyes match the clouds, which match the roiling waves. Sorry I passed out, I say. She shrugs. I didn't sleep much. This place, she shrugs. It feels like the right place, but is also spooky. She throws her hand in the direction of the beached ships, the metal groaning as a wave shifts their skeletons. I don't like it here, I admit. It's just cloudy. Wait until the sun comes out. No, it's something else. Something eerie. I slide onto the sand and wrap my arm around her, pulling her close. Have you ever heard of ghost pirates? I ask. I thought there were only 3 types of ghosts. Kenna wrinkles her nose. I have to admit, although Alistair was nice, the concept still freaks me out. When I was a kid, I had a dream that the librarian at my school turned into a ghost and a shark at the same time. She waves her hand. Admittedly, I'd watched a retro double feature at our drive-in earlier that night, the movie Jaws and Ghostbusters. I chuckle. These ghosts are stuck like Alistair, except they haunt the sea, and I don't mean in a friendly butler about the manor kind of way. I clear my throat. I've heard that ghost ships patrol the oceans, searching for elusive treasure, and hoping that if they add one more member to their crew, they'll find what they're looking for. They never do. They're cursed to sail the sea on an endless hunt. Do you think those ships are? Kenna asks, pointing. I don't get a good feeling. That's all. Have you ever seen a ghost pirate or ship? I shake my head. She claps her hands together. As soon as the sun burns through the fog, it'll be fine. The battered and creaking boats lift the hairs on the back of my neck, but there's no sign of ghosts, pirate or otherwise, or her father for that matter. Fog persists through the morning. The only thing that pierces the cloudy silence are the invisible calls of seagulls. A thick, foreboding feeling closes over me, and before I can stop myself, I shift into my wolf.
Chapter 17. Kenna. I feel something inexplicable. Maybe it comes off being a little crazy and uncertain, but I feel deep down as though there's a reason for me to be at Bahia Magia. Plus we don't have much else to go on. The wind shifts. One moment, I'm gazing at Corbin in physical form. The next, he's a wolf. My breath stills in my lungs as I feel his alpha tugging on mine. The pressure of my bones pressing against my skin and my insides changing shape is like a snapping, whipping, and gouging feeling that I can hardly resist. But I do. I catch snatches of his voice speaking in my head as he communicates in the wolf way. Kenna, we have to leave here. This place is stained. Bad things happened here. I know it. Wolf Corbin paces along the shoreline. He must have shifted on pure instinct. His shoulders ripple with power as he gazes toward the sea. He's tracking something. He's protecting me. He senses something out there that I don't, just like he intuited the password to tell the guard to access this place. I want to shift, but if there's something out there and I do change, and then we need to make a hasty getaway, I can't very well drive as a wolf. Corbin, come back, I call. He's coiled between me and whatever is out there. I tuck my head, defeated. When I look up, a shadow moves through the waves. Wait. There is something in the water. A man. At least I think so. Oddly, I'm not afraid. Rather, I'm drawn to the water. Before I can stop myself, I rush past Corbin, kicking up sand. I plunge in. My legs push through the resistance of the incoming waves. It's as if my intuition kicked in. I have to go find the person. I skim the murky water, looking for ripples or bubbles or whatever I saw. My wolf recedes into the background. All of a sudden, I feel heavy all over like I'm under a shroud or caught in a net. Trying to move to the surface, I'm pushed deeper, blinking the seafloor into focus. As the air leaves my lungs, my surroundings take on a rainbow hue. Stars dot my vision. Then it's as though the moon brightens around me. How can that be? But I can't breathe. We shouldn't have come. I was wrong about this. Dead wrong. Someone jostles me. I try to respond, but it's as if I'm floating away. Then all at once, I'm above the surface, gasping for air. The sky is still steely. Wolf Corbin stands in the shallows. Water drips off his fur. He inclines his head, snarling in warning. Beside me, a man grips me from under the arms, holding me upright. He saved me. Or at least he's the likeness of a man. And there is no mistaking the smoky gray ghost eyes that reflect my own. Dad? I whisper, choking slightly. He nods. You're either really dumb or really brave. Hello to you too, I stutter in a way that matches the hammering in my chest. The rushing waves and thick white water threaten to knock me off my feet as I struggle to keep my footing. Grayson's face lights up with a smirk. My eyes don't betray me. But he's gray and smudgy like a child cut him out of an old photograph and dropped it in a puddle. However, the vagueness of him stops me from wrapping my arms around his broad shoulders. He seems cold and barely there, but fear and sadness burn away within me to reveal hope and joy. Being so close to the certainty of him renews my power. I could move the ocean with one swipe of my hand or draw all the sand close and dump it in if I wanted to. I straighten, flexing my fingers and breathing deep. I'm Kenna. Where have you been? I ask with a hand on my hip. Waiting for you, Grayson says or whispers, or maybe it's the wind. It's hard to tell. Are you a hollow ghost? He nods his head, his eyes sad and happy at the same time. Corbin, still a wolf, stands sentry by the shore. Can you come out of the water? I ask. With your help. But do I want to come out of the water? It looks like you have a watchdog. Ghost Grayson eyes Wolf Corbin. I'm afraid you don't have a choice. You have a lot of explaining to do, Grayson Slade. His lips twitch. You remind me so much of your mother. I take that as a compliment. And you can be sure she wants to give you a talking to, as well. His gray outline is still visible as we leave the water and step onto the sand. I was held underwater for a while. Did you try to drown me? I ask. No, you had to pass through the veil. It's what separates the living world from the other side, a place where hollow ghosts and others dwell. You did a brave thing. I didn't know what I was doing, so maybe I am dumb, I say, echoing his earlier comment. I went on instinct. I swiftly assess him and whether he's a threat. I don't sense as much. Rather, this might be the single most exciting thing ever. My father is back. I can't believe it. I wasn't wrong or crazy. I smile, wanting to hug him. From behind me, Corbin bares his teeth with a low snarl. Right now, he feels like the only danger here. Unlike Alistair, who glimmered like ghosts in movies, my father is a smudged charcoal drawing against a gray canvas. We walk toward the campsite. He's tall and well-built for a ghost. He must have been formidable when he was still whole. So what brings you here? Grayson asks. You know, looking for my father, who's a hybrid like me. Mom said I might find you at Bahia Magia. She also mentioned I have magic after keeping that to herself for nearly 18 years. Oh, and your ghost butler, Alistair, sends his fondest regards. My tone has sharp edges. And I'm here to haul you in for crimes against magic kind, Corbin says, having shifted back to physical form. My father dims. I stand between them. Corbin, that wasn't what we talked about. He glares at me. No, but this man is a criminal. He's harmed countless people, started the Clave, and is wanted by the council. Grayson laughs darkly. I see that you're wrapped around the Fae's finger. Corbin's lips pike down. If you're referring to me, I lean heavily toward my wolf nature, I say. My father flickers. I can explain everything, but we need to get out of here. I park my arms in front of my chest. Not before you tell me what brought you here. Corbin edges menacingly closer. Grayson glances over his shoulder toward the sea. I made some discoveries. The only way for me to confirm the truth was to make a trade. A trade for what? His pause hangs in the air until the wind shifts. My existence. He ghosts a sigh, literally. Our eyes meet. Gray and gray. I wonder if that's why he's named Grayson. Something ripples between us that's less antagonistic and more like patience or compassion or some other virtue that I was feeling short on until a moment ago. He opens his hands as though helpless. I'm sorry, Kenna. I owe you more than the ghost of whom I was, but that's all I have to give other than information. Then I guess that'll have to be enough, I say more harshly than I mean to. Our family tree plays directly into what's going on in the magical world. The one you've been trying to destroy, Corbin says, not giving up. Sometimes ruin comes before rebirth. I think our understanding of what that means differs. Corbin stands tall with his arms crossed. I can't think about the disappointment I feel in him right now at how aggressive he's being. I'm glad not to be wearing the engagement ring. Worry that he deceived me again burdens my mind. How are we supposed to be in a relationship or a family if I can't trust him? How is he the person I call my true mate if he's acting this way? Grayson turns to Corbin. I assure you, I'm no threat. At least not physically. I'm a hollow ghost. All the more reason not to trust you. You must have been pretty desperate to make that trade. I think of it as a sacrifice. He doesn't hang his head as if he's not ashamed of his choices. As you know, your mother and I broke some rules. Call me a rebel, fine. But I don't accept them. Why was the intermingling of magicals forbidden? Corbin scoffs. Because if different magicals come together, they'll create monsters. I level him with a glare. Really? You think so? There's too much unknown. Corbin's nostrils flare. I agree, but what is the unknown other than a new frontier? Grayson says. Spoken like a madman, Corbin says. Did you come here to argue or to help me? I ask my mate sharply. His eyes narrow. What feels like a sharp spike of betrayal pricks my chest. Wait. You didn't come here to help me. I came here to make things right. To call Grayson Slade to account for his crimes. Corbin, I gasp. How could you? I was hoping his earlier comment came from shock, fear, his alpha. But he's serious. I'm sorry, Kenna. My alpha duties are critical. I feel like my insides are being cut, crushed, and battered all at the same time. I cannot believe what I'm hearing from Corbin. The man I love. I want nothing more than to run away, scream, cry, but maybe we're not entirely different. That same sense that connected with my father keeps me rooted to doing what I think is the right thing. Seeing Grayson is like that feeling when you look at an old photograph and remember being there or doing the thing pictured even though you hadn't thought about it in years. Another part of me is freaking out, but there's no time for that because at last, my dad is here, talking to me.
Chapter 18. Corbin. I cannot think about how much I've hurt Kenna. Rather, I focus on how many people, mates, and magicals Grayson has destroyed. Seeing him causes my alpha to shake with rage. I want to shake Grayson and tear him to bits, but he's immaterial, a ghost. Kenna levels me with a glare, sensing my anger, feeling the sting of my betrayal. You lied to me. I don't accept your pithy I'm sorry, but I will ask you to listen to what my father has to say. If you find his story unsatisfactory, fine, bring him to the council. Lock me up while you're at it because if you recall, I'm Magical's most wanted. She practically spits the words with disdain. I'll tell you as much as I can, but not here. As a hollow ghost, I am bound to the trade I made. However, we're allowed one boon, if you will. We're able to leave a connection open to one person in the living world. Like getting to make one phone call from jail. But they'll soon be seeking me. You chose me as your one call? Kenna asks. Grayson nods. My biggest regret was not fighting harder to stay with you and your mother. What about Clave? I ask. Who? Grayson's pale eyebrows lift. He looks genuinely unsure. My brother. Your son. Your mother had another child? His gaze softens. No, you did. With a fae. Jana, I think? Kenna says. Grayson's expression falls. If he could pale, he would've. No, no. That's not possible. Then his eyes widen. She ensorcelled me. Likely story, I mutter. This is much bigger than I thought. Grayson paces much like Kenna does when she's upset. I hate the similarity. I despise him for all the wrong he's done, and the way he's trying to conceal or deny it. Not wasting any more time, Kenna gets in the driver's seat of the van and her father follows. I get in the back so I can keep an eye on him. There's no telling what kind of magic he's capable of or what he might do once we're clear of Bahia Magia. I'll let them have their reunion, then he's going straight to the council and likely the Iron Tower if he's not put to death first. I'm hardly listening to his story, not at all interested in his lies. But when Kenna speaks, I listen. Rather, my wolf does. He can't help himself. What's it like being a hybrid magical? Kenna asks. It's the only thing I've ever known. But when I was younger, sometimes it felt like I existed in two pieces. Torn. But then after my mother disappeared and my father, he shakes his head. I became fascinated by it. I wanted to explore how the two forms of magic came together in my being. We bump over the rutted road after exiting Bahia Magia. I was on a quest to find others like me. No, you were bent on creating an army and using your power against us, I say from the back seat, keeping my wolf close to the surface now that we're outside the resort. Grayson turns to me. The truth in what's taught or perceived can vary widely. I grunt. Grayson lets out a long breath. Let me explain something. Long ago, the Fae were benevolent creatures. When they encountered a human, they'd grant them a boon, a gift if you will. The idea was that they acted as guardians of the people. Historically, the word benevolent doesn't define the Fae, I mutter. Maybe not in recent history, but yes, long ago. The wolf shifters were warriors, as you know. Their instincts were to protect and be of service. I nod. At least he has that right. And the vampires? Kenna asks. They were cursed. Their curse slowly spread, bite by bite, turning some, killing others. We near the main road. Kenna changes lanes. You're missing the part about how the base nature of the Fae is to torment the minds and bodies of humans. Wolves feed off the flesh, and vampires the blood. We're the ruin of men. Grayson shakes his ghostly head slowly. You've been led to believe that, but it's not so, Corbin. When left to our own devices, we needlessly kill. We're violent without the accords. And having various magicals intermate creates monsters. Kenna's inner wolf growls. What about me suggests that I'm a monster, she asks, swerving around a car. You can't control your magic. I stopped just short of blurting that she killed Amanda. Sure, it was self-defense, but she can't throw Fae magic around like that. I'll learn to use it properly. That's why I wanted to find my father. To understand. Grayson eyes me. Corbin, you're vastly mistaken. It isn't in the nature of any of us, hybrid or full-blood, to hurt other creatures. Violence like that comes from curses. I've heard enough. The two fall into conversation as I steam with fury. My wolf pants inside, upset with me, but my alpha nature can't tolerate these lies. The long road ahead gives me plenty of time and space to sit with the burden of my thoughts and a growing sense of guilt for putting my mate in a dangerous situation and for lying to her. There's no telling what Grayson will do. He's Fae. The whole ghost thing may just be glamour. I have to do what's right and turn him into the council. Kenna might hate me for it, but someday, when her father's crimes are exposed, she'll understand. When we reach the border crossing, if the guards see the ghost, they don't say anything. I'm guessing he isn't visible to them. So, why did magicals go from benevolent beings to malevolent, if what Corbin is saying is true? Kenna asks after we're cleared to go back into the United States. They were cursed, her father answers. By who? That's what I've been trying to figure out. That piece of information was what I traded my life for. And? Kenna and I say at the same time. Now I'm made of the veil between the worlds, the living and dead, he says as though this is his greatest regret. Kenna shivers. I feel thin, wispy, like I'm hardly here. But what about that piece of information you were after? I follow up with a deliberate tilt of my head as if, once more to say, explain. I'll start at the part when I said I felt like I was torn between my two natures, Fae and Wolf. Sometimes one would be stronger. Sometimes the other. But never violent or wicked. I scoff. Likely story. Remember, this was before the Accords, Corbin. Which was created because of you, because of your propensity for cruelty against magicals and humans alike. What do you remember of that time? Grayson asks. That I was a violent beast, prone to maiming and devouring humans. Grayson grunts. Kenna stiffens. Her knuckles blanch against the steering wheel. Why didn't you tell me? I've never told you about that period because the Accords spell wiped the details of our violence from the mind of magic kind so we wouldn't be inclined to indulge our base nature. Grayson clicks his tongue. In other words, you've been told that you're a man-eating beast and that vampires are blood-sucking. Kenna, don't listen to him, I grind out. She jerks her head in my direction. Her gray eyes turn stormy. Check the scoreboard, Corbin. So far, you've lied to me twice. It was for your protection. As far as I know, my father hasn't deceived me once. I imagine Grayson's expression is pretty smug right now. Dad, go on. I want to know what happened. I wanted to understand myself and all forms of magic. I figured that would help me put the pieces together. However, the Fae were dodgy. They didn't want to reveal anything. The king, Grayson falters. I can't seem to remember the king during that time. It's like something blocks my mind, locks it out of my memories. He lifts his hand to his forehead. I wonder if I left some of my thoughts on the other side. Do you mean the Fae King Melchior? I fill in. Council member. Together with him and the vampire Alpha, we're intent on protecting magicals from you and the Clave. Protect magicals from the Clave? Grayson laughs. Why would you do that? Well, I suppose some might consider the truth a threat. What truth? Kenna asks. History. That hybrids like us aren't so bad. That we should have rights. That magicals can intermingle. Love is love. Sounds like a bunch of nonsense to me, I mutter. No one asked, Kenna says. So the Clave isn't bad? When Jacqueline and I married, I knew it was only a matter of time before I would be banished or imprisoned. But as a hybrid, I was more skilled at concealing myself. After I sent you and your mother into hiding, I created the Clave. He shakes his head. Something is missing. Part of my mind. When I was on the other side, it was like I was suspended, waiting. I can't quite explain it. But the piece of information you traded your life for. What was it? It's gone. I knew something was amiss among the magicals and that the Accords weren't solely because you and I were perceived as a threat. But this is where I'm drawing a big blank. Kenna, I'm sorry. I can't seem to remember. We have a long drive ahead of us. Just tell me everything you know. Clattering and grinding come from under the hood. Rhonda doesn't seem thrilled by that fact. I send a text to arrange for alternative transportation. For one, species don't just suddenly evolve into man-eating, blood-sucking tormentors. It didn't add up. What I do remember was endless research, trying to put everything I could together, Grayson says. The secret room in Lonsdale? Kenna asks. Yes. You've seen it? That's my life's work. But pieces are missing from my collection. Namely, my mother's journal, her cloak, and the triad jewels. Kenna shifts in the front seat. She is one of the gems, but strangely doesn't say so. Why don't you tell him? I ask her in the wolf way. Get out of my head, she growls. Kenna clears her throat and says, What are those items, Dad? My mother, Isa, a Fae, left the court of Ken and Clover. It wasn't only because she fell in love with my father, which was as forbidden then as it was when I fell in love with your mother. I always wondered why. And you hope those 3 items will answer the question. How romantic, I say sarcastically. I also believe they'll explain why we were made to believe that we're dangerous. Because we are, I answer. I don't think that's the whole story, Corbin. I can tell that you're alpha. Perhaps start thinking like one. The wolf in me growls. I mean to say, think for yourself. Ask questions no matter how dangerous it may be, Grayson says. My main question right now is how I'm going to end a hollow ghost.
Chapter 19. Kenna. Rhonda sputters as we blaze down the freeway. I want to learn more about the magical past, but have to concentrate on the road. Cars whiz by as the minivan struggles to keep up. I got gas recently, so I don't think that's the problem. Perhaps it's the battery again or something else. Kenna, I have the plane waiting in Los Angeles. We can fly out, Corbin says. I can't leave Rhonda behind. I pat the dashboard. I'll have it towed back to New Hampshire. Is this you riding in on your white stallion? I'm not won over by his act of gallantry. I'm a wolf. I don't need a horse. The steering stiffens, and the car slows some more. I struggle through 3 lanes of traffic and am glad I didn't opt for the HOV lane. Rhonda gives one last gasp before going still on the shoulder of the road. I tilt my head back. Well, looks like you have plenty of time for story hour, Dad. A car service will be here in 2 minutes. The tow truck will be right behind them. The airport is 17 minutes away if the traffic doesn't get worse. Corbin speaks with efficiency. I can see how eager you are to turn us into the council. Is it possible to stop in New Hampshire so I can see my mother one last time? Jacqueline is in New Hampshire? Grayson asks. Yeah, we have a new apartment there. This is her car. This? His eyes bulge. She was practically a princess. Vampire royalty, and she drives a SHH. This minivan has been through enough. But yes. We lived frugally to blend in. He leans back as though disturbed. She deserves better. And so do you. Grayson glares back at Corbin. If he'd open his mind, he'd see that. My father goes silent. I can't remember. Are you sure your existence is all you traded? A car honks behind us. I gather up everything I can from Rhonda in case she doesn't make it back. It feels silly, but I let her know she's been good, loyal. I feel like I'm leaving something behind. Like so many others lately, this is another last time. The ride to the airport is quiet. The driver must be magical because he acknowledges my father with a vague nod. There isn't much to talk about that wouldn't reveal that the guy is transporting two of Magical's most wanteds or my anger at Corbin. However, once back on the posh private plane, which I'm too peeved to appreciate, my curiosity pushes past the silence. Maybe it will help you remember things if I tell you what's been going on since you became a hollow ghost. Which was when? Corbin asks. When I learned the history of Lila. Grayson has the opposite of a smile in his voice. There are two versions of the story. Which would you like to hear today? That's easy. The truest one, I say. It was said that a man captured a fae. Charmed by her beauty with dark hair and fair skin, the secrets of the woods rippling in her eyes, and the melodic sound of her voice, he brought her on land against her will. Then she lost her most valued asset, her voice, rendering her relatively helpless to her plight. I recall the story Pepper told me and say, and ever after, to avenge their loss, on the full moon, the Fey maidens would lure a huntsman into their midst and take his life for her own. My dad nods. Later, one Fey maiden, my mother, felt like the initiation practice was wrong and fled with the huntsman who became my father. Only, shortly after their love was known, a werewolf attacked him. How did the Fae kill the huntsman exactly? My father gazes out the window. The cry of the Fae, an enchanting, but deadly song activated under the light of the full moon, has the power to kill. The hair on the back of my neck lifts. I inhale, realizing I was holding my breath as I think of the song I thought I heard from the diary. I'm debating whether or not to tell him I have the cloak, the diary, and the vampire jewel. My instinct suggests I keep this to myself for now. But what I learned is that nothing was stolen from Lila, the Fae allegedly taken by a huntsman against her will. Those last words cast a net over me. In the distance, lightning flashes from cloud to cloud. Why would the Fae kill huntsman for revenge if Lila, as you said, went willfully with the man? Corbin asks, entering the conversation for the first time. My question exactly, Grayson answers. One I was forbidden to ask. But that didn't stop me from trying to figure it out. He lets out a frustrated sigh. Are there magical libraries? Corbin and my dad nod in unison. As well as the library of memories. But I think the answer is closer. My mother's diary. But along with her, it's gone missing. She figured everything out and wrote it down. His ghostly cheeks shade darker for a moment. I must admit I tore out several pages with the most crucial information, afraid of what would happen if it fell into the wrong hands. When I did so, the words disappeared. Before I could finish reading, the diary was lost. I fear, forever, along with her, and it seems, some of my memories. His brow furrows. Someone did find it. I swallow, taking a risk. Or rather, it was left for me in your house. Tied with a strip of red fabric, that I think belongs to your mother's cloak. Which I also have. I leave off the part about possessing the vampire jewel. With each word spoken, my father leans closer. The only problem is, as you said, the diary is empty. His face falls. I take it the cloak is too. I tilt my head in question. I thought perhaps she was trapped in it, invisible. One day, she disappeared. I figured it was because of what my father did, but I may never know. My dad gives Corbin a side eye and then leans closer. I believe if I find the real scepter, not the one Melchior parades around with, and install the missing jewels, I can reveal the truth of all things. I think of the illustration in the book back at Lonsdale. Then you're certain the scepter Melchior has is fake? Corbin asks. Grayson chortles. Real iron, but that's about all. I had an unpleasant encounter with him. Although he's powerful, and likes to think he's lord of all Fae, he doesn't wield the full power of the scepter. Fortunately for me. Where is the real scepter? I ask. Again, something I've sought. For a moment, my father looks like liquid smoke. Where to begin? The diary. Can I see it? Grayson asks. I take it out of my bag. He unlaces the red piece of fabric. Yes, this is part of a fake cloak. I feel the magic. When he parts the pages, sure enough, faint whiskered lines form around his eyes. Still no words, yet I sense them. I feel my mother's presence. He turns it over a few times. It's like I can hear her whispering from the pages. I nod. I think I've heard her singing. We need your mother's help. She was especially skilled at seeing through things. Literally? Because she wasn't all that adept at seeing through her stupid ex-boyfriend's lies. Yes. Vampires are strong and have super senses, but many have special skills. Do you think that's a good idea? I ask. I haven't seen her in 18 years, 3 months, and 4 days. She's one of the strongest and bravest vamps I've ever known. I think she can handle a ghost version of her husband if it means we get to see each other again. I bite my lip. Okay, but she might be mad. I'll take whatever I can get. He hasn't seen her dealing with her exes, so this should be interesting. No, we're going to meet with the council, Corbin says. I argue, but Corbin is in full alpha mode. My alpha rises, but in this instance, he wields the extra power and authority of the Alpha Warriors and Guardian Council. I want nothing to do with him. I resign myself to betrayal. I enjoy these last bits of freedom before what is sure to be imprisonment. Maybe worse. My life suckage ratio is 50-50 at the moment. I found my father and got a glimpse of who I am and what all this means, but it feels like it's slipping through my fingers. We're mostly quiet for the rest of the plane ride. When we land in Concordia, the night has a full moon vibe even though the sky is dark except for a crescent moon and the stars. I consider making a wish, but hope feels like a faraway thing. I close my eyes anyway, hoping that when I open them, I'll gaze upon a different scene where my father is whole and not a ghost. Where my mother is here, they have a happy reunion, and Corbin doesn't want to turn me into the council. We get in the Jeep. As we set out, several other vehicles follow with their headlights blazing. I sense the betas. Did you call in backup? Even though I communicate the wolf way, the edge in my voice is unmistakable. Grayson slipped through our fingers one too many times. Yeah, and I've really made a run for it, I say sarcastically. Then I add, hi, guys. I'm not sure how this works since I'm your alpha as well, but feel free to head home. Nothing to see here. Camilla's voice comes through. Sorry, Kenna. Right now, we're taking orders from Corbin. He's been with us longer and is therefore higher up than you. Where I expect to be brought to a police station or somewhere official, I recognize the road leading to Lonsdale. Perhaps the council are meeting us here. How pleasant. A homecoming and an arrest. When we pass through the gate, Corbin says, you will answer to the council. Wolves were once Faye's greatest enemy. Don't you find it interesting that both myself and Kenna are united in the two rather than the monsters you make us out to be? Grayson had been quiet, but it seems the sight of his former home or the proximity of our demise gives him the motivation to push for Corbin to see his side of things. Corbin grunts. Define monster. When we discovered Kenna, we had orders to destroy her. My stomach swims with anxiety. Grayson folds his hands in his lap. Could that have been a ploy? A ruse? A plot to control magicals with a spell? Yes, to keep us from killing each other. Corbin's tone is flat. Think for one moment, Corbin. The accord contains a spell that supposedly keeps magicals from indulging their base natures, and so they don't intermate. However, what if you were told that when in reality, the spell actually suppresses your magic? What if it's a curse? And what if you were using the Clave's collective magic to lift the spell to wreak havoc? I recall my mother mentioning that the Clave may not have been the wicked group it was made out to be. Why would I do that, son? My father asks. I'm not your son. And the answer is simple. Because you're a power-hungry monster. Here's a question for you. Why would someone cast a spell on us and make up that elaborate story? Revenge. My father stares blankly ahead. For what? Corbin asks. We're all quiet for a few miles until the wolfway chatter from the other vehicles gets louder. Corbin pulls abruptly to the side of the road and gets out of the jeep. Stay here, he orders as he plunges into the woods bordering the road. The moon spills milky light over papery birch trees. The damp air excites my wolf with the desire to run, but under it, I pick up another scent. Death. I hurry after Corbin and my ghost dad follows silently. The other wolves are right behind us. My super sight reveals a grisly scene of a maimed man lying on the forest floor. He wears hunting fatigues. I recall the hunters at the bakery and wonder if he's one of them. This was the work of a night howl, my father says. Corbin scrubs his hand down his face. I sense he's about to shift. My father says, Visalia did this. Who? I ask. Visalia. My father, Alden Johansson, a cursed werewolf, bit her, Grayson says.
Chapter 20. Corbin. I can't help but feel like I'm losing my grip, losing touch. Yet another death on my land and under my watch. It pains me. And enrages me. Visalia? I ask, recalling my encounter and Amanda's betrayal in Richard Dubois's house. Then an older memory comes back. She was Logan's mate. The pulse in my chest thrums, drums, roars. What do you mean that she was the fae your father bit? I ask Grayson. Standing by her father's side, I want Kenna to understand that this isn't about her. Rather, the fate of our kind. As much as I care about her, at her core, she's no different from Grayson. He did experiments on vampires, rounded up wolves to use for battle, and worse. I don't know much other than my father was turned shortly after he and Isa, my mother, met. She tended to him and was able to relieve him of the curse, but not before they were attacked by the fae. In the fight, a fae named Visalia was bitten and presumably turned into a werewolf. The wind shifts. My hackles lift as a specific kind of uneasiness comes over me, causing my breath to come shallow. My wolf rises toward the surface, sensing a threat. The locals were talking about going hunting for whatever was killing the woodsman, Trigg says when we meet in the woods. And the authorities have started their investigation, Baker adds. I falter, unsure if we should report this. If federal agents come in, we're sure to be exposed. I trust the locals, but the national officials are a different ballgame. Squinting into the depths of the woods, I catch a rippling scent. I turn to Grayson. What can you tell us about Visalia? I sense her presence. Ruthless, cunning, out for blood, Grayson says. Something in the air wrinkles and a shadow streaks past the trees in the distance. Grayson, Kenna, and the others follow my gaze. She's there, hunting, preparing for the kill, I say in a low voice. Adrenaline replaces concern. The air remains still for a few minutes as we form a circle with our backs to the body of the hunter. Perhaps she's coming back for seconds. The hairs on my arms stand up, pressing against the insides of my shirt sleeves. I scan the woods, following the changes in the air currents, the crinkle of the leaves, and other night sounds. The back of my neck prickles. I crouch. In a blink, my wolf leaps out of me. Fur glides over my skin as my power comes in full force. The betas follow suit. Kenna remains in physical form. My wolf gazes into her beautiful face, but it's like we're on two sides of a window. My wolf frets that my lie makes her unreachable. Distracted, claws dig into me, thrusting me to the ground. I eat it, hard. I'm face to face with a werewolf. Her eyes are a deep, sickening shade of yellow. Her lips pull back into a snarl and the wispy fur billowing around her head is light brown, wild. I kick out but her jaw closes around my ankle and drags me backward. I writhe and flail, snarling to get loose, but her teeth tighten. I wince. Blood beads and then trickles. I manage to drop my jaw on her flank. I meet her eyes. Endless and empty. The werewolf smells putrid like rot and thrashes me around like a rag doll. I kick, but she crashes down on me, holding me against the ground. Thankfully, she doesn't break the skin. I don't panic, but wonder why my betas haven't stepped in. Shoving upward, she falters, I roll out from under her. Shaken, I get to my feet, but she races out of sight. My betas, now in wolf form, take off after her, barking furiously. I don't take my eyes from the woods. I see a flash of teeth and consider following in pursuit, but have to look after Kenna and her father, who's no longer a shadow against the backdrop of night. He's gone. I shift back to physical form, scrambling around for my clothing. Where'd Grayson go? Kenna's face slackens like sadness threatens to wash over her again. She stares into the near distance. Can you look at me? As she shakes her head no, I brush her jaw with my fingers. A charge of delight, a flame not extinguishable by anything, not even magic, rushes through me, charging me with renewed energy. Yet, my breath, my heart, and my pulse falter. I'm sorry, I whisper. She sinks back and away from me. Her eyes are a shade so beautiful, it's sure to be nameless. However, her movements are twitchy, like she's nervous. Not meeting my gaze, she says, I'll stand for my father's crimes. I swallow and then clear my throat. No. The wind gusts, disturbing the leaves that remain on the trees. I'm afraid, Corbin. Of what? Of myself. Of what I might become. She quavers. Then the night fills with light, emanating from her hands in rings of yellow, orange, and white. Fey magic. My skin crawls with the awareness that she's given into her fey nature. A terribly beautiful song falls from her lips, tempting, mesmerizing, drawing me close. The tune rises and falls to the pounding and fluttering in my chest. Under the spell of her song, the world spins, spins, and spins away from me as I try to find my way back, searching for the meaning in her eyes to match her words: love, light, forever. She tells me I'm lucky, I'm hers. I'm a king. I try to slither away from the lies, but her eyes, her song, and her lips as they grow closer, pull me in, and lock me into the desire to give her whatever she wants. Then there's another hum, movement in what is otherwise a world on pause. It's a drum or the beat of a heart. Her wolf breaks the face spell. I don't think. I don't calculate. I don't hesitate. I nip her and we both shift, taking off into the woods as shouts come at our backs. Spears, guns, napalm if we have to. We will do it properly this time, a man says. A pause indicates someone responds in a lower voice. I don't care about property boundaries. We will level these woods until there isn't anything living, breathing, or killing, the angry voice hollers. Must be vigilantes. Now we share any enemy. Kenna and I slow down. She stalks by my side as we near the road. She'd gripped her clothing between her teeth and drops it. Her lip lifts into a snarl, a warning. We both shift back to physical form, dress, and scramble up the embankment toward the vehicles. The wind sends another gust of putrid air in my direction. It's not quite the same as the werewolf. My wolf growls. I hate to say it, but I think I shifted too soon. From the other end of the road, two figures approach. They stumble like the ground is slippery or like they're drunk. Not betas. More hunters. Not likely. I assume a fighting stance, ready to shift again. My alpha wants to protect her. I know that I need to find Grayson and bring them to the council. Kenna's eyes are steely, determined. She shoots her magic in their direction and then rushes toward one of the cars behind the jeep. I'm not sorry, Corbin. The engine revs, and she takes off. I won't leave my betas out there with the werewolf loose. I won't let someone else die. I draw my wolf to the surface. The two figures brush off the magic Kenna used. They look human, but I sense grim magic. In one swift motion, I'm thrust backward, interrupting my shift. I howl as I skid across the cement road. They pin me down. I smell low tide and menace. The female's voice gurgles my name. Scum oozes between her teeth. Her eyes are pupilless and uneven. My blood runs cold. Goblins. We've come for you, the male breathes in a sulfuric voice. His eyes are slits, filling me with dread. You're coming with us. Not a chance, I say, kicking out. But before I can break loose, everything goes dark. My fingers are numb. I wince as I lift my pounding head off the ground. The low, blue light of a whitewashed afternoon filters in through a single, cracked window high above. I listen. The soft whistle of the wind. The particular cool scent of a dewy morning. I blink my eyes. What happened? The night comes back, transporting Grayson and Kenna back to Concordia, discovering another death, the fight in the woods with the werewolf, Kenna leaving me in a whirl of fey magic, and then my capture by a pair of goblins. Ropes bind my wrists and ankles. I wiggle my fingers and toes to work blood into them, but the numbness remains a cold ache. I press onto my shoulder to get onto my knees. Keeling over, I try again, more slowly this time. I clang into an old rake and some gardening tools. I listen again. Silence. Hello? I call. The cold air catches in my throat and I cough. No reply. A rod leans against the wall across from me. I worm my way over, knock it down, and then struggle to grasp it. I wedge it under the rope, working it looser. A loud bang shakes the shed. Contorting my limbs, I growl with the effort to break free when the door flies open.
Chapter 21. Kenna. My fey magic swells inside. Like summoning my wolf, it exists just beneath the surface. I can call upon it at will. Wielding it is another issue altogether. Leaving Corbin on the roadside wasn't easy, but maybe fate was wrong. How could he double-cross me like that? If his answer is to protect me, I can protect myself, thank you very much. And considering I tracked him to the garden shed behind Lonsdale, it looks like he needs some assistance at the moment. Instead of blasting the door to the shed, I use a good, old-fashioned kick when the latch doesn't work. The door doesn't budge. A faint mark glows on the wooden frame of the entry. I trace my finger over it and feel a trace of magic. I summon my own. I feel it rise along with my wolf, perhaps because I'm in such close proximity to Corbin. At least, I hope it's him and this isn't a trap. The magic crackles at my fingertips and I cast it at the marking on the door. It explodes, sending sparks like fireworks. The door flies open. My mate is in physical form, wriggling and writhing as he works on getting free as an errant spark of my magic flies past his head. His eyes are wide. "Couldn't you have kicked it open?" he asks. "I tried, but how about a thank you for coming to my rescue even though you don't deserve it?" "Thank you." He gets to his feet and tosses off the ropes. The marking on the doorframe pulses, sizzles, and then fades to nothing. Corbin eyes it with an arched brow. "That was a rune of closure. No wonder you couldn't use force." He points to my fingers. "Must have been beginner's luck, and I consider myself lucky you didn't blow my head off." I can't say it didn't cross my mind. I scowl. Our gazes meet. His eyes dip. I incline my head. Then Corbin's arms are around me, and he presses his lips against mine. My inhale catches sharply. I kiss him back with fury, with passion, with fear this may be another last time. My wolf whines inside. My hands don't know where to land as they glide over his arms, shoulders, back, neck, and to his jaw. I want to pull him closer at the same time that I want to push him away. I want the love we shared back, but I'm not sure it can overcome the lies. His rough stubble scratches my cheek, sanding away what I thought I wanted in order to reveal what I need. Around our kiss, I say, "Corbin, I want the truth, whatever it takes." He draws back and the scowl that had darkened his features softens. I can't deny the wash of warmth that flows through me at his ruggedly handsome face. I hold up my fingers, still shimmering with magic. "If you try to capture me and bring me to the council, I will use my magic against you." He holds his hands up in surrender. "I'm not ready to hear your apology, but the werewolf is out there, and the betas need your help. The humans need your help. They need my help too." I thought I had to prove myself to the pack. In reality, I just want to do the right thing. Corbin draws a deep breath. I thought I was doing the right thing. I was acting without thinking. Following orders, when I'm an alpha. A leader. I know better than that. My role is to think for myself. I know you're not a monster. Dangerous, maybe, but not more so than deceit. That can be the ruin of many good people. I move to kiss him again when my wolf's hackles prickle. Corbin stiffens. His eyes grow wide. Then I pitch forward and meet the ground with a smash before everything goes dark. I wake to a fetid stench that overpowers the earthy smell of the garden and fields. Am I still at Lonsdale? Where is Corbin? I'm groggy and my head aches. The indistinct murmur of voices comes from nearby. "Make sure they're both tied up," says a familiar voice, followed by a thin laugh. "The wolf is husky," a gurgling voice says as a figure lands beside me with a painful sounding thud. "Boof," I mutter when his right arm and leg land on mine. "Corbin, wake up." It isn't friendly to kick my mate in the shin, but in this bound position, I can't shake or otherwise rouse him. I kick him again. He moans. "Seriously. This is bad. We need to." "You need to what?" Clove hovers over me with his hands on hips and his face stony. Once more, my heart sinks into flame. Anger. Betrayal. What is going on? I croak. "Considering you're the one tied up in my house, I don't have to do anything." I blink my surroundings into focus. Sheets cover furniture, I smell mildew, and a clock ticks a lonely beat in the background. Whose house? I spit. I'm in Lonsdale. After I left Corbin on the edge of the woods, I came here, thinking this was where my father fled. I like to think of it as my place. A consolation prize for not having a father. Clove leans on a side table and crosses his arms over his chest, then stacks one leg over the other like this is a casual affair, and we're just over for tea. But he didn't know about you. Likely story. Clove's lip curls. No, he truly didn't. We think your mother, Jana, used a spell on him. She ensorcelled him. He snorts, but a subtle twitch in his eyes suggests a crack in his composure. The foul stench of rot wafts through the cold air. The pair who abducted us gurgle a laugh. Corbin wasn't supposed to be a character in this chapter of our little adventure. This was supposed to be down to us. Brother and sister. But he had to go and be your mate. Clove kicks Corbin in the side. He hardly flinches. With his ability to track you, I couldn't take any risks and captured him too. What do you want, Clove? His face lights up. I want it all. The keys to the kingdom, as it were. I've spent years searching, studying. Well, it turns out that you're the key. He chuckles. We could have been family, I say, trying to appeal to a part of him I hope is inside. Family? Something like that. It works differently in our world than it does for humans who get married, settle down, and have kids. Sure, you're a mutt, being part wolf and vampire, but the fae in you owes a debt. I fight to get to my feet. I'm tired of lies and confusion. For once, instead of asking questions, I'm ready to give answers. They're no and no and no. I don't accept it. Fate or not, I choose what I do and who I do it with. A growl presses against my lips. Corbin's eyes flash open and widen. Kenna, he says as Clove casts a tendril of icy white magic, freezing me in place. I wouldn't have been able to get out of the way anyway, since I'm still bound. A strange feeling fills my thoughts. It's not a smell or taste or event exactly. But it is familiar and deeply sensory. I've been in the presence of that particular magic before. My breath catches in my chest. Beside me, Corbin strains and bucks against the bonds. At least he's awake. I go deep inside, searching for a way to loosen Clove's hold or at least find my voice. I call upon my wolf who wants nothing more than to howl and bite. The vampire inside is ready to scream and pound. But the fae within me knows how to release Clove's hold. It takes a moment before I can speak. It's like the electrons and neutrons in my blood suddenly contract and then begin to expand, threatening to release a gigawatt of electricity or magic. My breath moves deep. My heart pounds. Then I say, you were there the night Amanda attacked me in the woods. The night she died. I recognize your magic, Clove. He tips his head back and laughs. You're clever, I'll give you that. I shudder a breath. What did you do? He tilts his head side to side. I just helped you along. Your magic is untested, untamed. It was easy to draw it to the surface. Of course, you were defending yourself, but I made sure the power surrounding you was strong enough to ensure that you dealt the death blow. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Why? Because Amanda had something I wanted. Something I'd been searching for. The cloak, I say. Ding, ding, ding. You win the prize this round. I don't want to play your games or win any prize from you. He stabs the air with his finger. Ah, but you are the prize. I shake my head, not understanding. Melchior selected our grandmother, Isa, as consort, the highest honor a fae can receive. She ran away, fell in love. Had she not, we wouldn't be here. Be that as it may, you're here to pay her debt. As the words breach his lips, my heart sinks. This time not in flame, but like it's filling with water, drowning in fear. Corbin starts to move. Clove fires off more magic, nearly freezing him, but Corbin jerks out of the way. You killed Tatiana too, Corbin growls. You said you were friends. We were friends, yes. She taught me many useful things, including creating runes of power. It turned out that she had the red cloak. Unfortunately, Amanda and I went after it at the same time. Corbin's eyes flash with recognition. I couldn't very well let Amanda have it after the years I'd spent in search of it. But I missed my mark, and Tatiana took the fall. He tsks. No, stop, Clove. Whatever you have planned, surely we can figure something out. We're well past negotiations. He wrinkles his nose in distaste. They tend to be long, drawn out. No, the Fae King has something I want. I'm using you to get it. Plain and simple. I recall my father and me discussing the magical items, the diary, cloak, and scepter. The scepter, I whisper. Clove smiles. Can't get anything past you, can I, sis? He laughs darkly. I prickle at his use of the term of endearment. What I think is the male goblin comes near, ready to whack Corbin and me both with a wooden block. His needle-like teeth pierce his leer and slime oozes from his mouth. A female goblin hovers above and slurps a strand of slime back into her mouth as she twiddles her fingers. What should we do with them, sir? The male gurgles. The female strokes my cheek. I flinch, trying to get away from her cold, dead, fish-like grasp. Get away from me. She kicks me in the side, and I roll onto my back like a stranded beetle. Through the window, the sun starts to set. Take them to the woods. It's time to meet the Fae King. Corbin scowls. You're a lying, backstabbing, piece of... No, wolf. You have me all wrong. I'm making things right. If this is what you call right then. As I said, you weren't supposed to be involved. Clove, this isn't how it has to be, I say. He shakes his head and counters, but it does.
Chapter 22. Corbin. The goblins knock Kenna out after she struggles and then hauls us toward the woods. I cooperated, but only because one of us needs to remain conscious, and I'm calling on the entirety of my power to break these restraints. My wolf is desperate to shift, but the bonds hold fast with a rune to prevent the use of my power. They toss us on the ground in a clearing. I blink my surroundings into focus. The lavender velvet of dusk filters through the nearly bare branches of the woods. Kenna's breath is shallow. My gut wrenches at the thought of her being hurt and me being helpless. Once more, I summon my alpha, but we can't get past these bonds or call upon the betas. I glance at her wrists and ankles, also tied up. She overpowered the runes of closure in the shed, perhaps she can do the same now. Clove paces nearby and his fingers jitter against his leg. I sense a hint of fear emanating from him. I suppose it's not every day he makes a bargain with the Fae King. Melchior will know that I wasn't really intending to bring Kenna to him. But he will be pleased finally to have her in custody. I imagine he told Clove she could pay Isa's debt as a ploy. He'll want to destroy her, following the Articles of Accord. I cannot let that happen. You want the scepter in exchange for Kenna? I prop myself up on the ground. What makes you think the Fae King will hand it over to you? I ask, knowing it's a fake. If you haven't noticed, I take what I want. Killing Tatiana wasn't necessary. It was an accident. Compelling Kenna to kill Amanda was cruel. I could easily argue that not doing your alpha duties and protecting your pack from Amanda was cruel, Clove counters. Then again, I did catch you unaware and froze you in place so you wouldn't be a nuisance and try to stop things. I recall feeling suddenly frozen that night, stopped in my tracks. The truth in his comment is like a blow to the chest. I want to argue, but he isn't wrong. I should have contained Amanda. I should be out there stopping the werewolf. I ask, why are you doing this? I thought you said you were going to finish what your father started. Are you leading the Clave? Clove laughs. You really have no idea. I'm giving the Fae King exactly what he wants, and I will get exactly what I want. His voice is brittle like it's been stripped of something like vigor or potency. I know all too well that wanting something that you can't have is draining. My empathy stops there. And then what? Do you plan on ruling the realm, controlling magicals, and using humans to your own ends? I almost don't want to hear what he has to say. His answer is silence. A gale blows through the woods. My wolf hackles lift. I ache for the shift, to attack, to put an end to this. Kenna, wake up, I whisper. If we make it through this, I'll explain, I'll apologize, I'll do anything to see that ring back on your finger. Beside me, Kenna rouses. Her eyes widen at our new surroundings. The sun dips lower in the sky. Like a swelling wave, something within her surges. The metallic tang of vampire power fills the air. Her wolf scent is faint and the fey energy quiet. In one bold move, she bursts to her feet. We will make it. Her shout is robust, clear, powerful. She throws the bonds from her wrists and tears them from mine. My wolf takes over, and in less time than it takes for Kenna to cross the clearing to reach Clave, I'm on all fours. She surges in dark, hungry energy surrounds her. Sharp teeth appear in her mouth, and her eyes go from stormy gray to black, veined with red. The Fey King will be well pleased. Seems like your power is officially synthesized. Kenna closes the space between them as she launches herself at her brother. Fey magic slides from his palms. Kenna must instinctually use a vampire shield, blocking it and sending the trails of blinding light ricocheting toward the woods. As I blink my surroundings back into focus, Clave sails through the air, smashing against an oak tree with a thwack. At the same time, he casts another blast of Fey magic, temporarily freezing Kenna. Her vampire shield must have been a one-time deal. At least for now. She'll have to learn how fully to use her powers so she can call upon them at will. I bound toward Clave, closing my jaw around his neck and shaking him. A heavy gust of wind rattles the branches overhead, chilling the air. Clave's lips curl into an uncertain smile. If I'm not mistaken, Melchior is coming. Trumpeting echoes through the woods, and then the Fey King rides into the clearing in his chariot led by giant bullfrogs. I scent autumn leaves and impending loss in the air. It's nearly the equinox. Distracted by the sight, Kenna elbows Clave hard and drops him to his knees before clasping his hands behind his back in a solid hold. Despite my desperate desire to stop this craziness, I'm not sure how other than by sheer force, biting and tearing and destroying. I shift back into physical form at the Fey King's arrival. Maybe it's not too late for negotiations. Holding the iron-tipped scepter, Melchior exits his chariot along with two female Fey. The one on his right flank looks ragged with dark, lank hair hanging around her face. Her lips form a thin line. The only thing remotely Fey about her is her long eyelashes and the faint swirls marking her arms. The one on his left tosses her sandy-colored hair and glares at Kenna with shining, emerald eyes. Then she turns her attention to me. She pads softly closer, licking her lips, then the hum of an eerily enchanting song begins. It's much like the one Kenna sang to me earlier. I try to keep my focus on my surroundings, keep my head above water. Kenna, how delightful to meet you finally, Melchior says over the tune. Your mate, Corbin, hasn't properly introduced us. I started to think he was hiding you from me. His tone is cunning. She glares in reply. Meet Jana, dear sister of Isa. And this is Visalia, Melchior says, gesturing to the Fey with the stringy hair. Visalia? I ask. You are Logan's mate. She must have used glamour to conceal her true appearance. She trembles with a cold laugh, then grimaces at me with pure hatred. I learned your weaknesses, Corbin. Amanda proved useful. And my taste for revenge is still strong. Melchior smiles thinly. Ah, Visalia, there's nothing worse than losing a mate, even for a werewolf. You are a werewolf then? I ask, shocked. Logan helped me resist the curse. He tried to cure me. We almost had it figured out. When you killed your so-called best friend, there was nothing left for me. And you've been hunting our lands on the full moon. She exhales a shrug. My nature cannot be helped. Tell your fae to stop singing, I order. Wolves can resist the alluring tune, but our physical form is close enough to being human that it's harder to do. Melchior knows full well that I'll shift if she doesn't shut up. Historically, wolves were deadly enemies of fae. The accords help tame the wild inside, but if the spell is lifting, I can't promise that I won't attack. The fae that was singing goes quiet as if by a silent command from her king. Instead, she says, Kenna, you look so much like her. The resemblance is uncanny, Melchior says. You belong with us, fair maiden Kenna. Vampire power radiates off Kenna. She's not listening with fae or wolf ears. She bares her teeth. Clave thought it would be best that you return to us and just in time. I see the accords don't work to control your inner vampire. But you don't need blood and vampires' vices. We can teach you the ways of the fae. Help you understand the full extent of your power. He steps closer to her, undaunted by her desire to bite. Back off, she snarls. My wolf growls. I'm on the edge of shifting. I envision myself tearing the Fae King's head off. But curiosity pricks me too. Is he implying he'd let her live among the Fae rather than destroy her in agreement with the Articles of Accord? As the last of the sun dips away, the scepter flashes. Clave steps forward and magic drips from his fingers as he extends his hand. I brought you her. Now, in exchange. A terrible smell of decay and rot fills the forest as the milky light of the moon emerges from behind the clouds. Visalia's eyes turn wild, pained as she contorts, screams, and then shifts into a werewolf. At the same time, Grayson appears with a second scepter in his hand. Its sharp prongs aim at the cursed wolf. Grayson's eyes are as frigid as the air. His silver-white spectral appearance doesn't look like it could blow away in the wind. Rather, he appears formidable. King-like. The werewolf, undaunted, doesn't flinch. I think we've met. I'm Grayson Slade, and I'd like to put you out of your misery. He strikes the wolf with the scepter. The ground shakes and the wind blows. She howls and then drops back. For a moment, it's like the forest holds its breath. All is still. All is silent. Without my betas here, I don't even think I could stand up to a centuries-old werewolf. Melchior, we meet at least. Grayson's voice bellows, despite his ethereal form. The Fae King snorts. I've been looking forward to this moment. I see you traded your life for that of a hollow ghost. Without hesitating, he shoots a blast of Fae magic from his fingers. Where I expect it to move through Grayson, it crackles up and down his body like a live wire. He shakes and then pressing the prongs of the scepter to his skin, he draws it out and then fires it back at Melchior. The Fae King lunges out of the way at the same time as the werewolf leaps at me, knocking me into the ground.
Chapter 23. Kenna. Leave him alone, I call. My voice sounds as big as the sky and as dark as the night. Locked in battle, I charge at the werewolf and at my wolf, Corbin. The dry leaves toss and the air churns. I didn't summon the vampire, but it took over within me. I surge with strength and power as I thrust the werewolf off Corbin, throwing her into a tree. Like with Clave before, she strikes it with a sickening crack. My father closes in on Melchior as he blocks the Fae King's magic with the scepter. The female Fae with green eyes remains in the chariot, watching with an amused smile on her lips. She must be unseelie. Corbin gets to his paws and steps beside me, lowering his head at a menacing angle. He snarls as Clave throws a bolt of magic in the direction of our father and the Fae King. It illuminates Melchior's bearded face, revealing a sinister expression. I can't help but feel like we're all pawns in a game he's playing, Clave included. I see you have something that belongs to me, Melchior says to Grayson. What? This? He tosses the scepter from hand to hand, taunting the Fae King. What do you propose we do, Grayson? Release Kenna and the others, and you and I can figure it out, my dad says. That ticks my vampire off. Release us? I say, striding forward. I'm not anyone's to barter. Corbin receives my darkest look. Oh, but you are. I'm a council member. I hold the threads to your fate. Melchior laughs darkly. A blood-curdling cackle rushes out of me. Must be the vamp influence. On instinct, I thrust my fists at the Fey King, shoving him back. He staggers, taken off guard. I stride forward, closing the space between us. He smooths his shining robe. You will pay for that with your life. A blast of cloudy magic rocks from Melchior's hands. Grayson angles the scepter in front of me at the same time I attempt to block it with what feels like a shield. At my back, the werewolf rouses. Corbin attacks. The night fills with the electric sounds of fey magic coming from Clave and Melchior and a deep cracking as it rebounds off the scepter my father wields. I wonder where he found it. I'm not looking for answers. They'll have to come later. Power and anger consume me. Scuffling and growls mix with the wind whipping through the trees, causing branches to scratch and night birds to hoot. To my father, Melchior says, I'll restore your life if you give me the scepter. I care not for my life, but the future of the magical world. Then what will you consider? You know very well, Councilman, Grayson grinds out. Melchior tilts his head as though considering the demand. The surrounding air stills. Inspired, but no. That won't work. Clove steps forward, giving our father a careful sidelong glance. Melchior, you made me a promise if I brought you magical's most wanted. Didn't your mother teach you that Fae are tricky? Melchior glances at the woman in the chariot. She must be Janna. Clove glowers. My expression matches my brother's, only it's aimed at him. I cannot believe he betrayed me too. Melchior folds his hands together. I suppose a happy family reunion will not be on order today. What a shame. Visalia, finish the wolf. Janna, do something about your pest of a son. He turns to Grayson and me. I don't have the time or interest in negotiations. His voice is like thunder. Watching his every move, my father angles the scepter at Melchior. The king's eyes are obsidian and the air surrounding him is thick. He reaches for the scepter, but Grayson shoves it forward, piercing him. His face flashes with surprise. Iron tips the scepter. When his drop of blood falls to the forest floor, my hunger flares. It consumes me. I've never wanted something so much in my life. The wolf and Fae have receded within. My vamp nature has taken over. The thirst for blood blankets my mind, pulling my attention toward him. Whereas it once made me queasy, now an unnatural longing fills me. The wind Melchior controls threatens to knock me off my feet, but I continue to advance on him. I am not a hunter seizing my prey or a puppet master pulling the strings or a game player manipulating my pawns. I lock on my target. The king is mine. The vague awareness of Corbin and the werewolf fighting nearby and my father and Clove, along with Janna struggling over the scepter fades. I don't want to hurt you. Pieces of Melchior's voice drift toward me over the wind. You seek answers, the truth, and I can give them to you. I can give you the realm, Kenna. I don't want the realm. A smile peels back on my lips. I want your blood. I lunge. Pure instinct opens my mouth, forces my jaw to bite down. But before my teeth break the fake king's skin, I'm blown back. Only, it's not the fierce wind. Rather, Clove's magic slides across my vision. I struggle to get up, but his power holds me down. Melchior surges toward me, a riot of ego and anger. She's done. My father lunges with the scepter aimed directly at the fake king's heart, but he falters, and it's thrown from his hand. Clove moves to catch it at the same time his mother, Janna, extends her arm. The gold handle lands in her hand. In one swift motion, she thrusts it at my father, stabbing him. I kicked to standing at the same time. My father, already a ghost, seems to flickers, a candle shifting in the breeze. Dad, are you okay? I ask, shaking off the bloodthirsty vampire trance. My mother appears out of nowhere, throwing back a red hood, and crouching in front of my dad. He whispers, "Don't let Melchior have the scepter." Janna's eyes flash cruelly. "I'll be returning this to my king." I'm on my feet and grip the other end of the cold metal handle. The three prongs angle toward her. "Give it to me," I say over the roar of the wind. Someone grips my shoulders. Janna's eyes widen, and then I'm falling toward her with the scepter between us. Clove's hands drop from my shoulders at the same time iron tips drive into her stomach. She drops back. Clove rushes past me. He must have shoved me, so the momentum forced the scepter to stab her. Wrenching it from his mother, he lifts it in awe and triumph before releasing a blur of blindingly bright magic and disappearing from sight along with the scepter. I hurry back to my parents. What can I do? How can we stop this? I ask. Break the curse, my father mutters. With a warm look at both my mother and me, he turns faint and then fades completely. Cold apprehension, fear, and sadness crawl through me. I try grasping for my father, but he's gone. I don't know what he means by breaking the curse, but I scramble to my feet, ready to go at it with the Fey King when magic smacks me, disorienting me. A scream falls from my lips as something hot chomps down on my boot but doesn't break through. I kick out, landing a kick on a furry chest. For a moment, I fear it's Corbin, but the werewolf shrinks back. I wonder what will happen if a vampire bites a werewolf. But before the question concludes, I lunge at the cursed wolf. She zips out of my way. I don't falter. Rather, I fight, kick, and hiss at her. Through my vampire haze, I feel the magnetic pull of my mate as if he's trying to displace the vamp and drag me back to my senses. It's as if I've used the mesmer power on myself. I bear down on the werewolf, closing my hands around her neck. She flails, trying to break free, but I'm stronger and she's already weakened by the fight and losing air. My mind is blank, gray. My body is frigid, rigid. Unlike when I killed Amanda, which was over quickly, this is slow. I watch the life draining from the werewolf's eyes. I don't want the murderous pull of the vampire to defeat me, to defeat the cursed wolf, but again, I am defending my life, Corbin's, and all of the people who died because of her. Suddenly, the werewolf surges, breaking loose. She gasps for air, tossing me back against a cluster of rocks. What feels like an icicle plunges into me, through me. I see little more than thick darkness. My thoughts fade one by one. Clove is not who I thought he was. I despise him. My father is gone, but wanted me to break a curse. My mother appeared, enhancing my vamp abilities. Corbin, my mate, betrayed me and then protected me. I try to rise to the surface of what feels like a chasm to get my bearings. I blink, once, twice. The moon, shining brilliantly and beautifully overhead, suddenly feels extra distant and cold. The voices surrounding me and within me fade except for one. I want to fight for my life. For many lives. For love. Then I am gone.
Chapter 24. Corbin. Summoning my betas, I struggle to wrap my head around the fact that the werewolf is Visalia, Logan's mate. But how can that be if she's also Fey? As I drive my shoulder into her, I want to ask why she's doing this. But the wolf way of communicating isn't open between alphas and werewolves. She exists inside a curse. If only Logan had been able to help her break it. The best answer I can come up with for her behavior is that it's in her nature. But why she aligned with Melchior is something else entirely. I don't plan on letting her live after killing so many humans. I must rid the world of cursed wolves. I can only speculate about her motivation. Why my pack? Me? Why Kenna? Revenge is my best guess. She falls against a rock, striking it hard and yelping. I lunge forward again to prevent her from getting up. Unlike the interwolf communication discrepancy, wolves, no matter the kind, can kill other wolves. As we battle, Melchior recedes, a silhouette, standing on the edge of the clearing. His beard and robes gleam in the moonlight. Clave approaches him with the scepter. I have to focus on the werewolf, but can't help but wonder why Clave deceived us. Is he turning over the real scepter to the fake king? Clave's mother, Janna, lay on the ground, dead to this world. From somewhere in the woods, intones a Fae song, much like the one Janna sang. The Fae are coming to collect her. 3 star-like bursts of magic fly from the scepter and toward the king. He splays his fingers, but the magic is no match for the kind amplified by the scepter. The wind, an invisible menace, disappears. The 3 flames burn, brighter, illuminating Clave, lighting up the forest. They dance toward the king. Before I see what happens, I falter. The werewolf chomps down on my ear. My surroundings tilt for a moment, then a growl erupts from me as I drive toward the werewolf. I go in for the death blow to puncture her neck. I say an apology to whatever remains of her spirit and bite. My canine teeth sink into her flesh, hitting their target. She snarls, then whines before going still. I hate the feeling, what I'm driven to do. The taste of the werewolf's blood almost makes me dizzy. It's an unsettling feeling and comes over me like a wave knocking me off center. The venom in her teeth are dangerous and cause the change. She bit me, but her blood is the antidote, protecting me from going through the change to a werewolf. I scan the clearing for Kenna, the Fae King, and Clave. A lump in shape hovers over something on the ground. The clouds blow away, revealing the full moon and starry sky above, and Kenna. The figure bowed over her shakes and sobs. Kenna's legs jut out and are still. Completely still. I shout frantically for my mate. Her mother glances up at me. I'm sorry, Corbin. I thought. What happened? I gasp. Melchior stabbed her in the heart. Jackie wails. The world spins, taking my breath with it. My chest craters. No, 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 I repeat, dropping to my knees and taking my mate in my arms. I would do anything to have her back. Not to have lied. To have found another way. To not have gotten her involved in this. My throat is thick, and I fall silent. The red cloak drapes over Jackie's shoulders. I thought if I were here, I'd be able to help her wield her vampire power. I didn't expect it to be so strong. For it to consume her. Then you saw the whole thing? She nods. What happened to Melchior? Clave? Grayson? She gives me a brief recap. The Fae King disappeared into the woods. Grayson faded. The scepter? Clave tried to use it against the Fae King, but then Melchior attacked Kenna. I don't know what happened after that. The scepter is meant to bring harmony, but in the wrong hands it's dangerous, I say. Sounds like that's the case. My mate's eyes remain closed. She's completely still. All is lost. My wolf has remained quiet when all I want to do is shift and howl mournfully. I deceived her. I didn't protect her. The betas approach cautiously as the moon drifts behind the clouds, casting an eerie glow over the scene. Had I not deceived her, could things have turned out differently? I was doing my duty as an alpha, turning her into the council when I wanted to be with her. I'd do anything now, even lose my status for that to be true. I suddenly understand the sacrifices Isa and Grayson made for love, no matter that it was forbidden. My life caves in around me. There's nothing left. The betas get closer. My wolf tears loose. I've never wanted to run so badly in my life, but my instincts tell me to remain here, with my beloved. I won't leave her again, especially not like this. Her mother holds her hand tight. I lift my muzzle to the night sky and release a mournful howl. The betas must hear my call because soon they're surrounding Kenna, her mom, and me in the clearing. The rest of the pack fills in. As one, we howl into the night. When I fall silent, I rest my whiskered chin on her and give her one last nuzzle in this form. She's warmer than I expect. My heart creaks. My alpha whimpers, communicating in the wolf way, begging her to wake up. Jackie mutters something nonsensical as Pac Jalmer continues to cry over this loss. Even Avril is among them. I shift to physical form and move her inside the house as my betas continue to keen outside. From within, my wolf stirs, moved by their loyalty. But then my heart stirs with something that feels like hope. I glance at my beloved, wondering how that's possible when her lashes flutter slightly. Jackie meets my gaze. From her spot on the silk sofa, Kenna's eyes blink open. She flashes her stunning smile. "Alistair, what smells so good?" "I didn't see or sense the stuck ghost appear." "I made you donuts, dear." Kenna presses onto her elbows. "You really know how to bring a girl back from the dead. You're my superhero." "This is fantastic." "Actually, I mean fantastic, with a PH, like a ghost." Her mother claps her hand over her mouth to stop from laughing. "What happened?" I ask. Jackie's eyes are wide. "I think Melchior must have killed the vampire in her, but my wolf and fae are intact." "Does that moves me down from Magical's most wanted to a person of interest?" Her smile could compete with the sun. I wrap my arms around her in a tight embrace. "Are you okay?" I say into her hair, breathing deep. When we pull apart, Kenna listens. "Is the werewolf dead?" she asks. "I thought I'd taken care of the problem. Then the Fae King had to go and stab me." I nod and send a message to the betas to shift and come inside. Before I'm distracted by my alpha roll, I press my forehead to Kenna's. I realize now that I was scared of doing the wrong thing. But I discovered something greater than fear. Love. Truth. I'm sorry for what I did. I want you to know how important you are to me. She cups my cheek. I lean in, ready to put my mouth on hers, but she says, "I know." Then she plants her lips on mine, lingering there as chatter fills the house. Her skin is smooth under my own. She's warm, alive, magical. When we part, the scent of wood smoke blazes from the hearth. Alistair scuttles around, serving tea to my pack. Kenna remains on the sofa beside her mom while I fill the pack in on everything that transpired. "So the werewolf is dead?" Trig asks. I nod, keeping the part about how she was Logan's mate to myself. That wound still hurts. And the Fae, Jana, too. Kenna tells them she was Clove's mother. I do my best to shake the sound of her song out of my head. Wolves used to be the biggest danger to Fae, but their song, at least when in physical form, can really mess with the mind. I focus on Kenna as she explains about her father being a hollow ghost. "But he faded?" Inga asks. Jackie pats Kenna on the leg and turns her attention to the group. "Grayson Slade was misunderstood. He was a good man, but after we went into hiding, he distanced himself to keep us safe. During that time, Jana ensorcelled him, compelling him to do terrible things. Had I known, I would have done everything in my power to stop him. We were fated mates. I sensed him return from the other side and found out the truth about the Fae's deception. As it turns out, he had a son with her. My brother, Clove, I say." A few members of the pack nod in recognition, likely having come across him before. "He betrayed us and now has the scepter," Kenna adds with disdain. "And what became of the Fae King?" Claude asks. I shift from foot to foot, uncertain about his status. Fae are notoriously tricky, and I don't trust him any more than I trust Clove, but he is a member of the council. He'd have to be playing a masterful game of manipulation to have stepped outside his duties of protecting the magicals and humans in this realm. Kenna's eyes shade darker gray. Conversation continues, and we don't move from in front of the hearth for a time. The betas heap on more questions. Some we still can't answer, but we parse out the sequence of events that brought us here. Kenna has her mother check out the diary, using her special vamp skills. She confirms it was ISA's and that her energy seems to be locked within it. From what I heard, I wouldn't be surprised if she tried to sing her way out. A clock chimes with the coming dawn. I gaze at Kenna and breathe deep as morning light slowly streams through the windows lining the eastern wall of the house. Kenna nestles in the crook of my arm as the best minds in the pack continue to talk in low, hushed tones. We'll have to form a plan and regroup soon, but for now, rest in each other's company is a priority. Jackie dozes at the other end of the sofa. Kenna places a blanket over her mom. I kiss my mate's forehead softly. You're so kind. So caring. Not a monster at all. Except for the time your vampire power overtook you. That was terrifying. She takes my hand. Come on. I have to show you something. We pass through the kitchen. An array of baked goods fill the counter: scones, cinnamon rolls, and more donuts. Alistair has been busy, I joke. Kenna helps herself to one of each. Is this what you had to show me? I ask, helping myself to seconds of the scones. The rich dough reminds me of my Scottish roots. With her mouth full, she shakes her head. Interested in what she wanted to show me, and before I have thirds, I drag her down the hallway, feeling relief, curiosity, and deep abiding love for my mate.
Chapter 25. Kenna. Hand in hand, Corbin and I pass through the hallway to the painting of my father. A well of sadness at not having known him longer and loss empties me out. Using fey magic, I light the lanterns on the wall. I guess I'll have to find someone other than Clave to teach me to use these powers. Corbin grunts, likely not ready to talk about my brother's betrayal. We enter the room, filled with relics and the echo of my father and brother, combining to present me with a challenge: find the scepter, break the curse. I know they're connected, but how? As we enter, I lean close to a vaguely familiar broken mirror. I think I saw it last time I was here, but in another room. Weird. I study my face. A faint bruise by my dark eyes heals over in a flash. I brush my hand over my heart, but there's no wound where Melchior stabbed me. Peering down my shirt, I only see a faint, silver scar. But the skin is icy. I imagine that reminder of him slaying the vampire within will always be there. I also imagine blood will no longer cause me to thirst. Corbin and I survey the maps on the wall, connecting imaginary lines between faraway places, islands in the Caribbean to the California coast, and here, seeing how the water connects it all together. I'm reminded of Corbin and my first visit to Lonsdale when I had no idea what lay ahead. I shiver and the lights flicker. He plants his hands on my shoulders. I'm sorry for everything, he says. Apology accepted. I'm willing to give you a second chance. His face brightens. Thank you. But you do realize, if you break my heart again, I will go full magical monster on you. I'll give a new name to Magical's Most Wanted. He smiles. I don't doubt that for a second. So, you're not going to expose the Clave or use me as a lure to expose my father so you can bring him to the council? I'm ashamed to say that I tried that to begin with. He scrubs his hand down his face. I don't know what I was thinking. Your alpha was thinking, which isn't a bad thing, but remember that whole thing about the heart. Maybe listen to that more often. Or you can trust your gut. With a laugh, Corbin settles in a leather chair. I pick up the book with the illustration of the scepter and pull out a silk bundle. I'd kept it in my backpack, which was in the Jeep. The real scepter was powerful, but it's incomplete without the gems. I have the vampire jewel. I open my hand, revealing it to Corbin. And a gem of my own. I'm practically giddy as I turn the outside of my hand to face him, revealing the engagement ring with the yellow diamond. Does this mean you'll still marry me? I wrap my arms around him. You are forgiven. He sighs with relief as we kiss. When we part, I say, back to business. Remember that whole thing about wolves being so tough? Diamonds are too, right? I think this is what saved me when Melchior stabbed me in the heart. It was almost like he just killed my vampire, and the diamond, hanging on a chain under my shirt, deflected the worst of the magic. My voice is slow and relaxed as I try to figure this out on the spot. Corbin leans in, studying the diamond ring. You might be right. The correct answer is, of course, you're right, babe. Corbin repeats the statement with a light laugh. I'm serious. Then I laugh too. So, where did your father find the real scepter? After I left in the jeep, I found him here, searching. Then he left, saying he had to find Jana and confront her for ensorcelling him. I continued looking for it. Alistair appeared, wondering what was going on. You can imagine how upset he was to have missed Grayson. I explained about the scepter. He seemed to brighten, almost taking on his regular form. It turned out, in his years here in the empty house, he'd found it. The scepter was at Lonsdale all along, but instead of it being in the box Clave showed us, it was glamored as an antique lamp that belonged to Grayson's parents. It was right under his nose all along. Then I found you. I assume my dad came back, met with Alistair, and got a hold of the scepter. You know the rest. Emotion threatens to overwhelm me. Corbin draws me into his arms. I rest there, feeling grounded, connected, so close to his wolf. When we part, I say, my father's last words were an instruction to break the curse. What curse? I shrug. That's what we have to find out, and I think I know where to start. Corbin lifts his eyebrows in question. The diary. It's blank. It has missing pages. We spend the next hours carefully tearing apart the room, but no random pages appear. My mind skips from possibility to possibility. It could all mean something or nothing at all. But we don't have any clearer picture. I lose myself in an old sepia map. The thick and dotted lines divide the land and countries differently than they are now. Old world images and warnings of pirate-filled waters and mermaids mark the paper. A dragon fills a corner of uncharted territory. I chuckle at how very strange and unbelievable my life has become. Corbin takes my hand and squeezes it. There's nothing for me to say other than whoa, or wow, or why. Instead, I say nothing. But I squeeze back. He plants his lips on my cheek, then my temple, then my lips. The maps fade from view as my eyes blink closed. Now, I lose myself in his kiss. In the following days, the weather fluctuates between frenzied rainstorms and calm skies. Various members of the pack talk about how winter comes early to that part of the world. I'm in my room at the lodge, finishing a diary entry as I process everything that's happened. Mom returned to the States but is considering tying up her loose ends and coming to Concordia permanently now that she knows I pledged myself to the pack. She was apologetic about drawing out my vampire energy. She also gave me the cloak back. To be honest, having slain the vampire, I feel less restless inside. It's weird. I guess I'm weird, but I'm okay with that. Corbin said he's going to deal with Melchior. The Fey King is a council member and charged with the duty to kill the MMW aka me, but according to my mate, that doesn't excuse his behavior. Clave is missing. At least the werewolf is no longer a problem. Still, my heart breaks for all the loss. Corbin and I are mending things between us. All he wanted was to protect me, but he can't lie to me even if the truth is hard to bear. If we're going to be true alphas, true mates, we have to trust each other. When I'm done writing, I flip through each of the pages in the diary my brother sought, searching for words. I try a black light in case invisible ink hides the script. I summon Fey magic to reveal the contents of the pages. No luck. From the kitchen, the savory scent of fried peppers, onions, garlic along with sausage tells me that it's pizza night. My stomach rumbles. Before I can get my paws on dinner, Inga and Camilla intercept me in the hallway. The pack knows you're awesome, especially for defending us and trying to eliminate the werewolf, but, If you want to get back at Avril, Heather, Harper, and Hannah, Camilla says with a glint in her eye. I lean in. I'm intrigued. Inga passes me a piece of paper and leans over my shoulder, reading the list. You'll need to supply the duct tape, blank paper, and a pink pen. Also an assortment of permanent markers, mint-flavored Mentos, dental floss, a 16-ounce bottle of Dr. Pepper, and a package of cream cheese. This is the kind of shopping list that suggests I not ask questions. They both lift and lower their eyebrows. Camilla rubs her hands together. We're the diabolical duo when it comes to pranks. It's common for packmates to prank each other. It's harmless, but totally hilarious. We'd like to invite you in to make it a trio. Consider I'm missing one of my 3 forms of magic. Count me in, I say with a laugh. I glance at the list. Oh, do you want the whipped kind of cream cheese or a brick? I ask only because my mom prefers the whipped. Camilla nods approvingly. Attention to detail. We like that. Get the brick and keep it cold. We'll bring those girls to their knees, Camilla says and then adds, in a harmless and non-confrontational way, of course. Actually, that depends on what you consider harmless. Humiliation? Check. Confusion? Definitely. Aggravation? For sure. Inga laughs diabolically. We all start giggling. Meet us out here at 700 hours. I salute them in affirmation. Corbin isn't at dinner, so I wolf down a few slices of pizza before heading over to his cottage with a plate. He's been working a lot, assuring the local officials that the problem aka werewolf is resolved, as well as trying to get in touch with the Vampire Council representative, Ivan. Melchior is MIA, and I can tell Corbin is seething to get revenge on the Fey King for stabbing me. I have a feeling more than cream cheese will be involved. Lanterns line the walkway. I knock lightly on the door, then go in. Corbin bows over the table, reading something. I place the plate in front of him. He straightens and then beams me a smile. I'll never get tired of his face. I drop into his lap, planting a kiss on his lips. What's that for? He asks. Wolf breath isn't so bad, but pizza breath, no thank you. Figured I'd get a smooch first. He chuckles. Any developments? I ask. He shakes his head. Me neither. I think we have to go back to Lonsdale. Scope out the secret room again. I was thinking of tracking Clave down and I cut off whatever horribly violent thing he wants to do to my brother for deceiving us. Maybe we can talk first. Hear his side of the story. Corbin's wolf growls. Hey, I gave you a second chance. Is that because I'm irresistible? He asks, playfully. Well, yes, and because I believe in us. His face softens with seriousness. Thank you. When it comes to love, it's the big and little things. Picking up my favorite donuts, bringing you dinner when you're working hard, watching cheesy movies together that maybe the other one doesn't love. It's accepting your person at their best and their worst and not turning our backs when things get hard. It's about being open and kind and true. I can do that. I promise. Should we get married or do the fated mates sealing ritual first? My wolf yips inside. I flash the ring on my hand. Good question, but my wolf answered first. I take it that means the ritual? I nod. Plus, I'm thinking my mom will want to help plan the wedding. Good thing my wallet is deep, considering what she and your dad mentioned about luxury. Corbin draws me toward the window. The stars flicker and dance like the lanterns on the path. The crescent moon gleams in the sky, reminding me of the top of the scepter. It's the first day of autumn, he says, then turns to me. Our lips are a breath away and we linger there. He presses his mouth to mine, sweetly, softly. I return the kiss as if I've been waiting for it all my life. Corbin lets out a wolfy sigh. I smile around his mouth. As the kiss deepens, it gets hungrier. Our noses and teeth mash together, before slowing again and our kiss turns dreamy. It reminds me of the direction of our lives together. Sometimes things will be peaceful, harmonious, and other times deeper than the ocean, the sky, and whatever mysteries exist between. When we part, we lock hands and gaze through the window into the distance along with our future together with wonderment. The lanterns flicker. The breeze rustles the branches on the nearest tree. I hear a faint song. On the boundary of the property near the forest, my wolf sight picks out a figure then 2, 4, 10, too many to count. Despite Corbin's hand in mine, I shiver. Or maybe I'm imagining things. Stranger things have happened.